As we begin the fifth technical session, I request our first speaker, CA MP Vijay Kumar sir, to please come on to the dais. I request CA Revati S. Raghunathan, immediate past chairperson SIRC and chairperson Insolvency, Bankruptcy and Valuation Standards Committee, to please join sir onto the dais. I request CA Arun AV, Regional Council member SIRC ICI, to please join them onto the dais. A warm round of applause, everyone.
I request CA Sivadas Chatur sir, Chairman Palakkad branch, to hand over a bouquet to MPV sir. Shawl and bouquet. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this introduction is very special and personal to me. There are teachers who teach us a subject, and then there are gurus who shape the way we understand the subject. For me, when it comes to accounts, he has always been that guru. His depth of knowledge, clarity of thought, and extraordinary ability to simplify even the most complex concepts have inspired countless professionals and students, and I am proudly one among them, sir. Today, being the host and having the privilege of welcoming my favorite accounts guru to this stage is truly a special moment for me. Sir, it is an absolute honor and a personal delight to have you with us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm and affectionate welcome to our accounts guru. Thank you so much. CA MP Vijay Kumar is one of the India's most respected voices in financial reporting, accounting standards, corporate governance, and boardroom leadership. With over 3 decades of distinguished experience spanning industry and professional practice, he has built an exceptional reputation as a strategist, educator, and thought leader. Currently serving as the Executive Director and Group CFO of SIFI Technologies Limited, he has previously held senior leadership positions across industry and practice, bringing together deep expertise in finance, governance, compliance, and business transformation. A past Central Council member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the period 2016 to 22, CA Vijay Kumar has played a pivotal role in shaping India's accounting and auditing landscape. He has chaired the Accounting Standards Board, Valuation Standards Board, and the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, while also serving as Vice Chairman of several key national committees. His expertise extends to the global stage as a member of the IFRS Interpretations Committee of the International Accounting Standards Board, IFRS Advisory Council, and the IFRS for SME Implementation Group, contributing to the development and interpretation of international financial reporting standards. An acclaimed faculty and public prolific author, he has addressed professionals and students for over 20 years and has authored several widely acclaimed books on accounting standards and Ind AS, auditing, corporate laws, and financial reporting, making complex concepts accessible to thousands of chartered accountants and aspiring professionals. Recognized for his ability to connect technical excellence with practical business realities, CA Vijay Kumar continues to inspire professionals to embrace excellence, integrity, and innovation in financial reporting. Sir, thank you for being in Guntur And sir, we have a special request from the delegates. As today's NEFRA speaker could not able to attend due to the personal reasons, we request MPV sir to give a few insights into NEFRA also. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request CA Revati S. Raghunathan ma'am, immediate past chairman SIRC of ICI, to introduce today's speaker. Introductory speech. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I will not be doing an introduction of a person whom all of us know very well and revere, and already Bhargavi has done a fantastic introduction of MPV sir. I'm just coming here to set the context, not that the context needs to be set also. Today morning, Arun and I have hit the jackpot. Because, by some manipulation of circumstances, we both are sharing the stage with MPV sir. So our day is made, our conference is made. We both are extremely happy and delighted and honored to share the stage with MPV sir. Bhargavi says she's a student. I'm sure even Arun may be his student. I'm a little too old, senior to be his student. My son is a student, by the way, and everyone you meet will say, oh, MPV sir is so good, I am his student. That little twinge of jealousy. Yeah, what is this? I've never been his student, but luckily, because in SIRC, being in SIRC, I've heard him a number of times. And I can understand this absolute fan following that he has. But today I have the honor of sharing the dais with him, for which I am actually grateful to all events which conspired to this. So sir is going to talk about a little about NAFRA and also about the Code of Ethics. I think that both of them are fairly interrelated, and we can make a lot of sense when the both are actually spoken together in the same platform. As Indians, one of the oldest civilizations, we have a very huge cultural background, a religious background, and a number of epics which we follow, the prayers that we do. We are, as a society, bound by ethics. And we always say, I always say, we should not be alarmed that we are a regulated professional body. We should be happy, that there is someone to tell us you're going wrong somewhere, you're stepping out of the way. I would like here to refer to one of the greatest epics of all times, Ramayana. There are a number of sargas. And you would have also heard of this 100th sarga, the Ayodhya Kandam, the Kandam in which the 100th sarga talks about, it starts itself as the Kachit sarga. The Kachit sarga is the one where, I'm sure many of you know this, Bharata, you all know, goes to Rama when he comes to know that Rama has been exiled to the forest, to request him to come back to the Ayodhya and be the ruler. But Rama, as soon as he sees him, asks him 56 questions. These 56 questions and also the other learnings from Ramayana and Mahabharata are quoted by leaders, leadership coaches across the world. And if you see, you compare whatever are the code of ethics that is being, practiced by us chartered accountants. I won't say it's imposed on us by the institute. Rather, it is something which we are encouraged to follow, because they say that something additional needs to be there to give us guidance. This, if you go through the Kachit, it's only 56 questions and it's available on the YouTube, Google, everywhere, where Rama asked Bharata many questions. What have you done? Kachit, what have you done? How have you done it? Have you followed this? Have you followed that? Are your subjects happy? How is the kingdom functioning, government functioning? So if you try to actually draw an analogy to our profession, you will see that there are a lot of similarities in this. So we are having MPV sir here to actually run us through the new code of ethics. You know, every law must evolve. And when we all actually prepared for the code of ethics and go through the code of ethics and follow it, there were a number of restrictions which at that point in time seemed to make a lot of sense to the lawmakers. But keeping up with the times, now there is a lot of relaxations in the code of ethics. And I was fortunate enough to listen to MPV a few days back during TNM sir's memorial where he spoke about it. We are supposed to keep ourselves updated about many things, and I felt that, okay, I have not updated myself too much on the new code of ethics, but sir's speech was an eye-opener, and I realized, oh, I can do so many things more. I can advertise to a certain extent. I can actually relax a little more in all these compliances. So I will hand over the session to MPV sir, who will now walk us through both NAFRA and the new code of ethics. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invite.
So thank you, Revati, for this very kind words of introduction. Chairman of the region, council members, senior members of the profession, chairperson, and members of the host branches, Guntur and Vijayawada, fellow professional colleagues. Extremely happy to be here at Vijayawada, yet another occasion, and at an SIRC conference, yet another conference. But this conference, I am a little more excited, little more comfortable than the earlier conferences I have addressed, for a very simple reason that most of these conferences, I get to speak on topics which are very generic, very general, tend to speak little 10,000 feet high, 30,000 feet high. Even today I was supposed to talk on accounting standards, and in 1 hour there isn't much you can speak on it. But fortunately it dawned upon us that the new code of ethics has come into vogue from April 2026. And despite it being almost 4 or 5 months, my own dipstick of interaction with various people across, there hasn't been an awareness of what this revised code of ethics actually is about. So given that it's an opportunity to share some factual, technical content, which will be a serious takeaway, as Revati was mentioning, for you, I really felt nice that in an event like this, more so around times where, given all the geopolitical developments we are seeing, everything seems to be justified. War is justified, killings are justified, everybody justifies whatever they do. And a topic like ethics, and from the institute, I know how many years of efforts have gone in to get the code of ethics to where it is now, I see this as the first phase of the transformation in the code of ethics. Hopefully over time, if, I reiterate, if all of us can embrace the freedom given in the new code of ethics in right spirit and do not end up misusing it. The moment you misuse, regulators have a tendency of putting guardrails. If we use it in the right spirit and help the overall profession grow, it will give more confidence to the institute that the code of ethics can be even more liberal, principle-based, and let members who by their own qualitative characteristics are highly ethical people, allow them to practice the best of the ethics rather than comply with a checkbox kind of an approach. So with this little preamble, let me get to the session per se. I'll spend about 40-45 minutes on this topic. And since our senior member PR Ramesh is unable to travel, I know how much he travels a week. If I travel 3 days a week, he travels 5 days a week. Some travel schedule has got changed for him, so he's not present here. Otherwise, PR Ramesh, I know, every time an invite comes, he accepts it immediately. He doesn't even look at the calendar much, and he tries to solve the other calendar part. So today he's not here for a reason beyond his control. On the topic of NFRA, I just got the ask to speak briefly. I've been a member of NFRA and I'm reasonably aware of the evolution and work of NFRA. Maybe about 15 minutes, I'll give some key aspects relating to NFRA, because even today, I see many people have a misunderstanding of why NFRA is in existence. Why NFRA is in existence. People have emotional reasons to understand, but they're unable to understand what are the objective reasons for why NFRA exists and what does it actually do. So about 10-15 minutes, I'll spend time on that subsequently. So to begin with, on the topic so as far as the Code of Ethics is concerned, it's been part of the Institute regulatory framework for quite some time. The last major amendment to Code of Ethics was around 2019 or 2020. It was around that time when the Code of Ethics had to be amended to bring it in alignment with the international ethical standards. So the last major amendment was in 2019 or 20. Between then and now, there have been amendments to the Chartered Accountants Act, the act which all of us are wedded to. That act has undergone some amendments, including various schedules of the act. And the International Code of Ethics, there were some amendments which happened subsequently, which had to be incorporated here. And third, all of us are aware around climate change, environment, ESG, UN Sustainability 17 Principles. These have become the most important topic today in the world, whether it is business world or the non-business world. There's lots of activity happening around environment and ESG. Despite some setbacks in the last couple of years with US withdrawing its commitment to climate change, US having its own thinking about what climate change and its impact is, the rest of the world continues to be committed for the cause of responsible businesses which will be responsible for environment. So in the Code of Ethics, there is some content which has been added relating to work which all of us do for business responsibility and sustainability reporting applicable to listed companies. And for unlisted companies, I know there are many suppliers, small, medium companies who are required to follow some amount of ESG practice, give some assurance to the main organization to whom they supply. So there is some amount of practice for chartered accountants which is evolving around sustainability. So there's a volume 3 of Code of Ethics which deals with the same. So these are broadly the 3 things which are there. And a small disclaimer that whatever I speak is my professional understanding, while I continue to be in some form with the Institute's various committees or boards. Please treat this as my personal views of how these ethical standards have been evolved now. So broadly, I'll talk about this first 4 topics. What is there on the right side? The last 4 topics we will not have time to discuss today, but I'll be leaving behind a copy of the slide deck. The last 4 topics you can go through at leisure at your offices. I'll take the liberty of making one request. Little heavy content of 130, 140 slides. I'll be covering some 20-25 slides, which are critical ones. What I would encourage, given the fact that it is so much relevant for scaling the profession, for building your practice to greater heights, I would encourage that within your office internal training programs, you can request your article students to take up blocks of 30 slides out of this as training within your firm. The children will benefit. The firm as a whole will also get a good understanding of what these amendments are and how it can be relevant for us for scaling the practice. As Revati mentioned, I had spoken on this topic a week or so back. Mr. Falgunu Kumar and about another 20 members, I think, who are here have heard me. So the same story, but Falgunu Kumar garu koncha screenplay marchukodaniki try chestanu. So little screenplay I'll try to change, but otherwise it's almost a remake of the same movie. So I'll walk you through this. This is so many of you would have heard me on this, but I think it's still worth taking the 20 seconds. Former president or the founder president of the institute, late Sri G.P. Kapadia, and thanks to good wishes of all of you, if there is something which I consider myself highly blessed, is the opportunity of reading the minutes of the council and the president's speeches right from 1949. That was the biggest gift all of you have given to me when I was at the council. And having gone through the minutes of the council, 1949, 1950, 51 and all, and the speeches of this gentleman, if today what we are, the saying is what you sow is what you reap. What you sow is what you reap. If we are reaping so much from this great profession, it's to this great gentleman, the way he ran the council during those formative days, and his thoughts in those dates, his speeches which he gave in 1949, 1950, 51, they are true even today. One speech which I'll quote, probably I'll not read verbatim. He says that every profession, whether it is teaching, medicine, whatever profession, has a responsibility to this society. And when he says about social responsibility, it is not about planting trees, drinking water, all the stuff. What he talks about is, as a profession, if we do our work well, if we do our work with independence, objectivity, and qualitatively, that is the contribution to society. The contribution to society is we doing our work in a very professional manner. And he says that that's our commitment to the society which we are responsible for. So Code of Ethics 2026, applicable from April 2026 onwards. Today's session we are going to focus on key amendments. There's one provision alone which was made applicable from December 25. Usually when a new one comes, everything is prospective after some gap, but one section alone, which is relating to sustainability practice, they made it applicable from December 2025. Rest of it is from April 26. Code of Ethics, earlier also 3 volumes, now also 3 volumes. Volume 1 is about the Chartered Accountancy Act and all that stuff. Volume 2 is the Code of Ethics, which are the copy-paste, Control-C, Control-V of the international ethical standards. It's literally the copy-paste of the same, except for minor edits which are there, minor edits. Whatever Code of Ethics we follow here is the same across the world. That's volume number 2. Volume 3 earlier was cases relating to Code of Ethics, disciplinary cases, etc., relating to topic on Code of Ethics. That used to be volume 3, but that volume 3 has been scrapped. That volume 3 has been scrapped, and it is now published separately as a case law referencer. So volume 3 now is a separate volume which deals with a Code of Ethics relating to sustainability assurance, sustainability practice. So 3 volumes, 1, 2, and 3. There is amendments in volume 1, amendments in volume 2. Volume 3 is fresh. Now, as far as volume 1 is concerned, it broadly has 5 chapters and a set of appendices, annexures which are there. These 5 chapters, almost every chapter there is some amendment. So chapter wise I'll introduce the amendments to you, beginning from chapter 2. Chapter 1 there is no amendment. 2, 3, 4, 5 there are amendments. Appendices, 4 appendices there is amendments which I'll walk you through. Volume 2, as I told you, is Control-C, Control-V of the corresponding International Code of Ethics. This particular volume 2 has several chapters or parts. First part deals with the independence requirements, conceptual framework. Part 2 deals with Code of Ethics for members who are in service, members who are in industry. Part 3 deals with Code of Ethics relating members who are in practice. Part 4 has Part A and B, 4A and 4B, which deals with independence requirements relating to audit engagements and independence requirements relating to other than audit engagements. So this is broadly what volume 2 comprises. Volume 3, I told you, is relating sustainability. Now, the new Code of Ethics, in line with the growing trend, where even if we have global practices, global documents, to get a little bit of Indianness, and Revati so beautifully talked about so much of ethos in Indian history and all. So some of this is married inside the Code of Ethics as well. So some bit of Sanskrit slokas, etc. are inside. So in the Code of Ethics now, you have the opening part, which talks about the Sanskrit sloka, which says that the Dharma protects those who protect it. So if I protect Dharma, Dharma will take care of me. So that's the very popular ethic on which all of us have been brought up. And that's forming part of the Code of Ethics literature now. Amendments to Volume 1. Recall I told you 3 volumes, 1, 2 and 3. Volume 1 has 5 chapters and some appendices, beginning with Volume 1. Chapter 1 is around the authority for documents issued by institute. So there are several documents issued by institute like accounting standards, audit standards, guidance note, technical guide, FAQ, education material, clarification. There are so many documents issued by institute on accounting matters, on audit matters. What is the authority attached to each of those matters is clarified in this chapter 1. On this, I'll take a minute to highlight a very common misunderstanding. All of us know accounting standards are mandatory, audit standards are mandatory. But when it comes to guidance note, I do come across many people who have an impression that guidance note is guiding in nature and is not mandatory. that understanding is not correct. Not correct. Guidance note is equally mandatory. Non-compliance with a requirement in guidance note can also trigger off a ground for disciplinary action. So guidance note has exactly the same authority as an accounting standard or audit standard, except that if in the guidance note there is some provision, some explanation which does not meet the specific facts and patterns of the way which you are applying, those cases with adequate justification part of your working papers, you can evaluate an alternate position. But otherwise, what is said in guidance note has exactly the same authority of an accounting standard or audit standard. And then on the engagement quality and other standards, the commentaries have been included here as well. Chapter 2, recall I told you 5 chapters, volume 1. In chapter 2, broadly 2 things. One is the amendment to the Chartered Accountants Act has now been brought inside, and then there are various amendments in the first schedule and second schedule. As far as the amendments in Chartered Accountants Act is concerned, the key amendment, I draw your attention to the middle paragraph. If you notice the last 20-30 years, every regulator, whether it is SEBI, IRDA, every regulator has the responsibility of both regulating as well as development. Both regulating and development. SEBI has responsibility of development of capital market. IRDA has responsibility of development of the insurance industry. On exactly similar lines, our institute, while it regulates the profession, it also has the responsibility of development of the profession. Even if this amendment was not there, we have all been witness for whatever years, institute has always been carrying out development activities, capacity building, engaging with stakeholders, communicating about the competencies of chartered accountant, etc. The development has always been happening. But now, inside the Chartered Accountants Act, in the statutory act, the word development has been inserted as part of the act, so that it gives greater weightage to the activity which the Institute of Chartered Accountants does at the council, regional council, branches, etc. That's a key change. Similarly, there is other important change relating to allowing multidisciplinary practice. Institute has been a thought leader. Our institute has been a thought leader for encouraging and enabling multidisciplinary practice. But this required amendment in the acts of the sister bodies, ICWA or ICMA as they call now, ICSI. So their acts have also been amended to allow multidisciplinary practice. So while all of this has been done, it will take a bit of time before they actually get executed on the ground. Similarly, the services which chartered accountants can do, while all of us do this, that scope has also been included to say that we can do forensic accounting and investigation. Why this amendment is important? Because forensics is primarily used as evidence in a court of law. The main objective of forensic is to use it as evidence in the court of law. So if the work of chartered accountant has to get recognized in a court of law as evidence, this amendment was essential, so that has been added. Then to do assessment for BRSR sustainability related practices, research analyst recognized by regulator. I'll spend about 10-20 seconds. There are a lot of young members here, and I know most of the youngsters have a liking for the stock market, liking for capital market and all. As far as the equity markets or bond markets are concerned, all of us being chartered accountants, we believe we have natural knowledge to talk about industry outlook, talk about a company's outlook, instruments outlook. But please note, research analyst is a regulated profession, and only those who are registered with SEBI can do an activity of a research analyst. So the act has now been amended to allow members to get that SEBI registration and act as a research analyst. As I told at the start, this particular set of amendments in 2026 is an amendment to Code of Ethics, which actually helps you to significantly scale up your practice. All of these are steps in that particular direction. And in today's world of AI, if you don't have AI permitted, any document is incomplete. So you also have AI consultancy as part of the allowed services. Partnership with other professionals who are insolvency professional entities or valuation registered valuation entities, partnership with those is also explicitly recognized. It was allowed, but it's now explicitly recognized. Then the other thing which has been done is, again, a substantial relaxation. Many of us always wanted to have the freedom of expressing ourselves. And in this era of active social media, digital content and all, it is important that we enable our members also a freedom to make themselves known to the world at large. In that context, these are some of the key amendments which have been done. Briefly, one, members were earlier allowed to upload video content. Now you are allowed to upload audio content and podcasts as well. So you can do a podcast interaction with Venkateswara Garu and say that, okay, here is a podcast on a particular topic. You are allowed to do that. This was not allowed earlier, now it is allowed. And in these literature, whether it is a video literature, audio literature, podcast, the name of the firm can be mentioned. Earlier it was prohibited. You can now mention the name of the firm can be mentioned in this podcast. And contact details of the members can also be made available, which were all prohibited earlier. Then, you can enter, no, shall is no. May is a choice for you. Shall means mandatory. So the idea is you may have a set of ethics where you may feel that I don't want anything. You should have that freedom with you. So that's why the importance of the word may. Okay. Now, and as far as the credits are concerned, I'm sure all of us these days in almost every movie, whether we see it on OTT or in a theater, titles earlier at least we used to skip, but these days we watch the titles to see who is the chartered accountant firm associated with that particular movie. So people have started putting their credits there. So that credits are allowed. You are also allowed to have credits on similar other works which might be done. Only condition is the size of the credit or the way it is described should not be different from the credit given to other professionals who are engaged there. As long as it's similar, that freedom is given to you. But my request to all of you, all these are enabling, and as he said, you have to test it against your own internal practices and ability to control, so that some of these practices, if you overdo, it can bring disrepute to your firm also. My experience, of course, it need not be true for the younger generation for next 30 years. My experience, the less we talk about ourselves, the more others talk about us. The more we talk about ourselves, others will talk less about. That is my experience. It need not be true for others. But so when you are using all this freedom, you have to be a little careful about how much you want to use this. Then you have relaxation done. Most of the accounting firms, I was in practice for 8-9 years. We always have a Saturday training program. We try to pull our staff, article students, etc. You do some training programs. And there are always some like-minded firms. There are 2-3 firms who are like-minded firms. We are friends. So we do a training program. We send invite to other firms also to join that program. They come and join, audio, video, whatever it is. But now those restrictions have been removed. You are allowed to do the program for others also. For example, you can invite your clients also. You are doing a training program on international taxation. You want your clients, 4 or 5 of your clients, also to participate in that. You can send an invite to them and they can also attend that particular program. So those restrictions have now been removed. Similarly, if you were to write an article in Business Line, Economic Times, or in any of the journals, you are now given the freedom to mention the name of the firm. I am so-and-so, XY and Co. That name of the firm you can mention. Network firms and guidelines. The institute has been putting mega effort, and I would encourage both senior members and younger members. Institute has been doing everything possible. Do whatever, stand on the head, the reverse, whatever type they have been trying to do, to see how to encourage networks of firms so that we can build larger firms. The truth today, we like it, don't like it. Most of the auditees, large companies, are unable to think beyond 7, 8, 10, 20 firms. They are unable to think beyond. There are many firms who are very capable, competent. On paper, many of them are 20 partners, 30 partners, 50 partners. But active partners are limited. Or even where there are 10 active partners, even if there are 10 active partners, many firms work as partner 1 silo firm, partner 2 silo firm, partner 3. So inside the firm itself, it's like a network inside the firm itself. So unless we scale up to larger firms, as a country, given the size of the economy, we will not have enough firms who can actually address the requirements of those large-scale audits. So towards this, network is a good opportunity for dating. Lack of better expression, ease of understanding, dating, for being together. Network is not meant for client referrals, business and all. If it happens, it is incidental. Networks are by definition globally a mechanism for cost sharing, technology sharing, content sharing. So the idea is to invest. If I can invest 50 lakhs, if I can get another 19 people, together 10 crores, huge money, whether it's in technology, content, or some bit of marketing in some form. So you will be able to share the resources better and have, instead of one mind working on content, you will have 5, 6 minds working for more qualitative content. So you get the benefits of sharing all of that. And if you come together in whatever form, after dating for some period, maybe you get married, merge, build a larger firm over a 20, 30-year period. So it's not going to happen overnight, but over time, it is quite possible that we will build some larger firms. I have seen at least 5, 6 firms in the last 20 years who have actually started doing some merging, and today they are of reasonable size. They are able to give a competition to the large firms. They have come to that stage. There are some of these firms in Bangalore, there are some of these in Delhi, who have all been able to find some cultural fit and get reasonable success. But for the dating to be successful, just like real life dating, I have to put effort, skip my office, tell lies in office and go to the place at 4 o'clock. Same thing you should do here also. Effort is required if that network has to be successful. So here, network, you are allowed to mention the name of the network. In your letterhead, you can mention name of the other firms in the network. So your network, let's say your firm is X & Co. You can tell I am part of network A, B, C & Co. And the other firms in the network are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Kolkata, Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, whatever, you can mention that. So that freedom has now been made available to you. You can add it to your letterhead and other stationery so that clients over time will see you as not a 10 people firm or a 20 people firm. They'll slowly start seeing you as a 200 people firm. You can have a Bombay-based firm partner come in, take him to the 4-5 clients and display your strength. Build that kind of association and all that facility would now be available. So then comes the communication. There's a small amendment. The Department of Post, they have merged speed post and registered post. So there's no registered post anymore. So consequential amendment here has been done. This is a key amendment which for some reason got missed out earlier. When it comes to appointment of auditors of a company, you are required to comply with the requirements of section 139, 140 and 141. 141, qualification, disqualification of the chartered accountants or auditors. Some reason omission to section 141 got omitted. They have now included that 141 as part of the act. Then chapter 3, council guidelines for advertisement. These have been relaxed. Advertisement guidelines, website guidelines, and listing with various applications. There are some networks where there are applications available. You can do that. 1, advertisement guidelines. You are allowed to give your advertisement in the directories which are there. You can add your name there. And when you give the advertisement, content-wise, it need not be text. You are allowed to give pictures, charts, graphs, all those you can add so that you can do it in a contemporary form. So they've used the word contemporary to communicate that. You can find your own nice way of communicating about your service. They have removed font size. So earlier there was a restriction that font size cannot be more than 14. Now font size has been removed. But my view, people will still follow 14 or 12. Nobody is going to do 16, 18, 20. If you make it big, people will stop reading it. It looks so ugly. So, but in any case, Institute earlier said 14. That's been removed now. And earlier there was a requirement that you had to borrow what he mentioned. There is a requirement that you should mention membership number, FRN number. That is not required anymore. Content-wise, little more flexibility is given the way you draft your content and all. So earlier we were all very restrictive on what we can put, what we cannot put. We are little scared. That freedom is gained. The last one is very, very important, and I'll spend a few minutes on that. Mention of client's assignment. In fact, right through my 30 years, particularly when I was in practice and even others later, everybody's ask has been, I do work for a client, I cannot tell that I did work for the client. That's a huge restriction. But every client asks, whom all did you do the work? So that only gives confidence. That only gives confidence to the people. And particularly for upcoming firms, that's a very important one. Like for example, I worked in a large firm. I came and set up my shop, but I got opportunity to serve 2 large companies. So if the people come to know that I'm working for 2 large clients, whatever type of practice, then my ability to market myself, etc. is much better. So what amendment has been done is categorizing the services we do as exclusive services, non-exclusive services. Exclusive services means those services which are meant to be done only by chartered accountant, that is audit and all, only we can do. Non-exclusive services, consulting, taxation, internal audit, all those kind of stuff. For exclusive services, you are allowed to mention name of client with consent of the client. with consent of the client. For non-exclusive services, litigation, compliance work, internal audit, this, that, you are allowed with consent of client, name of client, and nature of service. What did I do? I did forensic work. I did AI consulting work. So I did some management consulting work. You are allowed to mention name of the client as well as the nature of work. So that is a significant change which is there. The beauty of this is, once it is there on your website, when tomorrow somebody is trying to find who are the good valuers, people who are doing valuation work or forensic work in and around Vijayawada, I do a search, most likely the firm name will also come up, then they will spend time and all. It's not possible for me to reach out, then they will do a cross-check with that person, find out about us and then reach. So that's a good freedom which has now been made available through these amendments. So what is exclusive, non-exclusive, I talked about, pull mode and push mode. As far as exclusive service are concerned, anything you do on advertisement should be on a pull mode, whereas on push for non-exclusive, you can do on push mode where you can communicate to various clientele saying that this is the service we do, etc., etc. That freedom is now available. So guidelines for network registered with institute, you are allowed to maintain a website and publish the registration number. What is the type of network you're following? Alliance model, lead for model, there's so many models. Institute is trying whatever it takes to help people to work together so that at some point in time, hopefully they will get married and become larger sized firms. And then this is again something which is little big relief for members in practice. If you get to speak at some professional forum or you are hosting an event and there are photographs which are taken, let's say a celebrity industrialist comes to your office, Silver Jubilee, and you take some photographs, you are allowed to upload those photographs on your website. Earlier it used to be only those passport size photo kind of thing, but now those relaxations have been given. Mention of client names, I talked about it a little while earlier. Then, as far as the website is concerned, these are again some additional details you are allowed to publish. Peer review status of the firm, we have been peer reviewed. My certificate is valid for 1.5 years more, 2 years more, up to whatever date you can give. You can mention that I've been getting peer review since last 20 years, I've been peer reviewed successfully, whatever you can do. Then audit quality maturity model, which has been published by Institute. The firms do an assessment and there's a quality reviewer or peer reviewer will come and certify whether you are level 1, 2, 3, 4. Based on that certification, you can upload on your website. This is something like software companies, IT companies. They have what is called CMMI maturity model. Carnegie Mellon maturity model is there. Level software companies, they have level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is the highest. Similarly, every IT company publishes. We are a CMMI 4, CMMI 5. Here also, you are allowed to publish subject to quality reviewer giving you the certificate or peer reviewer giving you that certificate. I am AQMM level 4. I am AQMM level 3. You are allowed to publish it so that those who are visiting your website, prospective clientele, will get a confidence that there's an institute mechanism which has sort of validated your audit firm's audit quality practices and has given you some particular grading. And it's also an incentive for you to move from level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So that's also in that sense. So that is there. Whatever affiliation you have with the network, and there are so many office bearers here who spend time for the institute, whether it is Chengal or whether it is Sunil, all of them. In their firms, later they can tell, I've been office bearer of so-and-so. So that can also be added. So that's an addition which has been done. And listing with application service aggregators. So you are allowed to list yourself for non-exclusive services. For recall, exclusive is tightly regulated. Non-exclusive services, you can list yourself in those applications, you can get it done. GEM portal of the Government of India also you can get it done. And as far as exclusive service is concerned, as I told you, it is not possible. Institute also has a portal of all the practicing firms. You can get yourself uploaded there. Chapter 4 is guidelines on ethical issues. These are, maybe I'll breeze through a little. As far as these council guidelines are concerned, this first one is very important for all the practicing firms. I know many of them most likely will be following it, but they might be following it, don't get me wrong, following it with a lag. Most likely everyone follows it, but there could be a lag in compliances. As per our council guideline, every practicing firm has to necessarily maintain a cash book and a ledger. There's now a third requirement that you should have a bill register. So all the bills raised, bills sent, you should maintain a register. So if a peer reviewer is coming on that day, the peer reviewer should be able to see that your bill register has been updated. Most likely, we follow sort of cash flow, cash-based accounting. So mostly this register would not have been updated for last 3 months or 4 months. It will create unnecessary conversation with peer reviewer. This is a mandatory requirement now. All practicing firms need to do it. Adopt a bill register. So this is not on cash basis, this is on accrual basis. So you need to maintain a register of bills which have been raised. Appointment of auditor in case of payment of undisputed fees. So there is some company, if there are undisputed fees payable to earlier auditor, new auditor not allowed to accept the assignment. New auditor can accept only if those old auditor bills are paid. But now they have amended, and a right amendment, if this company is going through an insolvency process and the dues are unpaid, new auditor can come and accept that assignment. So that's a very practical amendment which has been done. This is very important for company audits, and I'll spend a minute extra on this. And it's easy to not comply. It's easy to not comply and end up with regulatory breach. So this institute, we earlier had a limit of 30 companies. Now they have relaxed it to 40 companies. So many of us might think I can accept 40 companies on my own, full freedom to accept 40. But this comes with a careful reading of this particular amendment. The provision is as follows. In the Companies Act, why this was done is because Companies Act, there was an amendment on the number of companies you can audit. So in the Companies Act, the limit is now 20 companies, excluding, as per Companies Act, I can do audit of 20 companies, excluding 1-person companies will not be counted, dormant companies will not be counted, and small and private companies which are up to 100 crores will not be counted. So 1-person companies, small companies, and third category, private companies up to 100 crores will not be counted in the 20 limit. So which means I can do 20 public limited companies or private companies above a size, and any number of 1-person companies, any number of small companies, and any number of private companies up to 100 crore paid up capital. But now in the Code of Ethics, we are allowed to do 40, but in this 40, the small companies are not included. Small companies are not included, and what it considers is only 1-person companies and dormant companies. So the definition of the limits and the exemption is different for Companies Act and for the institute. So you need to carefully watch out. It's not a free change to 40. It has to be read a little carefully. Then this is appointment as a statutory auditor for a public sector unit. Earlier, if you had turnover up to 50 crores, you were allowed to do non-audit services. That limit has been increased to 250 crores. Appointment of an auditor where an auditor is indebted to a concern. This is a very common thing and this is a very important relaxation, very, very important one. Particularly the third bullet point is a very important one. So there are many cases where I took some vehicle finance from NBFC, and there's a loan outstanding of 2.5 lakhs, loan outstanding. So earlier, if I have to accept audit, maximum 1 lakh indebtedness was allowed. That 1 lakh has now been increased to 5 lakhs. That 1 lakh has been increased to 5 lakhs. That's point number one. But the second change is the last one. Last bullet point is important. This indebtedness clause is not applicable for internal audit assignments, concurrent audit assignments. So which means if I borrowed from some NBFC or a housing finance company, housing loan 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, and if I get appointed as internal auditor, I need not repay that loan. Along with that loan, I can, please come. So as far as those NBFCs are concerned, it's not necessary to repay that loan. You can continue with that. So that's a very important relaxation which has been made available. And minimum fee in respect of professional services. I don't know what timing he has managed, or I think Lord Balaji is always with him on this timing, I think. This particular clause, I don't know if you remember, you had the tender monitoring committee and all. You set up the tender monitoring committee. This particular thing actually got started off in that particular period, where all of us know how rampant it is, where people quote for tenders for 1 rupee, 10 rupees, 100 rupees for experience sake and all. So he had taken the initiative of constituting a tender monitoring committee where we voluntarily call for those kind of assignments or based on information, then send a peer reviewer to see whether the work was done as per quality. There's no prohibition. I can do work for 1 rupee. I get opportunity to do audit of the Tirupala Devasthanam. I can do for 1 rupee, but my quality of work should not be compromised. So that review has to be done. So that was allowed. Now they have said that in assignments where central or state government or institute has prescribed that this should be the minimum fee, below that fee the member shall not quote the fee. Then non-payment of undisputed fees. This is again a good one, practical one, empowerment to the auditor. Public interest entities, I'll define them a little later, that also got amended. So in the case of public interest entities, if there is unpaid fees for 2 years, 2 years undisputed fees, unpaid for 2 years, after 2 years you cannot continue work. For non-public interest entities, it is 5 years. If somebody has not paid few fees for 5 years, beyond 5 years, you can't do it. So those, 2 consecutive years and previous years, that's in a different context, 1 year and 2 years. But what is important here is the insolvency resolution profession, that particular entities alone have been exempted out of it. So chapter 5, self-regulatory measures, audit fees paid by digital mode is a recommendatory provision. So the idea of the institute is to encourage people to receive money on electronic mode. Appendices, there are key amendments which have been done. This was already there. If a practicing firm already has a management consulting firm registered with the institute, I can take appointment as a whole-time director, managing director. So some of us like those designations also. You can set up a management consulting firm and accept that. For those who are parallelly pursuing teaching, the teaching hours per week have been increased from 25 hours to 35 hours a week. The management services, what can be done, have been expanded. Administrative services can be done. Forensic services, research analysts, all of this which I talked at the start. So this list of services is now allowed to be done. And this is for the elected members. Many elected members are nominated to global bodies like CAPA and so many things. They are allowed to put that in their designation, and they can also mention the council term which they are engaged with. So volume 2, and I'll breeze through this volume 2 and then conclude this session. Volume 2 is copy-paste of the corresponding International Code of Ethics. The key amendments are the following. In the existing Code of Ethics till March 26, if you have read it, everywhere it uses the word professional accountant, whereas our act we use the word chartered accountant. So now what has been done is find replace, wherever professional accountant, they have replaced it with that. Similarly, professional accountant service, professional accountant practice, they are replaced with the word chartered accountant. So that's one change. And this is another change where they've expanded on the principle of integrity, honesty, and they've added the Sanskrit sloka that truth only triumphs. They've added it. And I just want to use this for a little bit of educative process because many people have asked me this question. In Volume 2 Code of Ethics, you will have some paragraphs with the prefix R, some paragraphs with the prefix A. For all of you are familiar with audit standards. If you look at auditing standard, every standard, there's some 20 paragraphs and then there is application material, another 30, 40 paragraphs are there. So there's first 20 paragraphs and for each paragraph, how to apply it, there's a separate section there. Whereas in Code of Ethics, what is done is for every code, what you have to mandatorily comply is starting with a prefix called R. So R601, R602, which means requirement. R means requirement. So that paragraph is mandatory. Below each paragraph immediately, they give what is called application. A604.1, A604.2. So it is application, how to apply that particular paragraph. So requirement is given with a prefix R. How to apply that requirement comes immediately as A so-and-so, B, A so-and-so, 1.1.2 and all, that's the application paragraph. So here this was being amended. So a bit of the Sanskrit sloka has been added into the Code of Ethics. This is a very important one. And probably I will sort of stop here in interest of time. I am in any case leaving the slide deck behind. But there are another 10, 12 key slides, but in interest of time I'll stop after this topic. This is a very important one for all of us. Some form of other, we all do audit. Whether it is statutory audit, public sector, private sector, or non-profit organization, or internal audit, whatever audit we do, tax audit, all of us do some form of audit. Now, as far as audit is concerned, independence is a key qualitative criteria. Objectivity is a key qualitative criteria. And one of the requirements through the Code of Ethics is absence of bias. It's very important to ensure that there is no bias in your opinion formation, judgment, when you are performing the audit. So in earlier Code of Ethics, there is only one small paragraph which was there. Now that has been elaborated a bit and they have classified bias into two categories. One is called what we call as conscious bias. Second is unconscious bias. Conscious is by design, I have a bias. Unconscious is without my knowing, I am biased towards something. In practice, almost all of us avoid conscious bias. Almost all of us avoid conscious bias. But unconscious bias, I can't talk about all of you, but I can talk about myself. Unconscious bias exists in us, exists in me. Unconscious bias does come inside a person. We like it, don't like it, it is there. Like for example, if I were to take a very personal example, I was giving this example a week back. If I were to take my own children, like it, don't like it, younger fellow gets a little priority. Daughter, girl child, even before that brother is even attempted to hit her or scold her, water will start coming through her eyes. And as a parent, you automatically go towards the girl child without even inquiring what has happened. She would have triggered all the trouble, but there is that bias which comes. No? Similarly, mother, daughter, spouse, you automatically, mother, spouse, immediately bias is mother. Good, bad, it's there. So there is that unconscious bias which is there. And in work, like it, don't like it, bias is extremely common. Most cases, audit failures happen because of bias. And I would encourage, Monday when you're back in office, if you can spend 15 minutes only on this chapter in Code of Ethics, your day and time today spent is worth it. Now, in bias, they talk about different types of bias. I'll not go through everything. There's something called anchoring bias. Anchoring bias means I have taken a first position. Once you have taken that first position, it requires a lot of guts and courage to reverse that position. So you have already formed a view. So every new evidence you see, everything you get on inquiry, you try to see only around the opinion you already formed. You're trying to see everything around that. That's called anchoring bias. Automation bias, we all know, whatever comes through an electronic mode, we believe it is correct. I know people believe Google blindly. I know people believe AI, whatever comes it as blindly. But I have witnessed, I have experienced many occasions where that content is wrong. Content is wrong. It takes one bad experience to know that you should not rely on whatever comes out of the electronic media. I would encourage, I think a week back, I don't know, Economic Times or Hindu, there's a beautiful article which is available where they've given examples of all the AI content. For example, if you type, who is the Prime Minister who has visited Israel, it will only show only one Prime Minister visited. Whereas the fact is, there is somebody else who has visited 40, 50 years because that AI has been trained for content only in this period. It doesn't have content beyond. So whatever it responds is function of how much content it has been trained on. But most of us would like to believe that answer. I'm just giving this as one example, but there are tons of examples, whether it's income tax practice, company law practice, all of these are common. So, and similarly, there are other biases which are there. I would strongly encourage you to spend time on this portion of it. So with this, probably I'll conclude this session on Code of Ethics. I wish I could have spent more time. There are some important provisions regarding fees and all. So as far as fees, maybe I'll just spend 1 minute on fees. This is an important one on fees. On fees, what it says is, if your firm has fees above 50 lakhs, or rather below 50 lakhs, below 20 lakhs per client, forget it. This is applicable where your firm has fees above 50 lakhs and a client where fees is about 20 lakhs. What it says is, if you are doing audit for a public interest entity, along with non-audit services, if your concentration is more than 20%, non-public interest entity, if it is more than 40%, more than 20%, 2 years you are allowed freedom, up to 40% non-public interest entity, 5 years freedom. Beyond that, the idea is you should have expanded the size of the firm. If the customer concentration remains, then it is your responsibility to inform the institute within 9 months. Within 9 months, you have to inform the institute to the peer review board. Earlier it was to the ethical standard board saying that, look, my fees is 60 lakhs and I have one client, one non-public interest client where my fees is 25 lakhs, more than 40%. You have to report it within 9 months to the institute peer review board. So that's another important amendment which is there. So there are several such other amendments. Interest of time, as I told you, I'll stop here. Now, as was asked, to spend about 10 minutes on the NFRA piece. As far as NFRA goes, the topic, I'd love to spend about an hour on that. But I just want to clarify on one key part. On NFRA, there has been a lot of misunderstanding of why this body is in existence. There are many who like to think that this body came into existence because institute was not effective. They like it to hear that way. But that is not true. NFRA had to come into existence largely for two reasons. I'm sure all of you are aware that we have what is called ease of doing business ranking. Globally, countries are ranked on ease of doing business. We used to be ranked some 148 or 160 some number. Today we are ranked at 40. To improve ease of doing business ranking, there are so many things the government had to do. For example, Insolvency Act. It did not come because government wanted to do. It came because the ease of doing business ranking required a law on that. Similarly, RERA. It came because that ease of doing business ranking required that law. Only if you tick box, tick box, tick box, tick box, your ranking will improve. One of the requirements of ease of doing business is to have an accounting regulator, an audit regulator, independent of the body which actually issues the membership and interacts with the membership. That's a mandatory requirement for improving the ease of doing business. That is the reason why that body had to come in existence. Second is, there is an international body called International Forum for Independent Accounting Regulators. Our institute has been trying for its membership for several years, and in 2006, they also attempted to create an independent disciplinary body by constituting quality review board with 6 external members and 5 internal, but still we could not make it. And for a nation, just like the RBI is part of a global body, just like the BCCI is part of ICC. Similarly, for all capital market regulators, there's a body called IOSCO. Similarly, for accounting regulators, we have this body called IFIR. So those memberships are very important. So it is for this reason that this body had to be constituted. So that's the genesis of this body. The body is still in its formative stages. They're still trying to learn the ropes of the audit profession. And I think Institute has taken a very balanced approach of collaborating with them and making the partnership very effective. You saw the recent JPC recommendations, which are so positive in favor of the Institute. So instead of having a negative view, it's important to see how do we collaborate and ensure that together we build a very strong profession. Thank you for your patient listening and wish you a great conference.
Regional Council Member CA Arun AV to present closing remarks.
Everyone excited about sharing the dais and talking about you. I am also not an exceptional to that. So I am also so privileged to share a dais with you, that too in a SIRC conference. Sir, today we have a session for Code of Ethics. In changing environment, definitely the scaling of profession is not only the improving the business and also the revenue of our firm. It is definitely, it is when we increase the revenue and scale of business along with the code of ethics, definitely it have the value among the society. It is the one of the main agenda to have the code of ethics session in the conference. Sir, today I thank you for your wonderful explanation towards the code of ethics. Definitely the most of the member are attending here as the practicing member. Definitely it requires a lot of clarity on code of ethics, what to do or what to not to do. All those things you are explaining is like a teacher. As a teacher is always a teacher. So whenever I heard your sessions, even when we spend time for more than 2 hours, 3 hours, when you hear your session, it is just like 15 minutes is enough to understand the particular subject. That is your specialty. And also you are handling the second session on behalf of PR Ramesh sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful perspective towards that code of conduct and ethics, sir. So thank you all for patient hearing. Thank you. Happy learning too.
Thank you so much, sir. ICA past President Devaraj Reddy Garu and SIRC Chairman Muppala Subbarao sir to escort Bhashyam Ramakrishna Garu.
I further request CA Sumal Kumar Mandava, Vice Chairman SIRC, CA Pramod Rammohan Hegde, Secretary of SIRC, CA Deepa Varghese, Treasury of SIRC, to grace the dais and join our delegatories.
మన దేశం మనకు కేవలం ఒక భూభాగం కాదు, మన తల్లి. ఆ తల్లి పట్ల మనకున్న ప్రేమకు, గౌరవానికి, దేశభక్తికి ప్రతీక మన జాతీయ గేయం వందే మాతరం. మనలో జాతీయ స్ఫూర్తిని నింపే ఆ మహోన్నత గీతాన్ని ఆలపించేందుకు అందరూ దయచేసి నిలబడవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాం. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆడియో విజువల్ టీమ్ టు ప్లే వందే మాతరం ప్లీజ్.
Please be seated. Now we humbly request CAM Devaraj Reddy Garu, past President of ICA, to felicitate our special guest Sri Bhashyam Ramakrishna Garu, Member of Parliament. By presenting shawl and Now we kindly request CA Muppala Subbarao Garu, Chairman of SIRC, to present shawl and bouquet to CA M. Devraj Reddy Garu, past President of ICA.
May I now extend a warm invitation to CA Sunil Kumar Mandava, Vice Chairman SIRC, to kindly come forward and address the gathering about our special session, 75 years of SIRC of ICI.
Good morning to one and all. It's great pleasure for me on the 75 years of SIRC of ICI to address the transformity that happened in SIRC during the year. The journey started in the year 1952, where we started in Chennai, and the first regional conference was held in 1952 in Chennai. There we started our journey with professional excellence, pioneering initiatives, service to the students and members, and leadership. That gives us an immense pleasure that how the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has developed its journey in the states of Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Pondicherry. So with 48 branches across the 5 states, it is an immense growth in the journey of SIRC of ICI. But I will speak only with regard to the Telugu states. We started our journey in the southern state in Andhra and Telangana, combined Telugu states, in the year 1962 with the Hyderabad branch. Later on, it started with Vijayawada branch in 1971 and Visakhapatnam in 1977. Further, up to now, it is total 18 branches in both the states. During the last 1 year, we have established 3 branches across 2 Telugu states, one in Vijayanagaram, 2 second in Khammam and third in Nizamabad. The number has grown drastically. That shows our strength, and all the leaders who are coming from the Telugu states has made their efforts to grow profession in this region. With this, I thank the organizers for giving such a wonderful opportunity to speak before your August gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we are celebrating 75 glorious years of ICI, now may I request MP Bhashyam Ramakrishna Garu and SIRC Chairman Muppala Subbarao Garu to launch logo of SIRC of ICI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause please for 75 years of SIRC of ICA. SIRC of ICA's 75th year logo launch is grandly done. Introductory speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Member of Parliament Bhashyam Ramakrishna Garu. Sir is a member from Rajya Sabha, the first person of the southern region, having elected from Vijayawada Upal Subbarao. Next, second person, Vice Chairman, Sunil. Secretary, Hegde. Treasurer, Deepa Vakse. Regional Council members, past chairmen, speakers, members, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. Very good afternoon. Friends, we had many literate people here. We are discussing our subjects. Yesterday we had Kesalu sir, who is representing government, and he has shared his view and idea, how he is expecting, how he thought SCA. Same way now another Rajya Sabha member is here, and we have to listen him, and at the same time we are showcasing what we are through these forums. The interest, how the members are showing interest across the southern regions are here to witness this program, and your good self can share your ideas, our government, what is happening, how you expect SCA from here. And one more thing, 75 years of our achievements, what we done, what we have done. Yesterday the minister told that our signature value, even in the 17th, 2017, July when GST Act has introduced, Prime Minister Modi itself, my signature value is 5 years. Expiry date is 5 years only for Prime Minister Modi ji, once he got elected, once as a Prime Minister. But as a chartered accountant, once we qualify, till we reach grave, we are having the capacity to sign the signatures. Another thing, if you see, the Reserve Bank of Governor is having value addition to a paper currency, 500 rupees. Earlier, before demonetization, it is 2000, now it is only 500 rupees. But as a chartered accountant, we can sign crores of balance sheet, we can give value, either a profit or turnover, one we certify, bankers, government, every authorities, not only in India, abroad will accept. That is the value of our signature. For this, our relentless approach in study, updation of knowledge, practicing different seminars, conferences, we are updating. With that process, we are up to date and are helping the government. Yesterday, the minister also showed the GST, One Nation, One Act, whatever is there, it is achieved because of active participation of our chartered accountants. This is known, every state ministers, MPs, everybody across the country. In this juncture, only I request my members, we are updating ourselves, our skills. We are making digitalize. We are coming for artificial intelligence. Everything we are updating. But whatever we update, we should not depend on that. The reason is, what is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you put inputs, that only is going out. So that's why my sincere request, professional members, seniors, youngsters, we have to be very vigilant and active, not depend on artificial intelligence, not to depend on some sub-staff also, we who are not qualified. That's why always whenever we are doing our programs, our certification works, please be careful what you are taking. Ultimately, many people, the client, regulators, particularly regulators are saying, you give me sign, particularly bankers, if you see, we want an auditor signature. What is inside content bank, what is banker is not saying. So my request, many of the disciplinary cases in the institute is coming because of bank managers' inducement to the promoter to see that one signature is obtained from the chartered accountant. So my request, whenever bank statement certifications we are giving, please ensure yourself in different roles. This is the caution which I want, this 75 years of occasion where we are prominently feeling that we are the best in the world, we are having highest knowledge. Our signatures are taken into granted by every authority, regulator, including private organizations also. Here, in this, where we are updated, at the same time after 75 cross, everybody knows that we are not getting articles. Many people are not joining CA course. Why it is happening? People are saying that CA course is tough. CA course is not at all tough. CA course is a hard work. A person who is having relentless attitude to work and study definitely will pass. And we are seeing many times vegetable merchants, daughters, or some roadside business shop wallah's sons are also qualifying. So there is not required any atmosphere, richness or a thing. It is a poor man course. The reason is any sir, MP sir, this is the course lowest cost. Even if you go MBA or anything, there is a different donation, different cost. CA course is the cheapest course, and institute has made a regulator, people has to give stipend. We are made some 3,000, 4,000 first year, second year, but our members are paying 10,000, 12,000 each Article 10 to study. Even the stipend, the CA can complete. This is the course, but once completed the course, entire world is having opportunities to work. This is the stress, and we are all know. But why our students are not joining? Please, it has the responsibility of seniors and youngsters. Only thing is, let them read properly, let them prepare independently. Stress or involvement on coaching issues should be less. They should concentrate more. Next, articleship. I request all of you with folded hands not to give dummy articles to anybody, or relatives, friends, regulators, children are coming. This is the most important. The failure of profession is happening because of dummy articles. Those who are qualifying, they are coming to the office, sir, I want experience. A qualified CA is coming with for 15,000, 20,000 salary also to join. So this to be arrested, it is in our hands only. This 75 years occasion, we have to take this resolution. Another is, as a professionally, corporates were having CSR, corporate social responsibility. But as a professional, is there any professional responsibility for us? I request, we are at different parts, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, AP, even from some people came from Nagapur. Let us give concentration to our mother tongue. This is the most important. The reason is understanding mother tongue, knowing what is what client, or knowing what is our spiritual, then only we will become a perfect CA. Just now MP Vijay Kumar has given ethics. This ethics, where it has come. Any religion, whatever is there, you are following that spirituality, faith, truth. Whatever you are doing, that should be successfully, we have to concentrate. That concentration can be possible in our regional languages. And being in Telugu state, and I always said for all chartered accountants, many forums I used to sell. One poem. వినదగును ఎవ్వరు చెప్పిన వినినంతనే వేగపడక వివరింపదగును కనికెళ్ళ నిజము తెలిసిన మనుజుడి పో నీతిపరుడు మహిళో సుమతి. Means, I think other reasons are there. Any person says, please listen them, coolly understand, then only take a call. This may be regulator what says in respect of our client, or client what says in respect of regulator how to present. And extension to family life also. What mother says, what wife says also. Please listen properly, then take an action. Don't react immediately. This is the message. This cannot be given proper in English. So this way, I always suggest many forums. As a chartered accountant, we have to listen properly. Then only we have to act. This Telugu poem says everything. Another, Lord Krishna in Gita also says, whatever job you have taken, follow, continue that one, don't deviate. As a chartered accountant, we are having opportunity to see different exposures, real estate, cheat funds, finance, what else? Different business, restaurant, all business. I request, don't join anywhere as sleeping partner also. If you concentrate your profession, definitely a day will come, we will achieve anything in the profession. Lord Krishna says, Sreyan Sadarmo Gunha, Sadarma Nidanam Sreya, Paradharma Bhayavaha. The line which you have chosen, whatever difficult, dark, don't leave it. Pursue, a day will come. That proved already by us. In doing CA exam, how many of friends are left the course? We completed our CA course. We joined. Now we are in the industry, we are in the practice, we are in the regulatory, we are in a different position. Same thing in this profession, please concentrate. Definitely we'll achieve. One more thing which I want to tell, if you see world as a small global village, a thought process in Japan, production is happening China and India, marketing by Europe country, end users are all over the world. In this process, China has become a bad guy because of COVID. Now, everything, people are concentrating Indian industry, Indian business, Indian investments. So still more opportunities are going to be. That's why all CS, even though you are having less practice, please pursue, continue this. But one advice, seniors who are above my age, 50 above, please take an youngster who are more digitalized, more having computer knowledge. A partnership firms are most important required. Proprietary concern cannot solve anything to any client. Now a day has come for people has to come one group, and let us move as a partnership firms. Definitely we will get more, and at the same time we can good service to the clients also. So having this occasion, a little bit thought of these resolutions we have to take, and all Tamil, Kannada, everybody please see that as a professional responsibility. Your respective mother tongue should be propagated properly. This helps Indian culture, Indian tradition, whatever Ramayana, Bharata are here, all languages it is there. So this unity of the India has become because of these spiritual books. These spiritual books to be propagated to regional languages only, not through English. My request, people think there are many video advertisements are coming, YouTube. If I read English, I can be better. He can better as a servant, he can better as a car driver, but he cannot do anything more than that. First, he should learn mother tongue, that is most important. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are putting our children in convent schools. See that privately they can learn Telugu people, Tamil, Kannada. We should learn a lesson from Tamil language people, particularly Kannada and Telugu are weak compared to language preference. I request, let us all take a resolution 75 years as a professional responsibility, propagating our mother language well, upgrading our professional skills properly. At the same time, see how more CAs are going to come this profession. Many people are going MBA, IT. A limitation is there, a saturation is there. See that at least our children, our relatives people are advised IT is going to be, and the way artificial intelligence is coming, the requirement of IT people also will become less. Let us retrospect what is going to happen. With this, at the same time, I request MP sir, in the parliament many times our president, vice president, your members are representing different amendments, whatever sessions for budget, pre-budget or after budget sessions they are giving, everybody is accepting. But coming institute amendments, corporate secretary is not taking positively many issues. If any opportunity comes, I request as a past president of the institute, your voice also. Just a thought process of that agenda when comes. Many MPs take a CA institute, something is regular. Many people are not showing interest in the parliament, the items which are coming agenda. Even that committee meeting, even 30 people are there, we are seeing 14, 15 in that committee. Your voice as a Telugu member of parliament, being there, see that, contribute and help us in this institute agenda amendments which are coming, particularly corporate affairs ministry. It helps institute, and not only it is institute help, it helps the nation, they were better. Even there is a saying, success of every man, a woman is there. Success of every businessman, success of every politician, a chartered accountant is there, sir. Because unless until your proper guidance, everything is not there, his financials are going to, once messed up, he will be nowhere. Even one thing is there, when Kali Yuga started, Lord Venkateshwara not having proper chartered accountant, he is now continuously paying interest to Kubera. If you see, he was Lakshmi's wife, still is paying interest to Kubera. No, not proper planning of accounting. So that is the importance of accounting, and we chartered accountant know there. I don't want to take much time. I wish all the best to the members who are attended. Definitely will success. This is the time which we are taking Abhijat Lagnam between 12 to 1. Whatever we are doing, these resolutions will help us to go further higher. I wish all the best, all the delegates. My congratulations to Subbarao and team for making a grand success in a district level, such a big program. My special thanks to MP Ramakrishna Garu for gracing this occasion. Thank you, Vana.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ సచ్ వండర్ఫుల్ స్పీచ్ సార్. విద్య అనేది కేవలం ఉపాధికి మార్గం కాదు, ఒక వ్యక్తిని తీర్చిదిద్దే శక్తి, ఒక సమాజాన్ని మార్చే సాధనం, ఒక దేశ భవిష్యత్తును నిర్మించే పునాది. విద్యారంగంలో తనదైన ముద్ర వేసి ఎంతోమంది విద్యార్థుల భవిష్యత్తుకు బాటలు వేసి ఒక విజయవంతమైన విద్యా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తగా ఎదిగి నేడు దేశ అత్యున్నత చట్టసభల్లో ఒకటైన రాజ్యసభలో ప్రజల గొంతుకగా సేవలందిస్తున్న గౌరవనీయులు శ్రీ భాష్యం రామకృష్ణ గారు మన మధ్య ఉండడం ఎంతో ఆనందదాయకం. సార్, చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ ఆర్ పార్ట్నర్స్ ఇన్ నేషనల్ బిల్డింగ్ and you are a leader who has contributed to nation building through education and public service. ఈ రెండు రంగాల అనుభవంతో మా సిఏ ఫెటర్నిటీకి మీరు అందించే సందేశం ఎంతో విలువైనదని మేము విశ్వసిస్తున్నాం. గౌరవనీయ రాజ్యసభ సభ్యులు శ్రీ భాష్యం రామకృష్ణ గారిని ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా సాదరంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాను. కరతాళ ధ్వనులతో వారికి ఘన స్వాగతం పలుకుదాం. A big round of applause, please.
Good afternoon to all. Andariki namaskaram. Firstly, I don't have any knowledge about chartered accountancy, so I go through this data. Chairman Subbarao Garu, past President Devaraj Reddy Garu, Vice Chairman Sunil Garu, Secretary Pramod Rammohan Hegde Garu, Treasurer Deepa Vaggis Garu, our editor GVR, G. Venkateswara Garu, my friend Sudhakar, and all the members of SIRC, Central Council members, Southern Region, distinguished members of the Institution of Chartered Accountants of India, and esteemed professionals. Good afternoon, all. It is a great honor to address this distinguished assembly of financial guardians, the Chartered Accountants of India. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, established on 1st July 1949, I think, stands as a beacon of integrity, transparency, and professional excellence. Your motto, Yayeshu Supteshu Jagruti, a person who is awake in those that sleep, perfectly captures the vigilance that defines your noble profession. The Garuda emblem symbolizes strength, wisdom, and integrity, virtues that every chartered accountant upholds. With over 4 lakh members and 10 lakh students, ICAI is among the largest accounting bodies in the world. Chartered accountants serve not only their clients, but also the government, banks, investors, creditors, employees, and society at large. You are the custodians of financial truth, ensuring transparency, accountability, and trust in every sphere of economic activity. ICAI has been instrumental in national reforms from GST and insolvency and bankruptcy code IBC, I think, to Companies Act reforms and digital taxation. In today's era of transformation, ICAI actively promotes and adopts artificial intelligence, blockchain, data analytics, digital audit, and automation. The profession continues to evolve beyond traditional accounting, embracing innovation to meet the demands of a dynamic economy. The Southern India Regional Council, SIRC, has been a beacon of professional development across South India. Its flagship conference, Daksha, brings together distinguished professionals, thought leaders, policy makers, academicians, and industry experts. This platform fosters knowledge sharing, professional excellence, networking, leadership development, technology adoption, and discussions on emerging economic and regulatory issues. The theme of Daksha reflects ICAI's commitment to continuous learning and preparing chartered accountants for the future. As India advances towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the role of chartered accountants becomes even more pivotal. You will contribute to economic reforms, fiscal discipline, startup ecosystem growth, infrastructure financing, digital economy, ESG and sustainability, public finance, corporate governance, AI governance, and global investments. A transparent and resilient economy requires strong financial reporting and governance, making chartered accountants indispensable partners in India's development journey. Let us continue to uphold the highest standards of professionalism and ethics, ensuring that India's financial future remains strong, transparent, and globally respected. Thank you for your dedication, service, and unwavering commitment to the nation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. That truly inspiring and insightful address. Your journey from the field of education and entrepreneurship to the parliament itself is an inspiration, and your words today reflected the wisdom and experience gained along that remarkable journey. Sir, your thoughts on education, leadership, and nation building have certainly left us with much to reflect upon. On behalf of the entire CA fraternity, we sincerely thank you for gracing this 58th SIRC program Daksha and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our Honorable Member of Parliament. Thank you, sir.
As a gesture of appreciation and recognition for our dedicated leadership and invaluable service to the profession, I now have the honor of inviting our senior member, CA Radhakrishna Raju Garu from Guntur branch, to please kindly grace the dais. I request Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Basham Ramakrishna Garu, SIRC Chairman Muppala Subbarao Garu, and Devraj Reddy Garu, past President ICI, to kindly felicitate them. I also request CA Gavini Saibabu Garu, Senior Member from Guntur branch, CA Gaddam Satyanarayana Garu from Vijayawada branch, to please join them onto the dais and receive a profound respect and warm appreciation from us.
All the three senior members are completing their 75 years of age. On 75th occasion of SIRC of ICI. Give them a big round of applause. So they have seen so much developments in these 75 years. So it is our privilege to respect them on the 75th glorious years of ICA. Right from the manual accounts till the digital accounts, they have seen so much, and we are happy to have you here, sir. Radhakrishna Raju sir, Gavini Sai Babu sir, Gaddam Satyanarayana sir, thank you for gracing the occasion. Pride of the profession. And now felicitation to our beloved Gavini Sai Babu sir, a renowned chartered accountant, senior chartered accountant from Guntur.
Now we kindly request CA Venkata Naresh Vanmireddy, Vice Chairman of Guntur branch, to present memento to CA M. Devraj Reddy Garu, past President of ICA. Now we request CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICA, to present memento to Sri Basham Ramakrishna Garu, MP, Rajya Sabha.
Thank you very much, Basham Ramakrishna Garu, for gracing this special occasion as a special guest.
May I request all the SIRC members present to kindly come out to the dais for the group photograph. Regional Council members.
Now, vote of thanks by CA Pramod Rammohan Hedje Garu, Secretary, SIRC ICA. Closing remarks, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, firstly Shri Bhashyam Ramakrishna ji, MP, our special guest Devraj Reddy, and Chairman, Vice Chairman, Treasurer of the dais. I take it a proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for this event because it's 75 years. It's a Platinum Jubilee year. And I'm fortunate enough to serve the Secretary for this year. And I think on behalf of my entire committee of SIRC, I thank Sir for making it convenient for gracing this occasion and making it more memorable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Special gift from Hyderabad CA Grandi Harish. వారు హ్యాండ్ పెయింట్ చేసినటువంటి తెలుగు రాష్ట్ర జంతువు కృష్ణ జింక యొక్క పటాన్ని భాష్యం రామకృష్ణ గారికి అందించడానికి కోరికగా ఉన్నారు. సో ప్లీజ్ యాక్సెప్ట్ ద ప్రెజెంటేషన్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. Thank you, Grandi Harish Garu. I request all the members to please stand for the national anthem.
Janamana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai ICA. Thank you, sir. Now may I Abhishek sir to give introductory speech about the session. Thank you.
A very, very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. Session Speaker, C.A. Chaitanya sir, all the delegates, past presidents, past chairmen, my regional council colleagues, central council members, and most importantly, our CA Institute SIRC members who are present in such large numbers, making this conference a huge success. The topic today is a very relevant topic. Taxation of non-profit organizations. What initially was a very small area, just one single approval and work is done. Everyone, almost every single chartered accountant who's practicing in some form or the other is associated with a trust. Maybe as an auditor, some maybe as a trustee, some maybe as an advisor. So this area was an area which is closely connected to every CA across the entire nation. But we have seen, especially in the last 6 or 7 years, the amount of transformation that has happened in this area. And this transformation has come up with a lot of complexities as well. Now, there's a famous joke that one person, he married a bodybuilder woman. So he is telling that bodybuilder woman, you know something, we have been married now 25 years. And 20 years back, you used to carry me to the fridge and we used to have ice cream together. She says, no, we can still do that. But looking at you, it is easier for me to carry the fridge and come to you. Like that, the NPO provisions has become like that fridge. It's become so complex, so onerous. You take, everyone here would have experienced it. Provisional registration. Everyone had to get a provisional registration that is valid for 5 years. But within 6 months, you have to get a full registration. Why it is valid 5 years, we don't know. Then you get a full registration that is valid now for 5 years. But 6 months before that 5 years, you have to renew that registration. If you don't, it is getting rejected. Today, the power of the Commissioner of Income Tax Exemption is more powerful than the CBDT also. Everybody across the state is going to a single person. And if you make a mistake of something as simple as filing your income tax return prior to your tax audit report, our friend Mr. N. Sairaj will send a notice. This is being disallowed because the tax audit report has been filed delayed. So therefore, a lot of small things are making a big impact. And largely how it is impacting us as CAs is we were not charging much to these clients. Being their trust, non-profit organization, people did not charge. But the work that is now there, some appeals you have to go directly to ITAT, some you have to go to CIT. Some issues has to be argued on a simple basis, some if you file continuation enough. So I can tell you that this area has become an area of a hotbed of dispute, hotbed of discussion, and to illuminate us and give us more clarity, we have one of the most sought after speakers across India, someone who I admire deeply, K.K. Chaitanya sir. He and even Girish Ahuja sir, who is here for the next session, are all inspirations for most of us, personally to me, but I'm sure all chartered accountants here are very, very excited to listen to them and the kind of incisive insights that they give. Thank you so much, Chaitanya sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule. We're all looking forward to this session on taxation of NPOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abhishek sir. Chaitanya sir, over to you to start the session, please.
Is about an hour. I think we have another 10 minutes to go. I would want to know from the organizers how much time do I have? If I would take my own time, I am very sure after some time, none of you would be around here. So I will have to set a limit for myself. So is it fine if I close at, say, 1:30 so that I wouldn't come?
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Is that fine?
1:30 is okay.
So that we wouldn't disturb the programs that would take place thereafter. So there has been an allegation, albeit valid, justifiable allegation that I have been overly critical of Finance Act of 2025. But then when I went through the NPO provisions, I've had a mixed feeling because I find that there are good number of meritorious changes that have taken place. The areas of concerns nonetheless exist. So within this limited time of, say, 40 minutes, you would agree with me that I may not be able to deal with all the intricate aspects of taxation of NPO. So what I would deal would be a few critical topics which possibly generate some interest in you. If not immediately as you get back and apply your mind to what possibly I would have hinted at. Now coming to the merits of the amendments, you would all agree that in the 1961 dispensation, the taxation of charitable trusts was in a very complicated state of affairs. We have had 1023C, which had umpteen number of provisos, and some would have been omitted. The numbers may not have changed. So we would have had extreme difficulty in getting to know what they're trying to say. When it comes to section 11 through 13 capital A, we have had so many identical topics but dealt quite in a scattered way, some of which would have been dealt by way of explanations to section 11, some of which would have come as subsections to 11, some of which would have come under section 13 elsewhere. So it would have been extremely difficult. So that way, very commendable job has been done, where chapter 17 capital B of ITA 2025 largely encapsulates the whole scheme of taxation of registered not-profit organization. Even the registration of the NPO also has been captured quite very well in the form of a table which would have everything. When you will have to make the application, what is the due date for you to be making application, by what time is the application to be honored, also is captured quite very well. Then the commercial activities, be it a generic charitable trust, be it a GPU. Again, we had some difficulties in the old regime. We had 215 proviso at one place. We had 13.8, 13.10, etc., dealing with 215 proviso to some extent. We had section 11.4 and 11.4 at another place. We were not very clear whether all these would apply to all trusts irrespective of whether GPUs or not. By GPU, I mean general public utility. It's a short name for GPU, which would not fit into the generic or specifically mentioned charitable activities. So these have been now very well delineated in the form of three sections, 344, 345, 346. So overall, it's a wonderful exercise carried out by somebody who really applied his mind to it. The only difficulty is it looks like one man's job without a proper oversight. If I were to do all the work myself, I tend to make errors. So ideally, I should have done my work and somebody else should have applied his application of mind over it, and a proper and a due oversight would have made these provisions a lot better. Now, if you look at the concerns, some of these concerns I would be dealing with. Unlike section 11 of 1961 Act, where the exemption is express and explicit, here if you go through whole of chapter 17B, you don't find anything expressly stated as what is exempt. We'll have to infer an exemption. If there is a regular income of an NPO, a portion of would be called as taxable regular income in terms of section 335 read with 336. And the rest will have to be assumed to be exempt. There is no exemption forthcoming as such. So this could have been put in a much better manner. Then, insofar as taxing unregistered NPO is concerned, unregistered NPO, to which the whole of chapter 17B does not simply apply, there is some gap insofar as it relates to taxation of voluntary contributions. Then there is a significant goof up in the definition of what a corpus donation is. Section 339 defines what a corpus donation is. There's a significant goof up, which time permitting I would discuss with that as well. And the most important concern is that the rate at which a registered NPO pays tax in respect of its taxable regular income and the residual income. At what rate should we be paying tax? We do not have provisions similar to 164(2), which would have said that the charitable trust which would be denied the benefit of exemption would pay tax on its non-exempt income as if it were an association of persons. There is no such provision like 164(2). Then inter-trust donation. I'm not dealing with corpus donation, I'm dealing with non-corpus donation, inter-trust donation. Assuming the other trust, the donee trust also has objects same as the donor trust. You are aware of the amendment that was carried out in the 1961 Act. A similar amendment has been carried out in the 2025 Act, but there is a major goof up where their intention of seeking to tax the 15% of the inter-trust donation by not calling it as application is defeated in the manner in which they have gone about the determination of taxable regular income. I will try to demonstrate how it is so. There's one more conflict, a significant conflict. You will have the determination of taxable regular income under section 336, in the course of which they would allow the application and the accumulation from the regular income. The regular income is defined, then from the regular income, they would determine what is your application, what is your accumulation, benchmark it to 85%, and would determine what is taxable regular income. At the same time, you have something called section 353, which would deal with violations other than specified violations. See, there are two types of violations. The specified violations under 351, other violations under 353. If you would commit a specified violation under 351, your registration itself is in jeopardy. And should your registration go, you would end up losing the benefit of exemption, as well as you end up paying accredited tax under section 352. This is insofar as 351 specified violation is concerned. You have other violations coming in 353. Like you don't maintain books, you don't get your books audited, you don't file a return of income, you will violate section 346. In such a situation, on your regular income, certain expenditure outgoing would be allowed. In terms of section 353(3), balance will be charged to tax. However, the very same regular income that is subject matter of treatment under 353 would also be forming part of 336, in respect of which they would allow the application and accumulation up to certain amount and only treat the balance as the taxable regular income. What I'm trying to say is, despite you committing other violations, because of the interplay between section 336, which deals with determination of taxable regular income, and also between 353, which will deal with violations and consequent levy of tax after allowing certain expenditure, there is a complete overlap in as much as an aggressive assessee may rather want to stay under 336 and still claim it as application, despite him not complying with various conditions and thus committing other violation under 353. And the last thing, which again is extremely critical, is tinkering with section 344, which will deal with a situation where the business is held as a property under trust. It corresponds to 11.4. So 11.4 is found replicated in 344. But when you do a deep dive, you will know that there is a very, very cunning, if I may say so, omission of certain words. This could have the effect of changing the whole scheme of computation of income in the case of an NPO. So I would try to deal with that as well. So with this very brief introduction of the subject as to what are the merits and what are the concern areas, now let me proceed with some of these topics and see to what extent we could deal with that. As I've said earlier, insofar as exemption is concerned, the exemption under 1961 is very clear, explicit, without any iota of doubt. But here is a case where you will have a situation of having to determine on your own that what is not taxable regular income. So you have regular income coming under 335. From the regular income that comes under 335, they would apply the formula of 336 and determine what is taxable regular income. Rest is to be assumed to be exempt, or inferred to be exempt, or to be regarded as exempt by necessary implication. So this is an important aspect that needs to be taken note of. One another welcome change is that earlier we had some litigation which was sought to be resolved to a very great extent by Dawoodi Bohra's case, the Honorable Supreme Court, Justice H.L. Dattu's decision, 364 ITR 31, where a question arose as to could there be an intermingling of charity and religion. Department wanted to say that in the name of charity, you are carrying out some religious activities, or in the name of religion, you are also feeding poor, which again could be a relief of poor. And therefore, they sought to deny the benefit by saying that you have to be either wholly charitable or you have to be either wholly religious. You can't have a cocktail situation. This was addressed legislatively in section 355, within brackets small p. They have now sought to define charitable or religious purpose as wholly charitable or wholly religious or wholly charitable and religious. Therefore, they have actually given legislative sanction to the ratio of the Supreme Court in Dawoodi Bohra's decision. Now, coming to registration of the NPOs, you have to appreciate one thing, that in the new dispensation, whole of chapter 17B, I'll repeat, whole of chapter 17B would apply only to a registered NPO. Unlike in 1961 dispensation, where there is no entry-level bar, various provisions including 224(2)A would have applied, whether you are registered or not. However, in terms of section 12, 12A, etc., registration became an imminent prerequisite for you to be going ahead with the benefit of exemption. The applicability of sections 11 to 13A as such wouldn't have been barred at the entry level. Whereas here, whole of chapter 17B applies only to a registered NPO, and if you are not a registered NPO, you wouldn't even get into seeing whether this chapter 17B, any of the provisions would apply to you or not. Simply, the chapter is not applicable to you. Now, there is one difficulty here. See, under section 332, subsection 1, they have stated who all would be eligible to make an application for registration. Under section 332(2), they have put in some conditions. Some of these conditions could be quite risky, because one of the conditions is that you will have to be a person constituted or registered or incorporated in India for carrying out one or more charitable purposes. Look at this. Your situs of forming has to be in India. This was never the condition. Situs of charity is required to be in India, not the situs of forming the trust. Whereas now, in terms of 332(2)A, even your situs of institution will have to be in India, not just that the situs of charity will have to be in India. And second condition, which is causing concern, is clause B to section 332 subsection 2. It says the properties of such person are held for the benefit of general public under an irrevocable trust. So you'll have to hold the property for the purpose of benefit of public at large under an irrevocable trust. See, there is no such condition as such in the 1961 dispensation, because we have seen cases where the trusts would have been formed. There have been trusts which have been there for ages, at which point in time we never had this requirement of the trust having to be irrevocable. So a lot of trusts which would not have the irrevocable clause. If you recall, just at the time when the 1961 Act was being repealed, there was a litigation in Mumbai, whereby some of these old trusts didn't have an irrevocability clause in the trust deeds. So the department started denying the registration, cancelling the registration. Then the Honorable Bombay High Court had to intervene in the Chamber of Tax Consultants case to say that this has never been the statutory requirement. There is no denial that they do exist for public purpose, and there is no clause stating that it is irrevocable by itself would not deny them the benefit of registration and exemption. And when the Bombay High Court said so, there was no such requirement also. Requirement was indirectly there because benefit of Section 11 is subject to Section 61 to 63, which would have dealt with a revocable transfer also. But then putting this condition explicitly could possibly put to jeopardy those trusts which have then been created at the time when the irrevocability was not a necessary precondition. So now it becomes difficult for those trusts how they go about amending the trust deed. So it's an issue that would arise here, which we'll have to wonder how we'll have to possibly face this. Next is a case of maintenance of books of account, audit, and filing of return of income. There's a material distinction between 1961 Act and the 2025 Act. In 1961 Act, the benefit of exemption was contingent upon. Otherwise, exemption wouldn't have been given if you had not maintained the books of account, if you had not got the audit done, if you have not filed the return of income. Of course, we had 1310 dealing with the consequences that would happen if the exemption is denied. Whereas here, these have not been made as preconditions for granting you exemption. Your exemption is not contingent upon you having to maintain books of account in terms of 347, getting it audited in terms of 348, filing a return of income in terms of 349. However, how do these sections operate? What these sections say is that your exemption is not contingent on these. You will have to do these things, maintain books, get the books audited, and file the return of income. If you don't do it, we will call it as other violations under Section 353. But the problem is, when they call it as other violations under Section 353, they have not carried out proper check and balance in Section 336, which deals with determination of taxable regular income. They have also not stated that if you violate these conditions, your income would cease to be regular income. So the difficulty that would arise if you don't maintain books of account is that you would get hit or you would get covered both by Section 336 as well as by 353. Obviously, getting covered under 336 is advantageous to me because I can take the benefit of application and accumulation. I would rather stay with 336. I would not go to 353. See, what I'm explaining to you may not immediately appeal to you, but please keep in mind that there is a conflict, there is an overlap between 336 and 353. Go home, apply your mind to these provisions and see whether what I say makes any sense. Now, unregistered NPO, very interesting. See, under Section 224(2)(a) of the 1961 Act, voluntary contribution received by any charitable or religious association institution, registration was not the requirement, would have been deemed to be its income. Whether or not you are registered. Even if you are an unregistered religious charitable trust or unregistered charitable trust or religious trust, if you are to receive any voluntary contributions, it would have become your income. However, if you would go to Section 249(c), it's only when you are a registered NPO and receive the voluntary contributions, it would become your income. Hope you are able to get me. Then the question that arises is, how do you deal with the case of the voluntary contributions which an unregistered NPO would receive? See, insofar as income other than voluntary contributions, there is absolutely no dispute. Insofar as incomes other than voluntary contributions, how the earlier dispensation taxed an unregistered trust, same position would continue. Now, the voluntary contribution, there is a difference arising because of material change in the language from 224(2)(a) of the 1961 Act, versus 249C of the 2025 Act. It won't be regarded as income under 249C if, as an unregistered NPO, you were to receive a voluntary contribution. How is it to be dealt with? So you may wonder whether you will get covered under section 92(2)(m). Because section 92(2)(m) is similar to 56(2)(10). So if you are a registered NPO or unregistered NPO, if you are to get cash or an immovable property or the specified movable property, you could get hit under 92(2)(m). But then, when does 92(2)(m) come? It comes when you receive anything without a consideration. If I am a charitable trust, whether I am registered under Income Tax Act or not, I have an obligation when I receive a contribution to apply it for the purposes for which the trust is set. So the obligation under which I assume it is a promise that I make to the donor, and hence it fits into being called as a consideration. And therefore, 92(2)(m), which says that the receipt of cash, receipt of immovable property, receipt of movable property without consideration may not strictly apply. You have the decision of Jharkhand High Court in Tata Yodogawa case. In the context of then 56(2)(10), the Honorable High Court had stated that the consideration has to be understood in its nomen juris sense, section 2D of the Indian Contract Act. So if you would apply the definition of what is consideration 2D of the Indian Contract Act, the counter promises would also constitute consideration. So when I receive something with an underlying obligation, which I assume that I'll spend it for the purpose of charity, I don't receive it to my private pocket, and therefore I could take a position that it is not an income at all to be covered under 92(2)(m). Assuming that my argument will fail. Assume that my argument will fail. They would say that no, it is without consideration, and hence 92(2)(m) is attracted. Then for all cash receipt of a donation, you will have to pay the tax as an unregistered NPO. And for all the receipt of immovable property, as would come under 92(2)(m), you will have to pay the tax. And those movable properties which are specified, not all movable properties, those movable properties which are specified for the purposes of 92(2)(m) alone, you'll have to pay the tax. If you were to receive any other movable property not specified for the purpose of 92(2)(m), you are not liable to pay the tax. So this is a significant gap which the lawmakers have created as they brought in 224(2)(a) in the form of 249(c) in a different language altogether. So this one point may have to be taken note of. A corpus donation. So my time is 1:30, right? 1:30, right?
Yeah, sir, please continue, sir.
Yes. If you look at 11(1)(d) of the 1961 Act, they actually not defined what is corpus donation. They only said that any donation received with the specific direction that it has to be held in corpus would be exempt under 11(1)(d), subject of course to it being invested in terms of 11(5) modes. On the contrary, in the 2025 Act, Section 339 defines what is corpus. As they seek to define what is corpus, look at the definition that is found in 339. You could see it in the slide at the rock bottom there. Any donation made with a specific direction by the donor that it shall form part of corpus of registered NPO. They should have stopped. They've gone on to say, provided that such donation is invested or deposited in any modes permitted under Section 350. Look at this. I am a registered NPO. I would receive corpus donation from Abhishek. I don't invest it in 350, meaning 11(5) investment. Then what is the fallout? It ceases to be a corpus donation. The moment it ceases to be corpus donation, it will partake the character of regular income. So all the disabilities that are attached to corpus donation would not apply. For example, you can make inter-trust voluntary contribution subject to 15% caveat. But you can't be making corpus donation to another charitable trust. Now what I'll do, I'll make a corpus contribution to another charitable trust, but the recipient charitable trust will not invest it in the form prescribed under 350, whereby it is no more a corpus donation. And once it is not a corpus donation, please understand the implication. It will become your voluntary contribution. When it becomes your voluntary contribution, it would form part of your regular income under section 335, and you can apply that and get the benefit thereunder, or accumulate it and get the benefit thereunder. So in the manner they have gone about defining corpus donation, they have gone a little overboard to say even the investment as a precondition for it to qualify as a corpus donation. So this would give rise to a lot of, like incidental and attendant issues, which, because time wouldn't permit, I will not discuss with them. This is in addition to the standard argument we would take that even if I were to get a donation with a direction that it shall form part of the corpus, and I don't invest in the mode specified under section 350, I would still argue that the department cannot tax me because it has come with an underlying obligation to keep it for a particular purpose, and hence there is some sort of a diversion of income by overriding title. It is not mine, I am just a custodian, and there have been some decisions of late, including that of Honorable Delhi High Court in NASSCOM's case, suggesting that a corpus donation may not fit into being called as income in its normal sense. This is a stand which you would have anyway taken even under 1961 Act. Now, let's come to the taxation of registered NPO. See, once you are registered as an NPO, how is your taxation determined? If you would see section 334, it gives you subsection 1, has two limbs. First limb is specified income, you pay tax at 30%. What is specified income? Section 337. It has a table. It will have about 13 items. It would suggest when an income becomes a specified income and when are you liable to pay tax on it. The rate is given in section 334, subsection 1, clause A. Please understand, once your income is specified income, on the premise that it is covered under section 337, you can't be making an application out of the specified income to claim an exemption because section 341, subsection 4 bars application from specified income to be regarded as an eligible application. So you cannot be saying that I would apply the specified income and then allow me the benefit of exemption. No, because whatever you spend out of the specified income wouldn't be regarded as application at all, and hence the only eventuality is that you end up paying tax at 30% in respect thereof. So this is what is dealt with under 334(1)(a). Specified income suffers tax at 30%. Now, look at clause B, that creates a problem. At the rate applicable on taxable regular income and any residual income for such tax year under other provisions of this Act. What it says, on specified income you pay 30% tax. On the taxable regular income, that means from your regular income, we remove an aliquot portion as non-taxable and determine what is taxable, depending on how much of regular income have you applied and accumulated. If you applied and accumulated equivalent to not less than 85% of your regular income, whole of your regular income will be non-taxable. If there is a shortfall, to the extent of shortfall, it will be called as taxable regular income. Balance will be inferred as non-taxable regular income. So, on non-taxable regular income, one portion, there is something called residual income. What is residual income? It is defined in section 355 as the total income of an RNPO. Take the total income, nothing else. All would have been taken, total income, minus the taxable regular income and non-taxable regular income. In simple, minus the regular income and minus the specified income, balance will be called as residual income. So meaning an RNPO can have only 3 components of total income. It will have another component which is exempt. That is non-taxable regular income is staying outside the total income. In the total income will remain 3 boxes. Box 1 specified income, box 2 taxable regular income, box 3 residual income. This would exhaust the total income of the RNPO. Now insofar as specified income is concerned, you pay tax at 30%. Insofar as taxable regular income and the residual income is concerned, you pay tax at what rates? At the rates that are found elsewhere in the Act. They don't give the rates here. This is creating a serious problem which we'll discuss as we go a little down. Now, this is the broad chart of it. You will have the regular income covered under 335, out of which an aliquot portion would come as taxable regular income. Then the specified income covered under section 337. You'll have residual income coming under 355 clause J. As I've said earlier, which defines the total which defines it itself as the total income minus the regular income and the specified income. Tax rates I've told, insofar as specified income 30%, and the rest of the income at the rates under other provisions of this Act. Now, when the rates for taxable regular income and the residual income are not given, but have to be gathered from the other provisions of the Act, it becomes important for you to determine what is the status of the RNPO. So therefore, status of the registered NPO is extremely critical. If you look at section 332, subsection 1, who all could be applying for registration, you'll have section 8 company, which will then make it the status that of a company. You'll have a society registered under Societies Registration Act. So there has been precedent case laws calling such society as an AOP. You will have the market committees, universities, precedent case laws calling them as artificial juridical person. And if you're not any of these, then there are certain decisions which have said that you could even be regarded as an individual. Sodra Devi Trust case, the Honorable Supreme Court stated that the meaning of individual is not confined to only a living individual. It could even apply in a given context to a trust. So therefore, determination of the status of the trust becomes extremely important because the rates are not given. If it is specified income, whatever be your status, they have stated 30% tax you pay. If it is taxable regular income or residual income, they just don't give the rates. They say gather it from the Income Tax Act of 2025, which will mean you'll have to figure out the status. Now, once you figure out the status, then you will have to look at what the tax rate is. So now, on this basis, we look for the tax rates. Where do you get the tax rates? The biggest difficulty in the new dispensation is this. That the tax rates are found, say if you are a company, tax rates are found even in section 200, which is analogous to 115 BAA. And if you look at section 200, it will override whole of the Income Tax Act subject to that particular chapter, some parts. So when you read section 334(1), clause B, if you are a company, if you are having section 8 company, if you are having taxable regular income or residual income, it becomes a lot easier to look at section 200 and say you pay tax at 22%. But if you are not a company, meaning you may be an individual, you may be an AOP, you may be an artificial juridical person, in which case, which section would apply to you? Now let's look at the interaction between two provisions here. You have to hear me carefully here. Section 202, default regime, applies to all these persons who are individual, AOP, AJP. If you look at 202, it overrides whole of the Income Tax Act. But it yields to Chapter 17B. It is subject to Chapter 17B. This is not the same as 115 BAC. This is not the same as 115 BAC of the 1961 regime. So here is a case where when this default regime applies to an individual AOP or AGAP, Section 202, as it overrides rest of the Income Tax Act, it is subject to Chapter 17B. It doesn't override. Now the problem is, when you go to Section 334(1), it will give you the rates. When you go to 334(2), there is a major legislative goof up. 334(2) comes only in Chapter 17B. It doesn't come in whole of Chapter 17. Look at this chart. The Chapter 17 in the 2025 Act is cut into two segments, Part A, Part B. Part A deals with discretionary trust, partnerships, AOPs, which are all liable to tax at special rates, executors, specific trusts, all are covered by Part A. Part B deals with registered NPO. So 334 subsection 2, go back to this, please read this carefully. Look at this. What it says, 334 comes in Chapter 17B, so it should have been confining itself to Chapter 17B, right? But it says, provisions of this chapter, they should have said this part. Please understand this. They say provisions of this chapter shall apply irrespective of anything to the contrary contained in any other provisions of this Act. Whole of this chapter. Now, I gave you an interaction. Section 202 overrides whole of the Income Tax Act, but it yields to Chapter 17B. Then you go to Chapter 17B, which has a section called 334(2), which says whole of this chapter would apply to the whole, irrespective of anything contained in anywhere else in the Income Tax Act, which would have the effect of a mutual override. Meaning, because 202 would yield to Chapter 17B, because Chapter 17B has Section 334, subsection 2 thereof says that whole of this chapter, which will inter alia rope in even Part A, would apply irrespective of anything contained in whole of Income Tax Act. This would mean what? The tax rate for a registered NPO in respect of its residual income and taxable regular income would suffer tax at MMR under Section 307. Because 307 provides for a discretionary trust and provides for maximum marginal tax. 307 is made applicable overriding Section 202 through the backdoor entry of 334(2), which rather than confining itself to only Chapter 17B, says whole of this chapter would apply irrespective of anything to the contrary contained in Income Tax Act. Look at the casual, callous attitude with which this kind of an amendment is carried out. Now, how do we go about it? See, we don't have a provision similar to 164(2), which protected the cases of those charitable trusts registered, but otherwise losing exemption, either because they may not have met with the threshold of application and accumulation, or for any other reason. Then they would have been liable to tax, not at MMR, they would have been liable to tax as if it were an AOP, which would have then taken them to Section 115 BAC. Now we have a serious clash of provisions here. Therefore, it is high time that they make an amendment to 334(2), confining its overriding effect only to Chapter 17B and not to whole of Chapter 17. I do not know to what extent I have been able to convey this to you, but I have done something. Keep this in your mind and work around, see how it actually makes sense. I think I may not now go through these slides. I'll just explain some points, another 5 minutes, very briefly. Some more concerns, let me explain that to you. I mentioned to you that inter-trust donation, not corpus, inter-trust donation, assuming that the donee trust also has object similar to yours. would qualify as application not more than 85%, correct? So 15% will remain on which you will have to pay tax. This is also stated so in section 341, which deals with what is application. Subsection 1 clause B says 85% of your voluntary contribution will qualify as application. Please understand, we are dealing with the case of a contribution not being corpus made by one trust to another trust which have like objects. If you make voluntary contribution to another charitable trust with your objects different from your objects, it will become a specified violation as well as specified income. So you have to be careful about it. Because you are not expected to apply your income for any purpose for which you are not set up. Although it may be charitable. So you have to be careful about it. So I am assuming there is a charitable trust A, which is about 1 crore of income. Whole of that 1 crore it is donating to charitable trust B. Is this example clear? Very simple example. I have 1 crore, my trust, and Abhishek's trust, I contribute whole of this 1 crore to him. Under 1961 Act, only 85 lakhs would have been treated as application. Balance 15% shall be deemed not to have been applied for the purpose of charity, because it doesn't exist. It can't even be fitting into 15% accumulation because 11.1 very clearly, clause A, very clearly stated you'll have to physically accumulate it. The money that doesn't lie in your pocket cannot be said to be accumulated merely because there's a threshold of 15%. So law very well addressed it. You had absolutely no choice in the older dispensation to pay tax on this 15 lakhs. Now you know what is happening. I give 1 crore to Abhishek's trust. Then I go to section 341. 341 subsection 1 clause B says 85% of what I have contributed will qualify as application. So how much will be treated as application now? 85 lakhs. Then you go to computation of regular income under section 336. It says taxable regular income will be nil if your application is not less than 85%. Meaning, balance 15% simply goes out. Though it doesn't remain with you, though it has been paid out irretrievably, though it has not been accumulated, and though it is deemed to be accumulated, the way they have structured section 336 and 341 and have left the gap between 336 and 341 would mean that if you would contribute whole of your amount, whatever is your income, to another charitable trust, then you don't pay tax even on that 15%. So this is a very, very major goof up, which I think they'll have to very soon correct it. Then let's go to the next aspect. Next aspect is, we will now come to the commercial activities. There are some problems, some concerns, some of which could be addressed. Let me explain this to you. Just another 3-4 minutes. Section 344 resembles section 11.4. I mentioned to you as I introduced the topic that there is a subtle but material change. What is the provision of 11.4? It says, where a business is held in charity, as a property held in business, charity, and if the assessee claims the exemption, the assessing officer shall determine the income of the business. Assessing officer shall determine the income of the business in accordance with the provisions of the Income Tax Act relating to assessment. In accordance with the provisions of the Income Tax Act relating to assessment. Now the words relating to assessment are simply missing in 344. So what does it imply? Now take two situations. One is in the 1961 Act, one is in the 2025 Act. Let us say I am in the 1961 Act. I have a business. I will return an income of 1 crore to the assessing officer to say that this is my income from the business which is held under trust. Now, you are aware that the income of a charitable trust will have to be applied on commercial principles, dehorse the schedule or scheme of taxation. We would not go to chapter 4. We would not go to part D, which deals with the determination of profits and gains of business or profession. We determine the income of a trust on a commercial basis because it wouldn't even get into section 14. However, what the assessing officer could have done, he could not have applied the computation provision, but he would have applied the adjudicating provision because in accordance with the provisions of the act relating to assessment, meaning he would have exercised his powers. He would have examined the books of account. If he has found any receipt which are not accounted, he would bring it to your business income. Then 11.4 stated, let us say I have shown 1 crore. He would compute it as 1.2 crore. I would have received some on money from some students. Would have pocketed it. He would have found with evidence that I have taken extra 20 lakh. Then what he would do? He would treat it as business income. Under 11.4, it is deemed to have been applied for the purpose other than charity. Right? Now, move to 2025 regime. I show 1 crore business income. What the assessing officer does now is, he does not merely apply the tax provisions relating to assessment, he will apply all the tax provisions, including the computation provisions. Then he will do your depreciation in accordance with 32 or now 34 or whatever. Then he will, deny you the benefit on the basis that you're not withheld tax. He will deny you the benefit of expenditure on the basis that you're not, discharged it. Similar to 43B, all this he can do. So by one small omission, it cannot be denied. Knowing the department, they may now say that I am not going to accept the hereto precedent case law, that the income of the charitable trust, particularly business income, will be computed on commercial basis. I will rather compute it on tax basis. This is one very serious thing. Representations will have to be made to restrict the power of the assessing officer to exercise the provisions of Income Tax Act only as an adjudicator, not for the purpose of computation. Point 2. Lot of concerns were raised that you may all be aware of Auda case, the Honorable Supreme Court decision, where the Honorable Supreme Court had an occasion to determine the case of a GPU coming under proviso to 215. There at least the law was fairly clear that the bar of carrying out a commercial activity would apply only to a GPU that will come in the residuary category of 215 through the proviso which applied only to advancement of any other object of general public utility. It did not apply to relief of poor, it did not apply to education, environment, etc. Clear? So it was absolutely clear. Everyone, including Auda itself, stated that the decision is confined only to GPU. Whereas now, they have brought in GPU under 346, non-GPU under 345. But commercial activities defined commonly both for GPU under 346 as well as non-GPU under 345. And how is commercial activity defined? Carrying trade, commerce or business, or carrying out any activity providing service in relation to any trade, commerce or business, irrespective of the end use to which the profits are put to. It doesn't matter whether you would apply it, we don't care. If it fits into being called a trade, it is trade. Tanti trust principle is not to be applied. We do not care whether you applied the profits for the purpose of charity. No. So that is the language of 215 proviso that has been captured as a commercial activity in the definition section 355, and this would apply not only to 346, which is a GPU, but also to 345. So a serious concern arose. Oh, is it that even non-GPU is barred from carrying out commercial activity? The answer is no. Answer is no for the reason that 345 states that you shall not carry out the commercial activity unless carrying out such activities incidental to attainment of your objects, and you maintain the separate books of account. The qualifying words, unless it is incidental, when read in the light of what the Honorable Supreme Court said in Tanti Trust case, wherein it is stated that if the income of a theatre is pushed into running a school, then it could be stated that running a theatre is incidental and subservient to carrying out a charitable activity. On that premise, although they have defined commercial activity dispensing with the end-use aspect as applicable both to non-GPU as well as GPU, the ending words of section 345 would protect you as long as you establish that this particular commercial activity which you are carrying out is incidental to attainment of the main objects of the trust. So with this, I would thank the SIRC for giving this opportunity. I would thank you all, despite being late for lunch, having very patiently heard me. Thank you one and all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. When deep knowledge meets clarity of expression, even a complex law becomes simple. And you have demonstrated exactly that today. Thank you for an exceptional session, sir. Ladies and gentlemen.
Friends, let us have a quick lunch and come back because we have two more very interesting sessions. So you will have food for our stomach and we'll also continue to have food for thought. Come back soon.
Good afternoon to all. We know after lunch break how critical it will be for even the audience and especially to the speaker to speak before them when they are all speaking. It's my great pleasure to say that I have a chaired session with Vinay sir. He is a well-known speaker in RERA and he has wrote so many books on RERA also. It's a great opportunity to the audience of in the modernization, what is happening around in Andhra and Telangana, not only in Andhra and Telangana, in around the India. So the subject of 10 years, what we learned in RERA, 10th year, this is the 10th year of RERA introduction. Of till 5 years, the auditors are only looking at the audit compliance, but now the project completions and project takeovers is the main target which we are facing in Andhra and Telangana. A lot of projects are coming. Sir, the lot of audience are from these two states. I think you will give them a better opportunity and better experience of the subject. I know a little bit of RERA. Form 3, next 2-3 years, it will play a crucial role, sir, for all the chartered accountants. A lot of projects are in the subject field of completion stage. So while we complete those projects, we have to submit lot of costing provisions and everything. So the auditors will be, we have to equip with Form 3. If any failures are there, you will be burdened with a lot of penalties also. So I assure that Sir, Vinay sir will take all the, will explain all the precautions that has to be taken care during his speech. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, one and all. It's my honor and privilege to stand before you and being part of this stage on the 58th Regional Conference of SIRC of ICAI. It's a very special to me because many of my gurus were delivered the lectures yesterday and today morning and also after this session also. And it always remind me the teachers are always the teachers, but students continue to be the students across their life. And I can vouch that all the speakers who are speakers of yesterday's and today, they look like the same as when I was a student about 28 years back. That's a good part of it. Having said, already Sunil ji has mentioned that very difficult to keep you awake post lunch. Is it so difficult? Huh? No? Say a little more. Good. Thank you so much. Sunil, you are wrong. We'll make Sunil wrong at least in this session. I have a confidence of this session. None of you will leave the hall because I have a big player after my session. Girish Ahuja sir is there. He's like a Kohli batting on the last batsman. That's how Girish Ahuja sir is here with us. And I'm sure that you all will stay back, continue after the lunch and my session and also Girish sir session. Having said, I'll not stand here. I'll just come down and be with you. Is that okay? Okay, great. So Andhra is a very youngest state. Do you agree? Yeah. So when Andhra is a youngest state, obviously there's a lot of opportunities for all the chartered accountants. Do you agree? Hello? Hello? Hi, hi. Can we have a round class of applause to the SIRC team for making this event in Guntur, and host branch could be the Vijayawada and Guntur. Only 3.5 people have clapped. Huh? I have a habit of listening to the Tamil comedy. How many of you know Mohan Sundaram of Tamil comedy? 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. Okay, good. He always say that there is a 2 advantage of if you clap in a bigger way. For men and women. I'll say for women, their beauty will increase. For men, their hair will grow faster. It's up to you whether you want to clap or not now. Thank you. So we'll start with the slide. I know it is difficult for the camera person to focus me because like I have a wheels on my legs. So you can't focus me. It's okay if you can't focus also. So let's look into this RERA. Okay, I just wanted you to look. RERA is not just as an act. Very small act, 92 sections, 30 pages. It takes not more than 5 minutes, at least for a chartered accountant to glimpse through it. I'm not here to say about RERA. I'm not here to talk about the certificate you have issued. I'm not here to look at what audit you have done in RERA. I wanted each one of you to look at what is the opportunity for a chartered accountant in the real estate sector itself through RERA. Are you with me? Yes. Some of you are looking like this. What is there? I have read RERA 10 times. Attended 6 seminars. Yours only. Still I am figuring it out why it is not for me. Why? Why? What is the reason? Because we are so much part of income tax, GST accounts. If you give something else, you can't see. Is it correct? So, how do I expand my horizon in terms of the real estate opportunity through RERA? Is all about this session. And I'm sure that whether you touch with your accounts tax or not, at least with the real estate you touch with. How many of you don't know about real estate? Sir, last said, I know you're watching a movie. Please stop. We'll have a movie here. Slide changes. Thank you, Pa. 1 second. Come here. Explain first how to change. Okay, great. So RERA is at 10 years now. Can you say another 2 more acts which has come in the same year of 2017? GST. Then what else? One more big act which changed the entire ecosystem of IBC, right? Do you think IBC, RERA and GST is a big opportunity for chartered accountant, at least in the real estate? So today, the court, the entire court system, judicial system, if you look at that, 70% of the cases related to what? Property matters. Right? Property matters takes how many years to resolve, sir? Don't know, don't ask me. At least in my generation, it will not resolve. It's like legacy, right? That is why any agreement start with what? Represented by so and so. There we give the legal heirs also. It is not only the assets, including the liabilities will pass on to them. So that's the real estate. So what is there in a real estate? So there are two parts to this interaction. I don't call it as a presentation because there is nothing to present once you read the act. I only wake you up post-lunch session because our Subbarao garu felt it. ఎవరికి ఇస్తాను ఈ సెషన్ అందరూ నిద్రపోతారు అట్లీస్ట్ మీకు ఇస్తే సో దే విల్ స్లీప్ మోర్ అనేసి బట్ లెట్ మీ సీ హౌ విల్ యూ స్లీప్ ఇన్ మై సెషన్ జనరల్లీ నో బడీ విల్ స్లీప్ సార్ ఎందుకంటే నేను నడుస్తుంటాను సో ఐ కెన్ ఐడెంటిఫై ఈజీలీ బట్ ఆఫన్ ఇన్ రీసెంట్ డేస్ పీపుల్ ఓపెన్ దర్ ఐస్ అండ్ స్టార్టెడ్ స్లీపింగ్ I really like, they say that we do a meditation, sir. Open eyes and do the meditation. We'll see how many will do that also in this session. Okay. Having said that 10 years of RERA is all about what? The transparency. Do you think there is a transparency which has come in the real estate through RERA? No? If somebody says no, probably they have not looked into what is RERA and how RERA works. They're not following. Good, sir. Sir from Anantapur clearly told they're not following. Yes. Enduku? Why? Sir, 2,000 members, they themselves don't know about RERA, about real estate. RERA people also not interested. Sorry, RERA authorities are also not interested. They're not getting anything. I don't want to comment on that. So RERA authorities are also not interesting. Why? Don't you feel we need a transparency? Don't you feel we need a certainty in the transaction? My money, my customer money, bankers' money is to be protected. Whose responsibility is that? One of the upper responsibilities as a chartered accountant. Otherwise, it's everybody's responsibility to protect public money. Do you think real estate is for the public money? Is it a public money or not? That is why who will come to a real estate builder in case of something goes wrong? Which agency will come? Police? Income tax? Which agency will come? ED. Enforcement Directorate, correct? Comes under which act? Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Do you think they come to any other industries faster than real estate? They are the first agency to come to the real estate because it's a public money. You have collected a money for a purpose, and if it is not delivered for that purpose, who will come? It is the first agency to come. So RERA, the intention of the RERA is to bring a transparency, bring a accountability, bring a standardization, bring the trust. That's the objective. Did we achieve that? Probably to certain extent. The reason is any act, it takes its own time. Tell me some of the act which is existing for the past 75 years. Then regularly we practice Contract Act, Income Tax Act, correct? Income Tax Act, how many of you seen it? Somebody, they say, I don't know Income Tax Act. Anybody? Still we are fighting for the definition of an income at Supreme Court. Act itself is repealed. New Act has come. Still we wait for the definition of income. Why I am trying to say that any act is not an exception. It takes its own time to settle down, accept, understand, practice and become a habit. Similarly, SEBI has introduced in which year? How many of you know SEBI is introduced in which year? 1990s. I still remember the SEBI employee comes and gives a notice. The broker say, please sit for 4 hours. I'll talk to you after the trading hours. Will that be the same situation now? A simple mail from a SEBI, the broker and entire ecosystem will So that's the over the period. The reason is that is also a public money. And real estate, whatever be the transaction which happened with the real estate is a public money. And what this industry trying to sell? What is it industry trying to sell? Huh? What is the industry trying to sell? Trust. Good then. What else? Dreams. Do you think any other industry can sell a dream except this industry? Hello? Somebody is already dreaming. Huh? Any other industry is selling the dreams other than this industry? Imagine the project is completed, apartments are completed, and when you visit it, you compare that with the brochure with the physical one. Which is more attractive, which is more? Huh? It is like during the marriage, they give a horoscope along with the photo. Right? Correct? Similarly, this also. I don't say whether boy photo or a girl photo, both are like that only. So, this is also like that. Real estate is all about selling a dream. 90% of the real estate transaction completes before the product is ready. If the product is ready, it takes 3 times of efforts to sell. That is the reason people say you buy it before it completes. Because of price advantage. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for you to buy it, also difficult for it sell it to them also. So that's the beauty of this industry. And we are all part of this industry. You cannot escape stating that I don't want a real estate. You don't want, sir? Everybody wants. Sir is very clear, very clever also. Right? Everybody want a real estate. A 2-bedroom apartment fellow want a 3-bedroom. 3-bedroom apartment fellow want a 4-bedroom house. 4-bedroom house was an independent villa. Independent villa person need a penthouse. Don't you think so, sir? So it's always an aspiration. Commercial?
Everyone wants some commercial.
Exactly. The rent, that's a passive income. That's the next level. Once I settle my shelter, then I look forward for the return on investment on this industry. And the beauty of this industry is who sells the product? Who sells the product? Is a builder sells the product? Who sells the product, sir? Who sells a product? Or who sells a dream to you? Is a builder sells a dream to you? Is it correct? Anybody else has a different answer? Builder who is only a facilitator. He get a land from a landowner, engage an architect, engage an engineer, a banker, investor, agent, customers. The primary market of a real estate sold by an agents. Do you know? The survey says 78% of the primary markets are sold by the agents. How much? 78%. No other industry sells the 78% of their product through agents. So this is the only industry. How much they get the fees, sir? How much the agency get a fees? How much, sir?
2%.
2% of
Sale value.
sale value. As a chartered accountant, how much you will get?
5,000 rupees maximum.
Who signed the financial statement of that industry, that company, that project? Can you claim 2% of at least one unit? Forget about 100 apartments. This industry is a very unique industry. How do I play in this industry? How do I participate in this industry? Is it wrong to part with the builder advice throughout the transaction? Is it right or wrong, sir?
Right.
Right. Sir also says right from Kerala. Yes, correct. I know, sir. Because half of Kerala is invested for outsiders through the chartered accountants. So, this industry is trying to bring the transparency, the accountability, the responsibility, the standardization. That's the objective of this. Did it deliver? To certain extent. What this act trying to do is to involve various professionals into this. Make them accountable. Make them responsible. If crime happens, everybody is responsible for the crime. If the profit happens, probably some of the benefits are passed on to these professionals also. Who are involved in these professionals? Who are the professionals involved in the RERA now? Architect, engineer, chartered accountant, advocate. Management is not a professional, he is a businessman. Then who else is involved outside? RERA authorities, then who else, sir? Agents are part of it, bankers are part of it, lenders are part of it. For a project to success, you need everybody. And everybody is part of the RERA ecosystem now. Without these three professionals, you can't withdraw the money. Whose money is that? Public money. Builder to withdraw his own money, he need a certificate. Have you seen any other businesses, Palgun sir? In his own bank account, not a escrow account, his own bank account. To withdraw that, he need a certificate from a chartered accountant. Don't you think you are powerful than him, sir? To take his own money, like your wife to take her own money, she's asking you. I know for hearing itself is a very happy. Huh? So that's the beauty of this. Don't underestimate this act and the power which was given to a chartered accountant under RERA. Don't undermine it. The client may be a very good client to you, is the best client to you because he is in the business of selling a dream, not a product. Anything may happen. The latest news is India's one of the largest builder is the highest complaint made by the customers and before ED now. You will be surprised to hear about it. He may be a very good client of you, but still there is a risk which carries. That's what is RERA trying to bring, the transparency, the trust. So this is a journey I need not to say from 2016 to 2026. Many things happened and in between COVID also come 2 years for us to learn more and know more about it. And beautiful judgments also have come which further forces that RERA is an act which should be practiced and participated. That is a Vastu problem, sir. So data-driven governance and forensic, will come to that next. So I hope you all part of this ecosystem of what happened, registration, 70-30, quarterly disclosures, annual certification. So you may be part of this ecosystem. The powers are given to chartered accountants to part of it. At par with the advocate, at par with the architects, at par with the engineers to part of this ecosystem. So this is a 5-star, 5 states, Panchatara states. I'm just wanted to focus on this, even though there is a bigger picture for us. These 5 states are account to 33%, one third of the total projects in India. How to measure it, how to look at that, what is that is all about for a government, all for the economics, all for the banker, all for the customers is the beauty of it. The only act, at least to my experience, mandated under the act itself to digitization of the entire process. Section 4 of the RERA Act mandates every authority, every state government to use a compulsory portal within 2 years of its operation. Have you know any other act which mandate itself in the act itself? There is no, at least I have not seen any act which made mandatory in terms of digitization compulsorily through the portal. That's what is the best part of it. And at this point of time, all the 5 states have implemented the application software. Every transaction is through that. You file it, they process it, approve it, and you get the registration. File a complaint, upload the document, they call for the hearing through the mail and hear for the complaint. After that, order would be uploaded on the website of the authority. So it's a complete digitization. It's a complete digital era. So this gives a bigger advantage to entire ecosystem. How do I make it more effective? Now I have a data. Otherwise, we have seen the system of manual writing, physical files. After 6 months, files is not traceable. Intentionally, unintentionally, I don't know. A single matchbox, a single stick can destroy entire office. 500 rupees to that the office, but you don't know the value of 500 crores of that file. So anything can happen. but they made this industry such a way that it's a complete transparency, complete digital. So you can see the rules are there, authority is there, adjudicating officer, and the first appeal is also under this act itself. Otherwise, how much time it takes for one appeal to go, sir? In a civil. Before RERA, it was a civil only. Right? It used to take number of years, number of decades. Now within 120 days, complaint has to be resolved between the builder and the customer and order should be passed. Is that happening? Probably this is the initial days. So that is the intention of it. Now average days which is a complaints are getting closed is about 360 to 800 days. Depends on the complexity of the case, depends on the how both are cooperating it. But still it's a good. You can see how much is the complaints which are disposed in the subsequent slide. To that extent, the burden on the judiciary has come down. The burden on the judiciary is come down. You need not to explain about the real estate to a judge who is not having the experience of a real estate transaction. Correct? So that's the beauty of it. So that's what is this industry has made through the RERA. So this is what is the project. Tamil Nadu stands at first. A big round of applause to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has made a 3 years before one notification circular issued. Any sub-registrar registering a plot or a apartment in a real estate project without having a RERA, the sub-registrar is personally liable for that transaction. That's a good part of it. That's why it has gone like a rocket. Other states are finding difficult to implement that. Because states, for the state, one of the highest revenue collection is from this department. They don't want to meddle with this. Second is, this is a highest cooperation to any government also, or the system also. They don't want to meddle with this industry. Let it go. Let it take at own pace. That's what is, you can see other states still finding it difficulty. The lowest is Kerala, the God's own country, because God is only protect them beyond even RERA also. So that is the reason Kerala is at lowest. But otherwise, Kerala is a small state, very eco-sensitive state, number of projects also less. But still many of the projects which are escaping from RERA in all the states, except Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is the locked. You can't escape from the registration. So this is a complaint dispute resolution. Almost 80% plus the complaints are disposed at the RERA itself. Otherwise, this would have been a burden on the judiciary. I said that is the reason. About 19,000 plus complaints are disposed in the last 10 years. That means average 2,000 complaints in a real estate project. What does that mean for you and me? Now, every project has a complaint register now. You wanted to purchase one of the real estate projects, sir, in one apartment, you can just log into RERA website, see which is a project, whether RERA registered or not. Have you seen, how many of you seen this? Hello, sir, you have seen, right? Good. So, once you see the project, you will see entire information about the project. Who is a promoter? Who is the contractor? Who is a chartered accountant? Who is an architect? How many units are there? How many parking are there? What is the quality? Whether brochure, whatever saying is same as per the RERA registration, except the celebrity in the photo. Right? He has to deliver everything except a celebrity in a photo. That is a promise he is giving to you. And you can monitor from the day one. Before this, there was a lack of transparency of what is his building, what is delivering. Only after delivery you will be knowing whether it's a normal delivery or a cesarean. So now it got a transparency. With that, you can see how many complaints are filed on that promoter. Whether this promoter is blacklisted in any other state. Yesterday, how many of you seen Telangana has blacklisted many of the builders? How many? That's the news. So will you buy from somebody who's blacklisted in Gujarat, sir? No. Why, sir? Never. Earlier, did you had any mechanism to know it, sir? Earlier, did you had any mechanism to know is a blacklist? That's the beauty of it. Now a builder is a blacklisted in Tamil Nadu, is a blacklisted in entire India. So what is the mechanism? Through Aadhaar card, through PAN card. Because of the digitization, he can be blacklisted in entire. Probably he can see, he can do with his wife name, first wife name, second wife name. So for that he should make multiple marriages to do the business. And if he says, sir, he will open the LLP and private limited company, he will ask who are the promoter and their DD number also. There ends it. Our technology is such a way that wherever you go, it follows. Which is a problem, sir. Which advertisement is that? Hutch, Vodafone, right? So this is also like that. So whatever you do, it follows. RERA follows in a real estate. There is no exception to it. So this is the beauty of in terms of how much complaints are disposed. You can really look at that. How many projects as a complaint registered by the customers, and it's up to my choice. It's my interest to buy in a project where there is a complaints are already filed by them. Also, you can go on see what type of complaints also filed. 1 complaint, 2 complaints, okay. If somebody filed in a 100 apartment, 20 complaints, will you buy, madam? Huh? We'll ask for the refund what already you filed it also. Because there are some challenges to it. I don't have a visibility of realizing that dream into the reality. That is the reason of it. So when that happens, entire ecosystem is responsible. As a chartered accountant, what to issue the certificate. As a lawyer, what legal certification issued. As an agent, how did you sell it? As a banker, how did you fund it? So that's the beauty of this act, where you can see who are involved as part of the journey of a project. You may ask, sir, in spite of these things, many things are collapsing. The recent incident of a Bangalore project, 49 flats of 18 floors are under demolition immediately after receipt of occupancy certificate. It does happen. Once in a while it does happen. But the good is like he's demolishing it, he's rebuilding, reconstructing the customers without extra cost, paying the compensation for the delay. Before that, the poor buyers would have been fought with the builder for next generation. So now this is what is possible. And this is a 3 important judgment. If at all, if you wanted to practice in real estate and more so for RERA, this is a must judgment for you to read. Neil Kamal, Realtors versus Union of India. 64 senior councils, the best of the senior councils were represented or engaged by the big builders of India to make this act, not to bring, but simply it has put down the argument of everybody say that nothing doing. RERA is applicable. RERA is applicable for the project which is ongoing also, which are not completed and received the occupancy certificate as on date of bringing the RERA Act. That is why the very powerful judgment, 333 pages, a good to read. Then the new tech promoters and developers, this also brought a very much clarity in terms of like how the RERA to be operated, what it called as a project, and who has a power to adjudicate and who has a power to compensate. And the final one is about the Pioneer Urban Land Infrastructure Limited. If you are practicing on the IBC, this is one of the landmark judgment in terms of bringing the clarity between the IBC and RERA. Who is first? Because both are coming in the same year. Who comes first? Whether IBC prevails or RERA prevails. So they say that this decision make that code prevails over RERA Act. That is the outcome. However, you have a parallel remedy with the act itself. It is not that that is the end of it. Even multiple act can you get claim a relief or a remedy, but for not for a same cause. So these are 3 important in terms of the major judgment. Of course, another half a dozen judgment has also brought a concept of a speculative buyer is a buyer or not. Mansi Brar case, which is of a youth Supreme Court. So which directed every institutions to be responsible for the journey and a delivery of a apartment or a real estate project to the end user is the one of the recent case. So as I mentioned, RERA is a mature regulator, unified real estate data ecosystem. Now digitization is the biggest boon or bane. Yes, sir. Can somebody get a mic, please? Hello. Madam, you cannot sleep. Get a mic. Huh? I'll get a mic, sir. So, digitization is a boon or bane, madam? Your phone knowing that you are sitting silently. The ring you are wearing says that you are half nap, not full nap. Right? End of the month it says that you worked only 10,000 feet, where average you should have been 20,000 rupees, 20,000 square feet. You ate more, right? Your weight is not reduced. Similarly, in the real estate also digitization has come. You should stay back, my dear. Ikkade undu nu. Mic తీసుకోవాలిగా. Yes, sir.
Sir, how long the promoter will be held responsible after the sale of the project?
Yeah, I'll give you, sir. I'll give you the answer also. Sir, question is, how long the promoter? Who is promoter? Who is a promoter? A builder, a landowner, also called promoter, sir. Landowner, he is the person who causing the construction. So, he is also responsible. How long he is responsible, sir? Any question, sir? After delivery, how long you make a doctor responsible for a delivery, sir? Yes, sir. So, Act says about defect liability period of 5 years. Also defined what is defect liability period. Prior to RERA, one say 1 year, another builder says 2 years, somebody says 3 years. But RERA now defined 5 years of a defect liability period. Construction, service, material supply, any obligation of the promoter, you have to honor for the 5 years. And for a title dispute, it's a lifetime. For a title dispute of a land, it's a lifetime. You cannot escape, I have sold it, I am not responsible. You cannot pass on what you don't have it. What you don't have a better one, you cannot pass on the better one. So, in case of a title dispute, it's a lifetime. You may ask question, whose lifetime, sir? Okay, as the Act talks about lifetime, okay, probably the builder lifetime or a buyer lifetime or a lifetime of a property itself. So, this is the beauty of it. Prior to this, there was no clarity. This means that there is a standardization in the industry. If you buy a project in West Bengal, 5 years. Project at Kolkata, 5 years. Project at Karnataka, 5 years. Himachal Pradesh, 5 years. So, 5 years you should ensure that liability of a defect in case of a project should be taken care. What does that mean, sir? As a chartered accountant, you should advise your client. You should take care of the 5 years. For 5 years, there is a chances of some defects. Don't you provide some contingencies for, sir? You should provide. How much to provide, madam? I don't know. Yes, you don't know because you're not practicing it. Start practicing. You can advise the builder how much to provide for the contingencies for a defect liability for a 5 years. The survey and the activity says 250 rupees per square feet for 5 years in case of a apartment. Approximately a 5% of the cost to be set aside for the defect liability. So, what Odisha RERA said, 5% you keep it with RERA authority itself now. I don't know whether you will be there after 5 years or not. Will you okay with that, sir, as a builder? As a CA, you are okay, sir. As a builder, are you okay? No, sir, no, how can? You don't agree at all. First of all, as a CA, I don't agree for 5%. How can builder will agree? Right? Okay. So, this is part of the act itself. Okay. So, how much to be provided is a contingency to be considered as part of your project cost. Otherwise, your profit would not be there. The good part is every project of a small and medium builders with the different partners. Do you experience that? For this project, this partnership with this partner. For that project, another LLP with somebody else partner. Correct? Once the project is completed, what will happen? The partnership firm or LLP I would be deemed to be closed or will close it unless I get a GST notice, unless income tax notice. Partners are separated. After 5 years, who will bear this 250 rupees, sir? RERA has to bear. Huh? If you keep money in RERA, RERA will bear it. Otherwise, sir, you as a chartered accountant would have been signed. The customer will come to you. They cannot go to an advocate. Sir, this is a builder you are certified, sir. Can you help to trace these partners. He will not hold you responsible, at least he will ask you to trace the partners. So this is where, as a chartered accountant, I can advise the builder. There is a provision of contingencies of 5 years of defect liability. Keep the money there so that as a partners you are rest assured you will not fight after 2 years, 3 years or 5 years, even though if you are separated. Is something we should look at that. Sir, did I answer your question, sir? Next is unified real estate data ecosystem. What does that mean? What does that mean, sir? Somebody say. Already data is connected everywhere. A company requires a SIN, company require a PAN, the directors require the DIN number, their PAN number. RERA says that give all your KYC information. The moment give the KYC information, easy to know which is your GST number, how much you are shown to GST, purchases, sales. RERA has the details about your customers, percentage of completion, how much is the cost incurred, how much the profit you made, how much the tax you discharge. You can't say last 2 units are available, please purchase. Those days are over. As a customer, you log into the website and see that how many units are sold, how many are available, like a Book My Show. If Book My Show fellow says only last 2 seats are available, a red bus, quarterly, sir. At least 3 months you have a quarter. Every quarter this should be updated. Probably over the period they will mature enough. You update monthly. There is a proposals to state that you generate your agreement for sale through RERA portal itself. Because there is a standardization, section 13 of RERA mandates the agreement for sale as a standard format. It is not 2 page, not 200 pages. It's a standard format which is given. You enter the buyer name, enter the seller name, property number, measurement, consideration, unit number, press click, agreement for sale is generated. That is a proposal. Demolished by the government. Okay, sir, question is, many buildings are built before RERA, demolished by the government itself. What is the compensation? That's Hydra project. Compensation is what? Forget about RERA, sir. Without RERA, what would have been done? It's the same answer to that. But RERA brings some clarity, some accountability, responsibility, including on the government agency who issued the sanction plan. He issued the sanction plan, right? Court just cannot agree with that. You issued a sanction plan, tomorrow you come and say that you demolish it. Whose cost? Exactly. So there would be these are all will all evolve over the period. It is not about a government. It is not about that. Customers also will be more responsible in terms of buying. Customers will not going to buy when Amitabh Bachchan says that you buy it. When Dhoni says you buy it. You know, Dhoni has promoted one real estate project in NCR region. Amrapali project. Amrapali has gone down before NCLT. Customers have booked, including Dhoni also. You promoted. You are not taken care of the project of what you promise is there in the project or not. He silently refunded entire money collected as a celebrity to the association itself without talking. Because he is part of the something which has gone wrong. So that is something which we look at this RERA can transform the industry itself. If you say how much is transferred, probably about 10%, probably about 15%. Who are responsible to transform this? Is a government, sir. Is the government responsible for that? Who is responsible for? RERA is responsible. You do whatever you want to do, make RERA responsible. Everyone as part of the ecosystem is responsible. I'm not mean that a chartered accountant responsible. A buyer is responsible. He can't go and pay in cash. You paid in cash now, sir, when you buy it. You means a customer, sir, don't. Right? Most of us attracted with the cash component. What do I do with my cash? At least let me buy some property. Do you think he will give a receipt to you? Huh? SAR is very clear. He is experienced. He will not give receipt. At least I'll tell my client, don't give the receipt to cash. Right? If something happens, what will he say? Huh? Get the bill, na? Get the receipt, na? I will refund it. That's a simple. Case happened. 40 to 50% of the money is collected in cash by a builder. He unable to deliver it. It gone before the police station and various other department. He said, sir, I'll put my table today. Let the customers come, collect and money and go. Let they give the proof of payment. I'll pay to everybody with the interest compensation, take and go. How much you get, sir? Whatever is the proof you show, that you will take the money. Very simple. So this is what is all about this. And any other industry works like this? Will the car industry works like this? Any other industry of this size? Like what I'm trying to tell, what we invest is a lifetime investment of it. Do we miss this? Is what is the question to ask. So as part of the chartered accountant, we have a bigger role to play because finance is in our hand. Without my certificate, he cannot withdraw the money. Without my certificate, he cannot upload the annual audit under RERA. That has to be matched with what? Your GST, income tax, Companies Act, then what? Bank statement, sales, property tax, stamp duty, right? That is called unified system of data. And today this is connected to everyone. Kerala has categorically, income tax department categorically told that, issued a circular internally stating that, go and look at the RERA portal, pull out all the JDA transaction, issue a notice to the landowners. Happened now, sir. So, easy, right? Who is the landowner? Their history, their geography, everything would be available in the JDA document, which is mandated here. So, easy for the department and also RERA to say that who is the Karta, who is the person who is behind it. That is a unified. So, it's a single source of truth for all project related information. Whether you believe it or not, this is a single truth. Because GST, you have a time to file annual return for the correction. Up to what date, sir? September of subsequent year. Transaction happened April 26. What time you have? Time? 27 September. 15 to 16 months, 18 months. But RERA is dynamic. Every quarter it should go. When it file it, you don't know what adjustment you should go after 12 months. What adjustment you should for a profit after income tax filing. RERA is a very dynamic. Because for you to show the sales, you will book actual. Money will come in the 70% account. The RERA, separate bank account. That should match with your collections. Same thing would reflect for your GST income tax. So there is no way that you can escape a truth from a RERA transaction. So, sir, question is, if the project cost is exceeds more than the estimate, what will I do? What will you do, sir? Will you stop like that without giving the toilet fittings? No, right? The answer is, sir, it's only an estimate. When I filed an application for RERA registration, I've given estimate cost of the real estate project, which include the estimate land cost, construction cost. Based on your specifications, I said I'll give the Jaguar fittings. I given a 2x2 vitrified tiles. There is a BOQ. There is estimated cost of it. Based on that, I have arrived at the project cost. Now that has gone up because of the war issues, maybe something else. So invariably, instead of spending 100 rupees, you spend at 104 rupees. That's a fairly accepted because you can't predict the future. That is the reason as a chartered accountant, we play a role to give what could be the escalation, general escalation, special escalation when I file an application for project registration. How many of your clients? I know that at least who are here out of 65,000 projects, at least about 100 chartered accountants would have involved in RERA certification. How many of you honestly looked into the project cost when you filing the application? 1, 2, 2.5, price are full. Nobody will ask you premium. Good. So it's very important for you to understand the cost. How did the cost arrive at? Without you understanding how the cost, how are you certifying it, sir? Can you escape stating that I relied on the expertise of a engineer and certify? To certain extent, sir. When the plan talks about 1 lakh square feet, if the engineer did a mistake for 10,000, will you also accept that? At least prima facie, I should look at that. What is the cost of a real estate project? Don't you think that I have an opportunity to advise the client, not telling that I'll get the RERA registration. I'll get a RERA registration with the information which is have a clarity, with a clear, to protect you from all, fairly protect, not fully protect, a fairly protect from the uneventuality from a customers, from the legal aspect, from the department. You say that 100 crores is a land estimated cost. How did you arrive at? How did you arrive at? Is a question. Every state has a different way to arrive at the estimated cost of the land. Did you put that properly? I don't know, sir. I given to one licensing fellow. He went and filed the application, got the registration. Will it happen in real estate like that? What is the qualification of a licensing people who get the approvals? What, sir? PhD. Huh? Only contacts. Which college they should study to get a contacts? Which university? No qualification is required. If they have qualification, better. Otherwise, they have no qualification. Don't you think a real estate project of a 5,000 crores, 100 crores, 50 crores, 200 crores, handled by somebody whom I and you don't know what is his qualification? Don't you have opportunity for a chartered accountant, know little more about the numbers, little more about what income tax, GST, so that I can part with the real estate builders and advise it. That is a future of real estate transactions, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The question of the, sorry, your name, sir. Vishwanath from Tadepalligudam Ninka Vishwanath gar question entante RERA lo estimate icharu. I have given some estimate in RERA. Should I give the same estimate to your banker? What is your answer, sir? Huh? How can you give that, sir? I have given this for RERA, not for banker. It is like how much money, how much income you earn, what you say to your wife, what you say to your next employer. No. Should be same, sir. Are you clear, sir? You got the answer, sir. It may be different. I don't say it's same. It's not different. Probably if you getting a application for loan also parallel to RERA, it should be same. You giving after 1 year, 2 years, post-COVID, post-war, there can be a changes different. But the good part is you should reconcile why it is there is a difference. Okay, you should substantiate why it's different. And bankers are very smart. They just open the RERA portal and say that you are given this is the estimated cost. Why do you want more than that? Even they also have access to it now, sir. They are not fools. If something goes wrong, they are responsible for that. Many of the bankers also undergoing that problem now. They have funded it, unable to explain to government. NBFC, that is the reason of NBFC collapse. So when they have a unified data points, absolutely, obviously, there is a better way of handling it. So stronger regulatory framework. As of now, there is a regulatory mechanism headed by a chairman, minimum 2 members. There is adjudicating mechanism, adjudicating officer, appellate. You have everything, but it requires a further strengthening of it. As of now, most of the RERA authorities are headed by retired IAS or IPS officers. Is it okay? Okay, na, sir? Somebody should get a mic, please, if you don't mind. So, somewhere government also missed in terms of putting the active officers as part of the ecosystem, and they made the retired officers can also be the chairman or the adjudicating officer or the tribunal judges. Maybe that require a little correction because this is the second highest industry after the agriculture. You are allowing somebody who is retired to come back and head it. Could be something which is of a questionable. They could be good. They are extremely good in terms of because of their experience. But is it effective? Now 10 years of RERA, we should see that whether it's an effectively they have rendered, effectively they have involved, effectively they have worked as part of the system. So if so, is the question arrived whether it's a stronger regulatory framework is achieved or not? Probably that the question we all should question the government itself. Question the question itself is important for us to look at that. Yes, sir.
Sir, is there any obligation on the builder to declare digitally of those people who have purchased, details of all the people who purchased?
The question of the answer, your name and the place, sir.
Sriram from Chennai.
Sriram from Chennai. Sriram sir is Chennai is asking, is it mandatory to declare all the buyer's name and their contact name and the mail ID under RERA? Gujarat is implemented 3 years before, sir. Like a book my show, you go and see there is a inventory details like Sriram, S is there, R XXX, M is there, 99XXX, 2XXX0 and your mail ID, mobile number. By masking the information, it is reflecting on the Gujarat website. Other states are still not implementing
because what happens is, we don't know the other buyers. You can't form an association to contest.
That is there, sir. Those are all the things. You know it. But how much effort you go and implement, seeking it is a question.
So starting becomes a problem.
Starting is a problem, sir. Whose problem, sir?
All the buyers.
And the buyers.
I don't know
right?
who others is.
Who are the other buyers, correct? So probably over the period, these are all evolve. Unless we insist, unless as a professionals, unless as an end user, you go on insisting, this is missing, this gap is there, can you implement it? It can't be, sir. So it's more and more of proactive involvement of entire stakeholders will make it happen. Few states have implemented, few states are slow in that. The reason customer itself is not interested, sir. The survey says that. Tell me, who is the person who resists more in the entire ecosystem of real estate project? Who is resisting RERA more? Any idea?
Owners and builders.
Owners and builders. Next answer. Real estate agent is resisting more about RERA. Who else, sir? The survey says it's the customers. Customers are the more people resisting and not adhering to the RERA itself. RERA says you should not pay anything in cash. At least income tax permits how much, sir? 2 lakhs. RERA doesn't permit even that also. RERA agreement says every payment should be a crossed check only or a digital transfer.
Sir, we have another 4 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I know, madam. Thank you. Okay. Sir, we'll take the question offline because the time is up. Only one question last, I will take it from you, sir. Reduce the project delays, technology-driven regulation, enhance buyer's experience. These are stage. I'll complete, sir. Then I'll take the question based on the organizers, sir. Okay. Sir is asking, let our members know the roles and responsibilities under RERA. Sir, only one thing, sir. What is based on the books of accounts, you have to certify, not based on your relationship. You have to take extra care of verifying it. If the transactions are correct, genuine. You know what is the real estate industry, how it operates. Because ecosystem is that. Over the 75 years, it has practiced in certain way and you cannot change overnight. It's our responsibility to make it. As a chartered accountant, entire act is, I have an obligation. Probably in many chapters, many branches have delivered it, and I'm more happy to come and talk to every branch. So 26 to 36 is what we look at as part of it. Advisory compliance. Don't look at your only member, only chartered accountant. You are there only to certify, sir. Continue to partner with him. Understand the real estate transaction, real estate business. You can get a good fee, sir. Good money is available in consultation. Good fees available in certificate, not in certification. There are 1,000 people for you to be there to compete with the certification. Be a consultant, be an advisory from every section of the RERA is important. and you can be a CFO services for real estate. It's a very difficult, very different business itself about the real estate. A good opportunity just to manage the finance, because 70-30 is very important, failing which you can levy a penalty of 5% of the project cost. The highest penalty compared to any other act is with the RERA. 5% of the project cost is the penalty, and many of the authorities also levied it. If the officer is in not good mood, what will happen, sir? He fought with somebody at home, came and hearing your case, penalty is guaranteed. So that is what is the important aspect of it. Project monitoring and financial governance, we are the best people in terms of once we understand the business, monitoring as well as the financing aspect. Internal audit, real estate developer, that's there, due diligence, transaction support, litigation support and export opinion. Last two is something which is of a recent development. ESG is a mandatory, you will get a credit of ESG, and for a good project, benefits are all there. See that how you can connect any of your good client to the builders, where you can be advisor to that, sir. And in this regard, I can proudly say that our Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has made a good attempt of bringing a real estate program itself. First industry referred program is by the ICAI. What we know is a topic wise, subject wise program. Institute has made an attempt to bring the industry. First industry program is a real estate, giving a 360-degree view about the not only the income tax, not only the GST, not only accounts, audit, environmental laws, transfer of property, stamp duty. You get to know every aspect of the real estate, this program. Many of the branches have done this 6 days from Monday to Saturday or 2 days in a week. I recommend to part with that. This is a good movement also. June 19th, Institute has entered into a MOU with National Real Estate Development Council. It's a government of India under Ministry of Housing, and they've entered into a MOU in terms of training the developer employees. Okay, even though it is not the objective of the institute, but looking at, they are also a government body, and it took at least about 3 to 4 months for the institute to go through the legal process of entering into MOU, and you can say that once you are good at that, you can part of this ecosystem of training your real estate builder also. So this is what is the ICA with MOU, our president, and this is one of the background material of the institute also, which is available. So finally, I just wanted to say that real estate always grow. Anybody has a different opinion? No. If at all, if not growing, it's only a temporary phenomena. Real estate is one of those industries that keep evolving. It is not that day of real estate. Today, 99 floors. Probably you can touch the sky. Still you are on a safe. So how do you manage it? So cities are expanded, population grow. That is inevitable. Business need offices, industries need warehouses, people need home. Infrastructure creates a market. So the industry changes, but need of the real estate doesn't disappear. So who is the person who can support it? It requires finance. Other than a chartered accountant, do you think anybody knows better than a finance who is more and more accessible and more affordable also? That require accounting require a governance. That's why I always say that real estate is always a real, and chartered accountants are part of this ecosystem. Take this opportunity to see that and make an effort in terms of this and upper, because real estate is there at every city, every town, every village. Don't say that I don't have opportunity in my village. Go back and ask, that fellow will say equivalent to the Chennai price. So there is an opportunity for everybody, and make best of this. And with this, I'm concluding the session of my session. Thank you so much for patience hearing.
Thank you very much, Vinay sir, for the truly engaging and enlightening session. They say the more an opportunity to feel sleepy. In fact, for the last couple of hours, this auditorium stopped looking like a conference hall and became a proper classroom. And all of us, irrespective of our age and experience, became sincere students sitting attentively before our teacher. That speaks volumes about your command over RERA, your energy, and more importantly, your extraordinary ability to keep an audience engaged while delivering a highly...
CA Manish Kumar Jain, Vice Chairman of Vijayawada branch of SIRC, to kindly come forward and present Sir with the memento. I request CA Veera Pavan Kumar sir to kindly come forward and express his closing remarks.
Good evening, one and all. It is my privilege to give proposed vote of thanks for this technical session 7. Sir, initially when the session got started, around 50% to 60% of the hall got full, sir. At the time of finishing of the session, almost the crowd is full, sir. It shows the enthusiasm, it shows the interaction of the session, sir. As usual, you rock the session, sir. And finally, I want to thank CA Muppala Subbarao, sir, for bringing back the regional conference to these vibrant cities, both twin cities, and making this a resounding success. And I also want to thank my chairman and Guntur branch chairman for bringing back and putting all the sincere efforts for making sure that this 58th regional conference being happening in this way. And finally, I want to conclude with one line. Muppala Subbarao sir, as yesterday, Guntur branch chairman said that hero of these 2 days, not the hero of just 2 days, he is a hero of the entire year, and also he is a man of words. He kept his words. He made sure that both branches chairman got the opportunity to sit on the dais, and also he makes sure that both the branches secretary to make sure to sit on the dais. It's a happy moment for all of us. Thank you one and all.
Treasurer of SIRC to be on the stage, please. Thank you.
Very distinguished speaker of session, Dr. Girish Ahuja ji, and the galaxy of learned professional colleagues who are assembled here to listen to yet another learning session from none other than Girish Ahuja ji. I think if I ask the audience, have you heard Girish Ahuja ji before? I think everybody will raise both their hands because they might have heard him to enhance their knowledge whenever there has been a session conducted by our mother institute, the ICAI. Friends, today is no different. We are here to listen to him about the new Income Tax Act. As you all know, the Act of 1961, which was there for more than 6 decades, undergoing several amendments without changing the basic structure, has now been replaced from 1st April 2026 with the new act called the Income Tax Act 25. And as the comparative analysis says, the new act has 23 chapters as against 47 in the old act. It has got 536 sections as compared to the 819 sections, provisos, and the several explanations. And the word count of the act is only 2.6 lakhs, being almost half of 5 lakhs plus, and it is supposed to be a very simplified and an easily understood act for everyone. But if we have heard the earlier speaker, another renowned speaker, K.K. Chaitanya, we know that it is not going to be that easy. And the new car that we have purchased or the new house that we have purchased may require some more changes in the interiors, if not the basic structure. I know I don't want to be between Ahuja ji and the session, but before parting, Girish means the Lord of the Mountains. Similarly, our Girish Ahuja Sahib is the king of a very, very tricky, treacherous, slippery, and a deceitful mountain called the Income Tax Act. Over to you, sir.
Sitting on the dais, CA Deepa Varghese, the treasurer of the South India Regional Council, and of course, council member of the Regional Council of CA Bhanu Narayan Rao ji. I'll not take any name because there are so many dignitaries sitting in front of me. If you choose one, the others will do. I will tell AI to give you the names, all those persons who are sitting. I can't give you, sir, I'm sorry, please. मैंने बाबू का नाम भी नहीं लिया. I have not taken the name of Babu also, tell me. Okay, now I'm coming down here, I'll talk to you. Wherever I go, the first thing everybody asks is, what was the need of the new Income Tax Act 2025? What was wrong in the old act? Why was this new act formulated or constituted? Now, Mr. Bhanu Rao has immediately said there were 819 sections and now 536. Who told him? AI. Put into the AI, they will say 819 sections, 14 schedules, now 16 schedule, 536. No, this is all AI. I used to get 30 calls every day for answering their query. Today I'm getting only 5 calls because 25 is solved by the AI. They don't consult me. My importance is gone, let me tell you. And gradually it will completely go. Nobody is interested in asking me now. He said, there is a gentleman called AI. They will give you any information. What is the need of natural intelligence? We have artificial intelligence. So things are going to change, let me tell you, the due course of time. Hardly any people will be found in the hall, I'll tell you. Because everything is there. What is the need and wasting your time? Unless, of course, you have to meet. Fellowship is different. Otherwise, sitting in the hall has no use now. I'm telling you, things have changed altogether. Why I'm saying is, we had an act, 1961. If you ask me how many sections were there, even you go to the Googles or AI, they will say 298 sections. 298. At one time, when our act was passed, 298. Today also there are 298 acts. No change in the sections, no. Then how can he say 819 section? 819 section. 15, 16, 17 was for salary. 18 to 20 used to be for interest and securities, not there. 22 to 27 for house property. 28 to 44 was for big business information. 45 to 55 was for capital gain. 56, 59 was for others. Now, if you have to bring any change in that, if you have to bring any amendment in business chapter, where was the possibility? Watertight. You can't go to 27. You can't go to 45. You had to remain between 28 to 44. So what they said? 44 capital A, 44 double A, 44 AB, AC used to be there, 44 AD, 44 AE. We forgot. Okay, ADA. 44 AB, 44 BA, 44 double B, BBA, triple B, BBC, BBD. They're all sections here. 111, 111A, 112, 112A, 115, 115A, AB, AC, AD, AE, AF, AGH, 100B, BA, BAA, BAB, BAC, BAD, BAE. There are sections here. BB, BBA, triple B, BBC, BBD, BBE, BBF, BBG, BBH, BBI, BBJ. All they're not sections. They're all sections here. All sections. Think of these sections. One chapter. Tonnage tax income. Those who are young who know that what is the tonnage tax. It used to be 115B. Started with 115B. And there were 28 sections there. V, X, Y, Z. Finish. No problem. 115V, VA, VB, VC, VD, VE, VF, VZ. It was not complete. No problem. VZA, VZB. Am I right, Mara? VZC. This is the position. So everywhere they had to, whenever amendment, more than 5,000 amendments were brought in the Income Tax Act right from 1961, and whenever amendment, new section has to be incorporated, there was no other way except to bring capital section. In addition to that, Mr. Chaitanya was talking about 1023C. He said there were many provisos. How many? 24 provisos. Provided that, whenever there is a word provided that, it means first proviso. Provided further that, second proviso. After that, nothing. Don't ask me. Keep on adding also. I thank Narayan Rao. I also thank Deepa Varghese. I also thank Ram. I also thank. Keep on adding also. And this was 24 proviso. And under each proviso, there was an explanation. Explanation 1, explanation 2, explanation 3. Forgot 2A, 2B, 2C. This was the position which had happened. Act has become little cumbersome. They wanted to change that, simplify that. Only restructuring has been done. Restructuring and simplification. Nothing had changed. It was decided right in the beginning not to change the basic law. Absolutely nothing was changed. In addition to that, I used to say, you must read one section every day. When I said, you must read one. He said, sir, it is very difficult. It has section. Under the section, there is subsection. Under subsection, there is a clause. Under the clause, there is a subclause. Under the subclause, no, you have not read. Under the subclause is an item. After the item, it is sub-item. That is provided that. Provided further that. Provide so many things. You are looking for full stop. The comma is after 6 lines. Am I right or wrong? This was the position of the Income Tax Act. Comma is after 6 lines. And I used to tell him, read one section. He read one section and called me, sir, I have read one section. It took me 4 hours to read it. I said, oh, no problem. At least you have read one. I said, wait and I'll tell you something. It is written, it is not applicable from assessment year 2009-10. I wasted my time reading that section. I said, who told you to read section like this? Whenever you read a section in Income Tax Act, either see the last line first or the first line. It will tell you whether it is applicable or not. So more than 80 sections, which was of no use, which has lost its importance, have been done away with. Every section, capital section, has been allotted a number. It's been allotted a number. Only for time being. No capital. But after the amendment, there is a capital also. Section 354, 354A. It has come now. It has come now. And who brought these all amendments? Gentlemen sitting in front of me. You find loopholes in the law, and they plug the loopholes by printing the criminal, then you still plug all the logo, and we will still do it. We will do it. Wait and watch. Again, all capital sections will come gradually. It will come gradually. Even in serial number, the sections have come from serial number 38. Earlier it was serial number 39. Now it is serial number 38, 38A, 38B, 38C, 38D, and then 39. So you can wait and watch. It has simplified for the time being. We are there to make it difficult. It is. It is going to be. But wait, what I'm saying, they have now allotted number to everyone. No proviso. All proviso converted into subsection. All explanation gone. Converted into either subsection or maybe in the interpretation. All gone. Section 2, clause 40, there used to be section 2 and many definitions in section 2. I was saying section 2, clause 48, yeah, 2, clause 7, clause 31. When you ask the Supreme Court judge or anybody, section 2, subsection 31. Absolutely wrong. People say after subsection there is a subsection. Absolutely wrong. There are many sections which do not have subsection. Many sections. Not in income tax, everywhere, which do not have subsection. If there is a generic section, if the name of the section is common name of the section, you will not find subsection. It will be clauses. Generic section is section 2, definition. Is there one definition? No. So many definitions. If I talk about subsection, subsection talks about the section. If I talks about clause, clause talks about the subsection. If I talks about subclause, it talks about the clause. So here, there is nothing like that. So many definitions given. Now, there were so many definitions given, which you if you read, you'll say 2 clause 48. No, there were about 80 definitions given. Now, the total number of definitions brought in section 2 is 2 clause 112 definitions. You'll say, how can this be possible? There were so many capital sectors so there, 229A, 229AA, 242A, 242B, 242C. It was like that also. And there are certain definitions which were given under various chapters. They brought it in the beginning. Whenever definition given in section 2, it is applicable for the whole income tax act. There are definitions which are given under respective chapter. Now they don't call it the definition, they call it interpretation. They are only meant for that particular chapter. Interpretation under business, given under section 66, only meant for business chapter. Interpretation under various sections given are only meant for that. Like cost of acquisition is not meant for everything, but long-term capital gain, long-term capital asset, short-term capital gain, short-term capital asset is meant for the whole income tax act. So therefore, that is in section 2. Now, earlier, 2 clause 1A was for agricultural income, and 2 clause 1 was for advance tax. Now, 2 clause 4 is for advance tax, and 2 clause 5 is for agricultural income. Gee, 2 clause 77 was, 230 is for what you call 2 section 2 clause 31 per person. Now it is 2 clause 77. Change only, nothing has changed. Only section, clause number has changed because of that. 2 clause 22, dividend. Now it is 2 clause 40. Definition of the income, 2 clause 24. Now it is 2 clause 49. Capital asset, 2 clause 14. Now it is 2 clause 22. Charitable trust is 2 clause 15. Now it is 2 clause 23. Same definition, except the number has changed. That you will be able to know. So there is nothing to worry. We had decided not to change any law. Except few clarification, it is not to change. If they had changed the law, how would you know which page has been changed or which section has been changed? You would not have come to know anything. So we decided, look here, whatever changes have to be made will be brought by the Amendment Act, that is Finance Act. This is the first time in the history this Finance Act has amendment. First for Income Tax Act 1961. Amendment for Income Tax Act 1961, Finance Act 2026, amendment for Income Tax Act 1961. And then second, amendment for Income Tax Act 2025. Wait a minute. Whatever amendments were there for Income Tax Act 1961, they had to be reproduced in Income Tax Act 2026 or not, 2025 or not, because they were not there earlier. Whatever good things were there, we brought it in the form of different sections. Now we brought the amendments in Income Tax Act 1961. Like now there are 4 dates for filing the return of income. 31st August is added. Which were added for what? Assessment year 26-27. That is previous year 25-26. This had to be brought in the Income Tax Act 2025. It has been brought. So whatever amendments were given in Income Tax Act 61 by the Finance Act has been reproduced there. In addition to that, there are certain amendments which have been brought only in the Income Tax Act 2025, and they were not there in 1961. Are you getting the point? 2 amendments. One amendment in Income Tax Act 61, they were brought by different sections in 2025. In addition to that, further amendment in Income Tax 2025, which is there. But when you're reading the act, that act is applicable for 1st April 2026. And the amendment were also from 1st April 2026. So therefore you will not come to know, but there are two types of amendment which were brought this time to make you understand that these are the changes which have happened after 1961. One for the earlier act also, the another is in addition to that, like MAT. No change was there in the MAT, in the Income Tax Act 1961, which is 115 JB or JAA, you all know that. Now that section is 206. MAT, even AMT is also there. Alternative minimum tax is 206 subsection 2, minimum alternative tax is 2061. Whereas earlier 115 JB were different, 1 JC, JD were for alternative minimum tax. Remember? Now only one section, 2061. MAT is available? No. You will have to decide this year. If you want MAT to continue and you want your credit to go continue, you will have to pay 14% tax without any set-off. Final tax 14%. No credit will be allowed to you which is there already there or which you are going to get it. Nothing. Always you will have to pay 14%. Final tax, MAT is now like this. It's a final tax. You have been told, look here, switch over to the new regime. Switch over to the new regime will allow you carry forward of the MAT. Earlier when we told you to switch over to the regime, the MAT credit had gone. You were told, no, you come to the new regime, we will not charge any MAT, but MAT credit will not be given to you. People did not switch over. Did not switch over. Now this is the last time. You have to decide this year. Please note, if you do not switch to the new regime, will not give you credit of the earlier brought forward tax credit of the MAT. In addition to that, you will have to pay every year 14% as final tax. No carry forward of that credit. But if you switch to the new regime this year, we'll give you the credit which is lying with you to the extent of 25% of the income tax payable by us as per the new provision. What is it? Suppose as per the new provision I have to pay tax of 1 crore. As per the new provision. Carry forward will be allowed to the extent of 25 lakhs. 25%. Balance you can carry forward for the earlier year. But you will have to decide only this year. You want MAT to continue? Do it. Credit gone, pay 14%. Next year you go for new, credit is already gone, but you start getting, no credit will be given to you. But if you decide this year that I do not want to, I will switch over to the new regime, that of 22%. New regime of 22%. So look here, we'll give you the brought forward credit of the MAT. How much? To the extent of the 25% of the income tax payable according to this scheme. Balance you can carry forward. But if you don't decide to opt for this new regime this year, your credit is gone. You pay 14. Whenever you decide to do it, then do it. Then credit is not gone. So take a decision of opting for new regime, the companies have been told. Companies have been told, take a decision. But we are giving you incentive. What incentive? Carry forward, allowed to be set off. And if you don't take a decision this time, we have no issue. No issue. Pay 14%, balance whatever lying with you, gone, and next year, pay 14 or opt for it. But the brought forward is already gone. Clear, sir? This is very, very important. And this is only from next year. That is tax year 26-27, not was there in the Income Tax Act 2000 and 1961. Many changes have been brought in the Income Tax Act 2025, in addition to the changes which were also brought in Income Tax Act 61. Clear first point? Clear, sir? 1 minute. People are asking me, that means Income Tax Act 61 is gone? Absolutely not gone. It's continuing. You have to read section 536. You cannot proceed reading the law without reading last section 536, which was also there, section 297 in Income Tax Act 61. Whenever a new act has come, we write repeal and savings. Please note the word repeal and saving. 536 subsection 1 says Income Tax Act 1961 is hereby repealed. Is hereby repealed. But section says, irrespective of the repealed act, if there is any action done, declaration made, option exercised, any circular, any notification, which are not inconsistent with the new provision, shall remain valid. Shall remain valid. All orders you might have exercised for new regime earlier. Do we have to exercise again? No question. Whatever option exercise, there is no need to do it. Whatever declaration made, no need to do it. If you have already taken the approval of the charitable trust earlier, registration before 31st March 26, need not apply again. You are given for another 5 years. But if you apply today, yes, of course, as per the law. Whatever they are saying, now if there is any assessment pending, or if there is any assessment to be done of any assessment year 26, 27 and earlier year, old provision will apply. Reassessment, old provision will apply. If there is a search initiated before 1st April 2026, search initiated before. Or if there is a proceeding pending of that on 1st April 2026, or if any proceeding has to be initiated after that for any action before 1st April 2026, the old act will apply. If there is appeal pending, or if there is appeal to be filed in relation to assessment year 26, 27 or earlier years, which provisions will apply? Old provisions will apply. So appeal to Joint Commissioner or Commissioner appeal to Tribunal, appeal to High Court, appeal to Supreme Court may take 10 to 15 years. The law will be applicable. The old Income Tax Act is going to be applicable. It's not that it is done away with. No question. Earlier it was 1922 Act. And after 1961, there also it was raised. The Income Tax 2022 is hereby repealed. However, the repealed section will continue to apply. But now, whatever notifications have been issued, whatever circulars have been issued, if they are not inconsistent, will be applicable. Whatever judgment delivered by the Supreme Court or High Court or Tribunal, they will all be applicable if they are not inconsistent with the law made. Because inconsistent means they might have changed the law now. They will prevail. Nothing will. Carry forward of losses. If it is already 5 years, you have allowed 8 years, the 3 years will be allowed. It's not that it will be newly 8 years, 5 years already allowed, 3 years continue allowed. Same provisions will be applicable if you have taken a benefit under section 80IA, 80IB, 80IC, and you have satisfied those conditions, and in future year you dissatisfied, the conditions are not satisfied. It will become applicable. It will taxable on the basis of the last provision that it will be condition you are allowed for 10 years, or you are allowed for 3 years, and condition not satisfied. So that income which is allowed, which will become taxable, it will become taxable. So my point is, Income Tax Act 61 has not died. It is still there. It is still there. But relation to any, I will use the word tax year, but previous year will also be known as tax year now. This is 536 subsection 2 says, any year you are referring to, year prior to 1st April 26, previous year prior to 1st April 25 on or before, will be known as tax year. They will be known as tax year, but there will be corresponding to previous year. So please note, you will be finding in the book previous year 25-26. They will not write. They will write tax year 25-26. Otherwise, the tax year has come from April 26. Now, there is no question of any assessment year or a previous year. There is only one year called tax year. Are you getting my point? There is only one word called tax year. Coming to the important point, whenever you read any act, so 536, any question you can ask me, but 536 is most important. All action, all registration, all reclarification, all which are not inconsistent will remain applicable. All procedural appeals which are pending or which are going to be taken up will be taken up under the new law. You had to fill up Form 35. You may have to fill up the Form 35 for assessment year 26, 27 after your assessment is done. Not the new form. That is for old. The old form will continue. Old things will continue with the new scheme. Yes, those who are in litigation may have to read that law for another 10, 15 years. Those who are not in litigation like me will not read that law after 1 year at least. I will forget that. I will not need to do it. But what I'm trying to say, please keep your last Income Tax Act handy. It will be helpful to you after amendment. Don't throw it after amendment. You said, what is the need of a book? We have AI with us. We have all information with us. We will take out from there. That is the only difficulty we are facing. Nobody wants to now read the book. But I'm an old man. I'm not an old, I'm a young man, no doubt. But more than 80-year-old. I'm 80 plus, let me tell you. Physically. And if I can remember the section, why can't you remember the section? You have to do it. We are chartered accountants known for hard work. What is there in the AI? Yes, it will help us. It can support us, but it cannot replace us. It should not replace us. हमारे जो बच्चे आ गए हैं, जो articles are coming, they don't want to read anything. At least they will ask us. So please keep reading the book also. Maybe online I have no issue. But what I'm trying to say, do not forget that. We were responsible for making the law complicated, and we shall be responsible for making the law further complicated gradually. So therefore, please do not hide, do not get away from that hard work. There is no shortcut to success. AI cannot give you success. Whenever I say you are wrong, yes, we will consider it. We will give you reply. This can also be possibility. You read it, whenever you put a question, it is like that. Because I know it, that's why I have to say, no, you are wrong. It should be like this. 3 times I put this and said, we will think over and let you know. So my point is, I will ask only that question which I am not able to understand. And they understand only which I also know. So what I'm trying to tell you, please be careful about AI. I am not against AI. I'm not against AI. I also use AI. I can't say that I don't use it, but I use it for a different purpose. I can't type, so I speak on the AI. I get the answer there. We are not used to that type of it. I know, at that time, we know computer, nothing. When I did my article, there was no calculators also. There were no calculators. I joined articles after 1967. I completed in 269, 2 years something. That time there was no calculator, came in 1970. And the first day when I went to the article, my office, my boss said, here is the directory, please total it up. Total directory, but it used to be 6 numbers. Now it is 8 or 6 numbers. Total this. There was no calculator. Used to calculate, total it up. Manually total it up. 5 days after, some senior comes. What are you doing? I said, I'm totaling of the thing I'm doing. He said, forget. They also don't know what is the amount. Put anything which is very nearby. This is our seniors which told us. Otherwise, doing the hard work. For 6 days, I continue it, doing total every day. But that has paid off. That has paid off. I still do it with my hand after doing with the calculator also or a computer also. We are used to that thing. We are used to that thing, So you will say, he's gone old. Forget here. Now there is a shortcut method. Why should we waste our time unnecessarily? But wasting some time may give good results to you. My one still mind is working. Their mind will block by that time. Huh? I did complete, I passed the examination November 69. There used to be 4-year course, but if you qualify intermediate in first attempt, it's going to be 3 years course. I qualified in first attempt, 2 year, 4 months completed. Inter final, both rank holder. Why? Because MCOM. After doing my MCOM, I did it. I wanted to enjoy in the university. 2 years more. If you have not gone to university, what have you done? College, one who has not gone to the college, he has not seen anything. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, but tuition classes are not college. College is a different thing. You don't go for study, you go for maturity. You learn many things in college. Many, many things. Study is one part. There are so many things which are. I don't know now that foundation course and all that. I don't like that, And then who got an admission in Shriram College of Commerce? Will he do a foundation? No. I did my BCom from there. I did my MCom from there. And thereafter I started doing this. So, you have to do hard work, let me tell you. So I completed in 1970. It's only 56 years back I passed. Huh? I said 80 plus. That time, 16, 19, 19 was BCom, 21 was MCom, 24 was CA. After MCom, 24 was CA. Sir, that time was a different time. Today is a different time. People are doing hard work also. I am not denying that fact. But that time was a different time altogether. Different time. Seniors are very happy with me. Yes, we are praising the seniors here. Am I right or wrong? But what I'm trying to say, sir, the law has not changed. The law was same, section changed, no difference made. But in addition to that, you have to read 2 amendments, one for Income Tax Act 1961, which were reproduced in 2025. In addition to that, there were certain amendments made only from 1st April 2026, that is tax year 26-27, so that you come to know what are the changes in the whole Income Tax Act. People are telling you, no, it is different, no, nothing different. The language is different. Language is simplified, divided into smaller sentences, and many. But difficulty is, they have consolidated. It has become a ready reckoner. You used to say TDS at a glance. Now there are only 3 sections for TDS. Only 3 sections. 3 meaning only 2 sections. 393, one more, 392. 392, 393, 394. 392 is for salary TDS. 393, TDS, all other TDS. All. What have they done? They have made 393(1) TDS in case of resident. Then 393 subsection 2, TDS in case of non-resident and foreign. 393(3), TDS in case of any person, whether resident or non-resident. However, there is a table, under the table, there is a serial number 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have to remember that serial number at a glance. 1, item number, 2, name of the nature of the income, C, person, and 4 is condition given there. Sounds very simple. It is not simple. These tables are not that simple, let me tell you. The tables are there and notes are given below the table. No note given for serial number 22 and serial number 1 are given below the table. Now, how will you read it? So, you will have to take it to 1, you have to take it to 22, then only you will be able to understand. 393(4), in which cases TDS not to be deducted, certain persons. That is 393(4), that's all. We used to have 193, 94, 94A, 94B, 94BA, 94B, 94C, 94D, 94DA, and going up to 94LBC, LD. Am I right or wrong? Now only 3 table. Table, serial number, table 2, serial number, and number also is not given for the table number 1. No, 393 subsection 1, table. 393 subsection 2, table. 392, subsection 3, table. Number of table is not given. So what I'm trying to explain, they have consolidated them into tables, consolidated. Like presumptive tax, you have presumptive tax under 44 AD, you have presumptive tax under 44 ADA, you have a presumptive tax under 44 AE. No question, only one section, 58. Table before that, serial number 1, same 44 AD. Serial number 2, same 44 AE. Serial number 3, 44 ADA. And then under the table, so many notes are given. Same thing, becoming difficult to understand maybe in the beginning. Maybe in the beginning, gradually you may start appreciating it. In the beginning, you are used to the old way of doing it, then also. And one more thing. Now, presumptive tax is mandatory. Earlier says, oh, it is not mandatory. You may not, you have income less than 6%. You may not, or you don't want to go to 44 AD or AEA. You can straight away go to a normal. No question. You will have to go for 44 AD, whatever it was, 58, serial number 1, serial number 2. It is mandatory, it is shall. And if you don't follow that, then you have to maintain books of account and get them audited. Things have changed gradually. Earlier, it was not like that. I don't want to go. I don't want to opt for 44 AD. I could go SCD. That was a different thing. Once you opt for 44 AD, then you have to continue that for another 5 years. And if you don't continue for another 5 years, you will be out of that. That was a different thing. That is still there. But if I never wanted to go, it was allowed. Now it is not allowed. You will have to go to 44, what you call 58, serial number 1. And if you don't go for it, you will have to maintain books of account and get them audited. 44 ADA was already there like that. So you have to maintain books of account. No basic change has made, except that put in a table, 3 sections combined as serial number 1, serial number 2, serial number 3. Clear, sir? It's not difficult. Don't get disheartened. He was explaining to you, Chaitanya, 354, 336, 339, 337. I was seeing faces of everyone. Nobody has read the section. How do they know what is happening? Except me, I know they were not able to understand anything. Why? Because we are used to that 11. We are used to section 12, 12A, 12AB, 164, 2, 115 BBC. We are used to that. Suddenly you say 337. What is this 337 specified income? What is this? 344, 345 is talking about. What is this? We used to call 11.4A. And then we had public utility, general public utility. We remember that. Nothing to worry. Although whatever books are coming, they are giving the erstwhile section also along with that. Otherwise, there is a chart, navigator. Best thing is to go to the income tax site. You will get everything. All navigators, old, new, old. All new, even rules, old, new, old. Everything is available on the site now. More than what is given in the book. Everything is available. And we also copy from there only. We have to see, we have to be very careful when we are writing. So we have to see that whatever given there is correct, so we should adopt it. But many things they have copied from our books. All these tables, business, that what is called TDS at a glance, or this registration of the trust. This was in our book. They just picked up and brought it in the form of a consolidated table for registration. It's a consolidated table for registration. Many books they have copied, not mine only, many. And then they have made a benefit of that and given you that. Now, not coming to you. Section 1, whichever act you read, it will say short title, date of commencement, and extent. Always there. This income act we called Income Tax Act 1961. It is applicable to whole of India. Am I right? Because income tax is applicable to, otherwise it used to be, it is applicable to whole of India except Jammu and Kashmir. Thanks to Modi ji, no Jammu and Kashmir remembrance. It is what applicable to whole of India. And third, it is applicable from 1st April 62, 61 Act. 60. Why 62? Assessment year 62, 63. Previous year 61. But now it is This act may be called Income Tax Act 2025. It is applicable to whole of India. It is applicable with effect from 1st April to 2026. There is no assessment here. So 2026. Section 2 is all definitions. You all know that. You all know that. Definition. All those definitions are there. There used to be 242A, short-term capital asset, 242B, short-term capital gain, long-term capital gain, long-term capital asset 229A, 229B, long-term capital gain. Now long-term capital and long-term capital gain is 67 and 68. And that short-term capital asset, which is 242, is 101. 201. And that is 202. Only section number has changed. Nothing has changed. Block of asset, which was 211, is 217. SSC, which was 27, is now 211. Only one change. And that too is not a change, in a clarification. You remember 2 clause 41 meaning of relative under section 2, not under 56. 2. He used to say relative means husband, wife, brother, sister, lineal ascendant, and lineal descendant of the. Am I right? We used to write that when we were redrafting a law. Somebody said, sir, in Hindu law, it is written that lineal ascendant will take lineage of male member. Male lineage, not the female lineage. Male lineage means, lineal ascendant means father's mother, father. Not the mother's father, mother. And you cannot take a gift from, we call it Nana, you may be calling them mother's father. I said, how come? He said, there is some law in Hindu law, I read it and this. I went to the department, he said, this is what they are saying. They said, we'll look into it. We'll look into it. After a few years, he said, look here, this law is not only for Hindus, this is law for everyone. Whether Hindus, whether Christian or Muslim or anything. So there is nothing like male lineage or female lineage, it is allowed. But this time they have changed it, clarification only. What is changed? 241 was the law. Now it is 2 clause 94. Says relative means husband, wife, brother, sister, lineal ascendant, whether maternal or paternal. That's all. Clarified it. Whether maternal or paternal. I told them I only have daughters and I have to give to my daughter or our daughter's children. How can this be possible? And I have already given. He said, don't worry, we will clarify it. So there is nothing like that male lineage, it is both. We call it, it is both. So that is the only clarification. No change in any definition. Absolutely no change. Section 3 used to be previous year. Previous year is the financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. Am I right? Now, previous year, 12 months period of a financial year commencing on 1st April every year. What is simple language? Previous year, 12 months period of a financial year commencing on 1st April. So that means April to March. What is financial? Very simple. Previous year is not financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. Then we used to say what is an assessment year. Then the preceding is called the previous year. Nothing like that. 12 months period of a financial year commencing on easy, April to March. What about the previous of a newly set up business or new profession which you have come into existence or previous of a new income which has come to existence in the tax year? See, if a new business is set up or profession is set up or a new source of income has come into existence, tax year will be the date of setting up the business or profession or date when the new source have come into existence and would end by the financial year. And by the financial, 31st March. If you started, after passing CA, you join a service in 1st February. So salary income, 1st February and March, only 2 months. Maybe you have been other income, April to March, but this is 2 months only. The previous. So he says, no problem. Starting from the date of earning that income or starting from the date of setting up the business or profession and would end by the financial year. That is 31st March. So this is section 3. Now let me tell you something very important. Section 4 is charge of income tax, which is already there. Somebody asked me, where is the rate of income tax given? Can you tell me where are the rates of income tax given? Rate of income tax. Rates of income tax. Where are the rates of income tax given? Where 1961 till today, where are the rates given? Rates of income tax are given in Schedule 1 to the relevant Finance Act. To the relevant Finance Act. It is not given in the Income Tax Act. It is not given in the Income Tax Act. What kind of a rate are given in the Income Tax Act? That is 4 lakh, first 4 lakh exempt, next 4 lakh 5%, next 4 lakh 10%, next 4 lakh 15%. They are special rate when you opt for new regime. That is default rate, no doubt. But they are not given in schedule. They are special rate, which are 115 BAC. Now it is 202. I'll tell you that. But what I'm telling you, the rates are first 2,50,000. Am I right? Next 2,50,000, 5%. Next 2,50,000, 20%. Next, this is the rate for individual HUF company, 30%. Foreign company, 35%. Firm, 30%. These are the rates given in the Income Tax Act. Which one? There are three part of the schedule, which will be continuing. There are 3 part of the schedule which is very important. Yeah, you know it, I know that. Part 1 used to give the rate of the past, earlier, previous year or assessment year. And then part 3, rates of TDS, rates of TDS from salary or rates of advance tax, they were given for the financial year. That part 3 used to become part 1 next year. Even now it will become part 1. This year it has not become, because no change in the rate. Otherwise, part 3, that is rate of TDS on salary. Rate of those persons which are business discontinued or who is leaving India or all that, or rates for advance tax is given in part 3. That part 3 will become part 1 in the Finance Act, and part 3 will be newly introduced. There is part 2 also. What is that part 2? Why I'm telling you, you have to read this way. Rate of TDS. You say rate of TDS are given in the Income Tax Act. There are TDS rates are given in 2 places. One is Income Tax Act. Another is wherever the word is written, rate in force. Wherever the word written in the Act is rate in force, they are given in part 2 of Schedule 1. They are rates in force. 193, interest on securities. 194 is interest other than interest on securities. Where were the rates given? There it is written, rates in force. But 94C, no, it was given in the Income Tax Act 1% or 2%. Are you getting my point? Some rates are given in the Income Tax Act, but wherever the word rates in force are given, they are given in the part 2. And in addition to that, rate for TDS on salary is always given in part 3. First time, that's appearing that the first time you are able to understand this. Noticing that the people are noticing, what is this? This is the law. It's been there for 61, not today. And it will continue to be there. But what I'm trying to explain, sir, rates are given there. These are the special rates which are given maybe in 115A, 115A, 115B, 115BA, 115BAA, 115BAB, 115BAC, 115BAD, 115BE. These are rates which are given. These are special rates. Yeah, these are all special rates. They are still given. I'll tell you how, but wait a minute. So are you at it? Where the Central Act enacts, the tax will be levied at the rate or rates. The tax will be levied at that rate or rate which are given in the Finance Act. They are it. And it says it also includes additional income tax. It is taxable on the tax year, income on the tax year. These are section charge of income tax. And last is written, tax is deducted and collected at source, and of course advance tax also. This is the method of collecting the tax. They are all there for section 5, scope of total income. No change. Scope of total in case of resident, in case of non-resident, in case of not ordinary resident. This was the scope of total received in India, deemed to be received in India, accrue or rise in India, deemed to accrue or rise in India, deemed to accrue or rise outside India. For resident and ordinary resident. Still there. Section 5, no change, absolutely, except that it used to say, provided that in case of a not ordinary resident who is outside India, his income earned from outside India will be included only when it is from a business which is controlled from India or profession which is set up in India. Instead of that word, they said, but in case of not ordinary resident. No change, 5. Section 6 also no change. except provisos have been converted into subsection. Residential status, absolutely no change. No change, sir. Section 7, income deemed to be received in India. Now they have added dividend also. Income and dividend received in deemed to be received. 7. Section 8. Please note, earlier 9B has become Section 8. What was 9B? Where a specified person received any stock in trade or a capital asset from a specified entity in connection with dissolution or reconstitution of the specified entity, it will be treated as a deemed transfer. Remember, partnership firm dissolved, partnership firm reconstituted, and you have given some asset to the partner, like say stock in trade or maybe capital asset, it says it is a deemed transfer. And if it is a stock in trade given, it will be taxable under 28. And if it is a capital asset given, it will be taxable under 45. Am I right or wrong? Today, what is that? Same. Section 8, where a specified person received from a specified entity any stock in trade or capital asset at the time of reconstitution or dissolution, it will be treated as deemed asset transfer. And it should be taxable under the head profit or gain for business profession if it is from stock in trade, and it will be taxable under capital gain if it is from capital asset. Same. Now that is 26 section to 28. Now it is 26, and what 45 is now 67 section. No change, but 9B has become section 8. Section 9 is deemed to accrue or rise in India. And they have inserted in that section 9, subsection 12 and 913, 9A, certain investment fund which are carried on in India, but we will not tolerate the business connection. That has become there. Third section, this is 9. What is the next section? 10. Am I right? What was the section 10? Income exempt from tax? No. We have left one section. And that section is 5 capital A. What is 5? Have you heard of 5 capital A in 1961 Act? Students know, those who have read it. Community of persons, where Portugal Civil Code is applicable. Community of person, the taxability, apportionment of income between husband and wife as community of person and appropriated, like Goa, Daman and Diu. Portugal Civil Code was there. We have given them an undertaking that whatever income you earn from salary, husband or wife, will be kept separate. All other incomes, whether earned by husband or wife, will be aggregated, and 50% will be added to the husband's income and 50% will be added to the wife's income. This is appropriation of the profit between husband and wife, where the Portugal Civil Code Act is applicable. That 5A has become section 10. That 5A has become section 10. So now where is the section 10? Income which do not form part of total income. No worry. Section 11. And read that. Now try to understand what have they done. Section 10 had so many clauses. Again, I will not say subsection. Clauses. We used to say these are exempt. 1010 gratuity, 1010A commuted pension, 1010 AA leave encashment, 1013A house rent allowance, 1014 specified allowances, 1015 certain interest on securities. Although so many sections were there. Now it is section 11. What does it say? Please. In computing the total income of a person, incomes enumerated in Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 shall not form part of total income if the condition mentioned against that schedule are satisfied. Against the serial number are satisfied. What are you saying? We don't want to read that section 10. You want to read it? Go to Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, Schedule 5, Schedule 6. And subsection 2 says, if the conditions enumerated in section that call us not satisfied, that will be income become part of total income. Next, in computing the total income of eligible person, income specified in Schedule 7 shall not form part of total income if certain conditions mentioned therein are satisfied. And if you don't satisfy, it will form part of it. Section is over. Section 10 used to be in 40 pages, 50 pages. Now it is only four subsections small. But what have they done? Front light, back very heavy. All have been put under Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, Schedule 5, Schedule 6, Schedule 7. Schedule 1 and 2 says income exempt in case of any person. Any person. Schedule 3 says income exempt in case of an eligible person. Schedule 4 says income exempt in case of non-resident or foreign companies or other things. Schedule 5 says income exempt in case of business trust investment fund. Schedule 6 says income exempt in case of international financial center or institutions or income earned from that. These are things. And there is a long list given under each table, 38 items in the first list. There are so many items given there. You want to read it? Go and read the schedule. Schedule 2 to Schedule 7 is all containing the exempt income. Agriculture income, any person. So therefore, Schedule 2. Schedule 2. If there is a non-resident, it will be Schedule 3. If it is any person, what do you call? Any person, a non-resident, Schedule 2, 3, 4. 4 aayega, non-resident. Business trust, Schedule 5. International financial sector, Schedule 6. Certain income exempt in the hands of non-resident fund or this, Schedule 7. So what I'm trying to explain, Section 10 is very light now, which is 11, but it is there. And now, those political party used to be 13A and electoral trust used to be 13B. They have been merged into Section 12. Section 12 talks about income of a political party or electoral trust shall be exempt if the condition mentioned or the deduction amount given in Schedule 8 are satisfied. So go to the Schedule 8, find out the conditions of and how much deduction is allowed, and then you can claim the deduction under Section 12. 12. So 12 is a merger of Section 13 capital A and 13B. You will say, what about the earlier? 11 gone, 12 gone, 12A gone, 12AB gone, 13 gone, 115 BBC gone, 164. Where have they gone? Chapter 17B, he was talking about Section 332 to 355. They have grouped under one chapter. All provision relating to NPOs, non-profit or registered non-profit organization, have been grouped under one chapter called Chapter 17B, starting from Section 332 relating to registration, and ending up with Section 55 relating to interpretation. Everything is now grouped under one chapter. Simplified, but has become difficult, as you have seen. Regular income, taxable regular income, so many difficulties that I am not supposed to mention at this stage, but this has happened. Section 14 used to be heads of income. Am I right, sir? Now it is Section 13, because it's there. Section 14A, income exempt expense will not be allowed. Now this has become Section 14. Same language, 14. Instead of 14A, it is 14. What was the section of salary? 15, 16, 17. No. Now there are 5 sections of salary. 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Very important change, that's why I'm coming to. 15 is charge of salary. Salary is taxable due or receipt basis, whichever is earlier. We all know that any salary paid in advance will also be taxable in the year in which are paid. Same Section 15. Section 16 used to be deductions. Am I right? Now Section 16 is not deduction. Section 17, 1 used to be meaning of salary. Section 17, subsection 2 was meaning of perquisite. Section 17, subsection 3 was meaning of profit in lieu of salary. Now, Section 16 is meaning of salary. Section 17 is meaning of perquisite. Section 18 is meaning of profit in lieu of salary. No change, but only section number. And Section 19 is deductions. Wait, first deduction and second deduction the same. One is tax on employment, another is standard deduction. Now all retirement benefit which you get, retirement benefit, which was allowed as exemption, will be included in gross salary in full. In full. Gratuity received, add to the gross salary. Leave encashment, add to the gross salary. Commuted pension, add to the gross salary. Retirement benefit, what you call attachment compensation, add to the voluntary retirement, add to the gross profit. And thereafter, claim deduction under section 19 in the tape, the serial given under 3, 4, 5, 6 for gratuity, 7, 8 for commuted pension, 9, 10 for what you call the retrenchment compensation. So therefore, this is given all in 19. So the basic change in salary is, now there is no exemption. There is deduction. Exemption is, this is exempt balance taxable. Deduction is, first add to the gross salary and then claim deduction under section 19, provided the condition mentioned therein in the serial number are satisfied. Same, government employee, defense employee, employee covered under Gratuity Act, any other employee, commuted pension, government employee, or any other employee, all same. But conditions are now given in section 19 in serial number below. So please note, salary income will have to be grossed up by all kinds of retirement benefit which you are going to receive. And thereafter, you will be given a deduction on account of that and not exemption. I used to remember, sir, this is the change now. Remember, when I was a student, we used to remember, children education allowance is exempt ₹100 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. When I was a student, 67. When you were also student, ₹100 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. These young persons, ₹100 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. You can't get a one copy also, exercise copy for ₹100. And ₹100 per month. I used to say, what is this here? Hostel expenditure allowance, ₹300 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. It was there. Only recently, it has been changed. ₹100 is now ₹3,000 per month. And that hostel expenditure is 8,000 per month instead of 300. But what is the need? Everybody has gone to new regime. What is the need of bringing it to 3,000 or 8,000? Tell me. What is the need? Have you not gone to the new regime? So what is the need of doing it? Just making a fool of us. 3,000 rupees children education allowance, 8,000 rupees hostel expenditure. But we are not claiming it now. We have gone to new regime. And car. We used to say car 1,800 plus 900, 27, 24 and 9, 3,300. Wait, now it is 5,000 and 3,000. Instead of 1,800, 5,000 rupees. Instead of driver 900, 3,000 rupees. If it is car is of more than 1.6 liter, it is 7,000 plus 3,000, 10,000, 1,20,000. And we used to add 39,600 maximum. Am I right or wrong? 39,600, 24 plus 9, 33 into 12, 39,600. That is there, that you will have to pay tax on that. Now instead of 39,600 per kuch, it will be 1,20,000. That is new regime or old regime, it is there. But that children education allowance or hostel expenditure allowance, which is of no use now, is raised to 3,000 and 8,000. And taking claim of that, we have given the benefit. What happened from 1961 till 2025? 100 rupees per month. And there used to be a question in the exam. He has been given 200 rupees for 3 children. How much is exempt? Am I right or wrong? They used to torture us here. Casting a question of 300 rupees, 200 rupees given for 3 children, is it 200 rupees exempt or 66 rupees plus into 2, 133 is exempt? Used to come to the exam. What is this here? But now 3,000. No, but it will not come in the exam because everybody is switching over to, by default, a new regime. Huh? Yeah. Sir, listening to me, I have to make it interesting. Otherwise, if I start talking about that, you will say, bore. Yeah, please, I know. You have to come out with certain things so that some humor must be there. So this is the only humor at 3,000 or 100 or what is there for a time. You have just relaxed yourself. The mind, it is not pinching you that what is so heavy. Nothing heavy. Nothing. Coming back. 20 to 25 is for house property, which used to be 22 to 27. 26 to 66 is business and profession, which used to be 28 to 44 dB. Wait a minute. 28 is same now 26. 27 is deduction allowed under various. But come to the point, very important. And the best is 29 section, employees' contribution to recognized provident fund. What was the system of employee contribution to recognized provident fund? It was allowed as deduction only when the payment of the same is made on or before the due date mentioned under the respective act. Remember, respective act means Provident Fund Act, ESI Act, or am I right? And we were always telling that, sir, this is very, very high. Now they have said employee contribution will be allowed a deduction if the payment of the same is made on or before the due date of furnishing the return of income. Due date of furnishing. This is the amendment. This is not change. This is an amendment brought in by Finance Act 2025. I'm telling you this is an amendment. Now, employee contribution which has been treated as an income will be allowed to a deduction provided the payment of the same is made on or before the due date of furnishing the return of income. But if you delay by 1 day after that, nothing will be allowed. Whereas employer contribution is allowed. Employer contribution is allowed either pay before the due date or if pay after the due date, next year it will be allowed. But in this case, employee contribution, you have been given sufficient time before the due date. And due date will not be before 31st August because July, there is no business. So it will be either 31st August or 31st October. Am I right? Or 30th November? Pay by that day. You will be allowed deduction of employee contribution also. But if you delay by 1 day or more, nothing will be allowed to you. That is the only change, but very important change. Very, very, very important change, employee contribution. We always used to say this is hardship. That hardship is done away with. So what they have done is, section 36, very big section, 1, 2, 3, has been divided into 4 subsections. 4 sections. 128, the first used to be 29 and 30, rent, repair, insurance premium of any machinery, furniture, a plant, or rent, repair of building. That has been merged into 128 section. Rent, repair, insurance premium, rates and taxes of building, machinery, furniture and plant. 1 section merged. Section 29, 30, 31, 32. Section 36 has been converted into 4 sections. Section 29 is employer contribution to employee welfare, like Provident Fund, Gratuity Fund, Superannuation Fund. These are all in section, what you call, 29. 30. Section 30 is relating to all insurance premium. Insurance premium for stock insurance premium for cattle of insurance, Federal League Society, insurance premium for health scheme. They're all in section 31. 31 is provision for bad and doubtful debt and bad debt. That is separate section now. Provision for bad and doubtful debt is only for financial institutions. And provision for, and bad debt. What's the section? 31. 32 is all other deduction under 36. Like bonus or commission to employee, like interest, like so many things there in the world, but 32. Depreciation is now 33 instead of 32. No change. 32 is become 33. 34. 37 is 34 now. 37 is general deduction. If it is not claimed under 30 to 36, it will be allowed under 37. If it is a revenue nature, it should not be a capital nature. It should have been incurred for the purpose of business. This is now 34. 37 is 34. What about that 35, 35A, 35AB, AB, yeah, at the end. 37 brought to 34. 35 is section 40. Understand 40, that 30% is allowed if TDS is not deducted, or 100% is allowed in case of, that is section 40 is now 35. Section 40 capital A is now 36. 40 capital A, understand? Specified employee, you have to spend for a specified person, benefit given, or more than 10,000 rupees payment without for that. This is 36. 37 is 43B now. That 37 has become 43B. And that 41 has become 38. And meaning of actual cost is 39. Meaning of special actual cost is 40. Return on value is 41. Number change, nothing else. Number change. 42 is capital impact of currency fluctuation. And 43 is otherwise currency fluctuation transaction. Okay, how things change. 44 is 35D. 35 is the scientific research is 45. 46 is 35 AD. That is capital asset. Impression. I am creating an impression that I remember. That's all. I know that you are not interested, but at least I must tell you that I remember these sections now. So lighter vein. So what I'm trying to explain, they have now 44A double A is 62. 44AB is now 63. 44AB, that audit is 63. 64, 65 is reorganization of cooperative society. 66 is interpretation. So they are having the same sections. 53 section is 43 CA. 53 section is 43 CA. 67 to 91 capital gain. Some important point I have to tell you, otherwise same. 45 is same like 67. 46 same as 68. 49A. 47A. Remember buyback of share? What is the position up to last year buyback of share? Treated as deemed dividend under section 2 clause 22 subclause F. Am I right? Buyback up to assessment year 26-27. It is not treated as deemed dividend. Am I right or wrong? Earlier it used to be different, 115 QA. Now it is deemed dividend. Wait. From this year, buyback is not deemed dividend. Deleted from there. It is now under section 69. Buyback of share is taxable as capital gain. Whatever amount you receive minus the cost, because there is no indexation, will be treated as capital gain. Wait, capital gain. Long term, 12.5%. Am I right? Short term, either 30%, if it is not that 104, what you call 111A, otherwise, how much? 20%. Right? Right? Wait. Wait. For me, for you, it is same. But for promoters, look here. If you buy back the share, you will have to pay additional income tax. Promoters. Not me. I'm not a promoter of the company. I'm talking about listed, so everybody knows. I am not a promoter. I'm a promoter. Promoter can be either company or can be individual. If it is a company, what was supposed to be taxed at 22%? And if it is long-term capital gain, how you have paid? 12.5? Pay 9.5 extra. As additional income tax. Who is paying? The promoter is paying 9.5% extra. If he is a company promoter. If it is individual promoter, what is your rate? 30? How much you have paid? 12.5? Pay 17.5. Are you understanding my point? This is not in the act. This is brought by the Finance Act amendment. The promoter has to pay the difference between the normal rate minus the tax rate. Tax rate was 12.5, your rate is 22, pay 9.5. Your rate is 30, you have paid 12.5, paid 17.5. You are covered under 20%, you have paid, your rate is 22, pay 2%. And if your rate is 30, pay, 30 minus 20, 10%. And then you have to pay surcharge also extra, 12%. This is promoter. Who is a promoter? Whose name is there in the, when you are filing the return, name of the promoter is there. And if the name is there, and if it is an unlisted company, if you are holding 10% share there, you are a promoter. You are a promoter. Then they have given the definition of promoter. Either according to the SEBI Act, the promoter, or if you have filed your returns and you give the name of the promoters, the same is the promoter. And if there is one who is holding 10% in the unlisted company will become a promoter. And he has to pay tax there. This is additional income tax in case of buyback of share, in case of promoters. But for you or for me, it's the same rate which is for capital gain, 12.5 or 20 or a normal rate of 30, whatever is there. Clear, sir? So there is absolutely no problem. One very important point. sovereign gold bond. We used to sell them. Now they have been told, look here, we'll be giving the benefit of exemption of sovereign gold bond only when the person who subscribed for there should also be, till it is maturity, should continue with the owner. Otherwise, the benefit of exemption will not be given to you at the time of maturity in case of sovereign gold bond. There are changes made. It is not by Finance Act, it is by Finance Act that they have been told that this is going to be the position. Very, very important now. Okay, time, of course, is very important also. We are looking for time, but the most important. Remember, 68, 69, 69A, 69B, 69C, 69D, everybody knows? 68 is cash credit, 69 is unexplained investment, 69A is investment not fully, money bullion for jewelry form, 69 investment not fully disclosed, unexplained expenditure, and hundi, whatever is the payment. Now they are section 102. 68 is 102. The name is not cash credit. The name is unexplained credit. 68.2. Please. There used to be section 115 BBE. Remember? I'll have to give you 2 minutes. You have to give me to tell you the story. And then I'll explain what has happened. When demonetization came in this country, demonetization. So the government said, we will impose penalty of 200%, 300% if you are not able to explain the source of that income. Am I right? 200, 300%. I went to Mr. Jaitley, happened to be my student, of course, and he used to consult me. I went to him and said, under which section you will impose 200% or 300%? He said, how do I know? Do I remember the Income Tax Act? I'm a finance minister, not the I know. He said, I'll call the revenue secretary. He called the revenue secretary, he said, you can't impose a penalty. He said, sir, 68, 69 section, I've been told by the CBD chairman that you can impose a penalty of under 270A, subsection 9. That is income escaping assessment. Am I right? I said, you cannot. It is not possible. CBD chairman was called. He said, yes, 269, and then we will impose this. I said, sir, you cannot impose penalty at all. If I show that income, you cannot ask me the source. He said, how can it be possible? I said, I will show the income, charge me 30%, but you cannot ask me the source. He said, where it is written, we will see, apply 868, because you cannot. Then they called the person who had made that law. 11:30 in the night, they said, he is right, we cannot charge. I said, what is written in 68? Where any sum is found credited in the books of 30%. Am I right? And the other income will be taxable at the normal. It used to be like that. Now read it, Candidator. If the total income includes an income referred to in 6069 and it is reflected by you in your return of income, you reflected in return of your income and you do not give the source, nature and source of that income, it will be taxable at 60%, surcharge 25%, and then education tax, etc. Language has changed. It is reflected by you in your return of income. And it was changed from 1st April 2016. Retrospective effect. Remember amendment bill, it came. And 60, that time it was 77.25 or 78. And if it is deducted by the AO, in addition to this, there will be a penalty of 6%. So it used to be like that. Now, please, amendment made. If you reflect in the return of income, you do not give the source also, it will be taxable at 30%. Amendment made, 30. It will be taxable at 30%. How can it be possible? But surcharge will be 25%. Surcharge will not be made, 25. So 30 plus 25, 37.5 plus 4%, 39%. Still better. I show the income, 39% I convert into white, nobody can challenge me. Nobody can ask me the source, but pay 39. But wait here, if it is detected by the AO, you have not shown it, then it will be called, it will be taken there under section 278 subsection 9. Misreporting, chargeable to penalty at 200%. हमारे यहाँ बोलते हिंदी में गए थे ईद मनाने रोजे गले पड़ गए 30 plus 60 90 plus surcharge. You can you will how much? Already you are only paying 84%. So what I am trying to explain, if you reflect it, they cannot ask any question. But they will charge 39 this year. But don't tell me that GST people are asking where from this is come. This is only the income tax people, they will not ask. ED people may ask you how this income has come. But income tax department will not ask you the source. We in the south particularly, nobody sells gold. Everybody buys gold. But every day the gold is sold. Am I right or wrong? This gold is being sold every day to be taxed at only 12.5%. Am I right or wrong? So my point is, you may do whatever you like, show it income, they will not ask your question. They will not ask them. Taxable under other sources, 39. 39. Not bad, sir. People are ready to pay tax. These days, everybody is ready to pay tax. Even people were asking, please get us the gift, I'll pay the tax. Now, even if it is ingenuine gift, you can say that it is. But don't tell me other departments have caught us. Because ED is very strong these days. I'm not. But there is small income, you show it, pay 39, nobody can ask you a question, this is there. Now another advantage, if it is treated as misreporting, you have been given a chance under section 440, declare that income and pay 60% of that. Instead of 200%, penalty will be 120%. You still have a chance. This is the new law which has come for that tax, which was 78%, is now 39%, practically half. If you do not give the source. But if it is detected by the AO, don't tell me that, then it will be 200% unless you go for immunity. Immunity, that 50% immunity is there, 270A. Now there is immunity for 270 and 9 also. But for 9 item, this item, the immunity is 120% you have to show. For other item, 100%. So many benefits have been given to you. You can take the advantage of those benefits. They are all seeing me, Madam, but what do you want me to close? I can close. I can continue. I will give you all sections now. Wait a minute. Sir, 111A is now 196. 112 is now 197. 198 is 112A. 119A is 115BA. 1200
Yes,
is 115BAA. 1201 is 115BAB. 202 is 115BAC. 115D, 204. Very easy to remember. Provided you concentrate for some time, you will be able to understand. You will be able to understand nothing difficult in that. There are so many sections are there, but I remember I was told that you have to continue only up to 5 p.m. Am I right, ma'am? Or
Yes, sir.
Huh?
If anything important, you can continue.
Sir, everything is important. But there is AI which is there, will tell you everything. Don't worry, don't worry. I also have to go back and I have to go to Bhopal tomorrow. In any case, chaliye. Thank you very much for the patient hearing, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. What a session, what a session, what an energy, what a knowledge. Sir, this occasion becomes even more special for all of us as ICAI celebrates, SIRC of ICAI celebrates 75 glorious years of service to the nation and the profession. We are truly blessed to receive the wisdom of a legendary tax professional who, at 80 years young, continues to teach, inspire, and enlighten generations of chartered accountants. Your energy, passion for knowledge, and command over taxation are truly remarkable, sir. Sir, having you with us during this historic 75-year celebration is not merely a privilege, it is a moment we will cherish. Thank you, Dr. Girish Ahuja, sir, for an extraordinary session and for continuing to be a guru and an inspiration to our profession. Ladies and gentlemen, I request CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer, SIRC of ICAI, to give closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone.
I request all the members to stay back for the valedictory session.
Good evening, everyone. CA Dr. Girish Ahuja. Sir, what were you doing, sir? Giving us a poetry in using the language income tax? How was he gliding between the 1961 Act and 2025 Act? My goodness, that was a feast which has been provided as a last session of this wonderful conference, two-day conference, the SIRC conference that we have had. Nothing could have been better than this Charanam. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and addressing us. We are looking forward to more such informative sessions from you. And on behalf of the Regional Council Chairman, C.A. Subbarao, and my other council colleagues, may I use this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for very closely attending this entire conference and making it a resounding success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I think the phrase last but not the least applies to this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, every memorable journey must eventually reach its final.
Guest is name.
Request all the regional council members to please join the dais for the valedictory session. I request the hosting branches, Guntur and Vijayawada chairmans also please to join the dais. Chairmans of Guntur branch and Vijayawada branch, CA Bharadwaj Rudravarpu garu, CA Uppuluri Jayant garu to please join on the dais.
Good evening. Organizing a regional conference in Guntur and Vijayawada is a dream for me, but the dream comes true because with the support of all my regional council colleagues, my branch, Guntur and Vijayawada branch managing committee members, and with the support of you only, this dream comes true. నేను ఈ హాల్కి ఫస్ట్ టైం వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ 4 హాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 4 హాల్స్ చూసి ఈ హాల్లో మీటింగ్ ఉండాలి, ఈ హాల్ స్టాల్స్. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ సిఏ బాబా అబ్రహాం సార్, ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఆన్ డయాస్. సార్ ప్లీజ్ సార్. Yeah. First hall is for meeting, the second hall is for the exhibition stalls, and the third hall and fourth hall. Like that I planned. ఏ కాన్ఫరెన్స్కైనా మనకు ముఖ్యంగా 2 ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఒకటి స్పాన్సర్స్, 2 రిజిస్ట్రేషన్స్. నేను స్పాన్సర్షిప్స్ గురించి గుంటూరు లాంటి ప్లేస్లో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ పెడుతుంటే మా బడ్జెట్ 2.5 crores, ఇట్స్ మోర్ దాన్ 2.5 crores అనుకున్నప్పుడు రియల్లీ ఇట్స్ నాట్ దట్ మచ్ ఈజీ టు గెట్ స్పాన్సర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మై ప్లేస్, బికాస్ హైదరాబాద్ సిటీ చెన్నైతో పోల్చుకుంటే గుంటూరు విజయవాడ చాలా చిన్న ప్లేస్ కదా అనుకున్నారు. బట్ with all the support of my, particularly in my region council, Sunil, Tirupati Garu, and in my branch, Bharadwaj, Naresh, Jayant, everyone supported me. With this support only, I received more than 1.3 crores of sponsorships, and the amounts also, maximum we received the amounts also. So there may not be that much dues also there. We received all the sponsorship amounts. Like that, registrations also. First we expected more than 2,500 registrations అవుతాయి అనుకున్నప్పుడు, due to OFA or due to a place of Guntur and Vijayawada, but finally our registrations crossed 2000 and now the registrations are 2059 is the registrations of our regional conference. దానికి మా బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్ కావచ్చు, విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ స్టాఫ్ కావచ్చు, విజయవాడ బ్రాంచ్ మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్లు, మా మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్సు, చెప్పాలంటే మా జయంత్ భాషలో చెప్పాలంటే మా వాళ్ళంతా ప్రాణం పెట్టి పనిచేశారు. సో ఐ రియలీ అప్రిషియేట్ ది ఎఫర్ట్స్ మేడ్ బై ఆల్ ద మేనేజింగ్ కమిటీ మెంబర్స్ ఆఫ్ గుంటూరు అండ్ విజయవాడ. అలాగే స్టూడెంట్స్, పర్టికులర్లీ విజయవాడ అండ్ గుంటూరు student volunteers, with your support only these 2 days we really worked this conference into this stage. ఎందుకంటే మాకు చాలామంది స్పాన్సర్స్, పాంప్లెట్స్, గిఫ్ట్స్ అన్నీ కలిపి ఒక 20 మంది పాంప్లెట్స్ పెట్టాలి ఒక కిట్లో అంటే చాలా కష్టం. అదంతా విత్ ద సపోర్ట్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఓన్లీ వీ గాట్ ఇట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ మై డియర్ స్టూడెంట్స్. అండ్ ఆల్సో I thank the MC. అంటే గుంటూరులో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేస్తుంటే చాలామంది ఏమనుకున్నారంటే ఎంసీ అంటే చెన్నై నుంచి వస్తారా, హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి వస్తారా అనుకున్నారు. కాదు, మా బ్రాంచ్లో మా చార్టర్డ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ గుంటూరు నుంచి మాస్టర్ ఆఫీసర్ నుంచి చాలా బాగా చేయగలరని ప్రూవ్ చేసింది మా భార్గవి అండ్ టీమ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ భార్గవి అండ్ అదర్స్. అండ్ ఆల్సో the sponsors given money and also in material also we received some sponsors. Continental Coffee, they have given coffee to all the members in kind. And also Durga Ghee, they also given some 200 ml of ghee for each member also. Like that Aritos, they sent 24,000 water bottles and some cool drinks also for me. For the conference. Like that, I thank C.A. Verma from Rajahmundry, whether he was there or not, he helped a lot for this venue. Particularly, ఈ venue for 2 days ki a reasonable amount of rent ki మాట్లాడి నాకు సపోర్ట్ చేసిన వర్మ గారికి నేను ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వర్మ గారు, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ యువర్ సపోర్ట్. అలాగే ఇక్కడ ఎవరన్నా మిస్ అయినా కూడా అంటే మా గుంటూరు బ్రాంచ్లో నాకు బాగా రెగ్యులర్గా క్లోజ్గా ఉండే మెంబర్స్ కూడా కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఇలా జరిగిద్దని ఊహించలేదు. చిన్న చిన్న ల్యాబ్సెస్ ఉంటే ప్లీజ్ దయచేసి ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ చేయండి. దిస్ ఇస్ ఫస్ట్ టైం ఈ లార్జ్ స్కేల్ ఆఫ్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ మేము ఇలాంటి ప్లేస్లో చేయడం కాబట్టి కొన్ని ల్యాబ్సెస్ ఉండొచ్చు. ఐ హోల్ హార్టెడ్లీ థ్యాంక్ ఆల్ ఫ్రమ్ మై బాటమ్ ఆఫ్ హార్ట్ ఆల్ ద మెంబర్స్ హూ సపోర్టెడ్ మీ ఫర్ దిస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్. అలాగే మా దామావేణు ఓ మాట చెప్తూ ఉంటాడు ఎప్పుడు, సుబ్బారావు గారు మీకు అలా అదృష్టం కలిసి వచ్చిందండి, ఎప్పుడు చూసినా హాల్లో ఫుల్గా జనం ఉన్నారు, లాస్ట్ సెషన్ కూడా హాల్ ఫుల్గా ఉండటం అనేది నిజంగా ఐఎమ్ వెరీ మచ్ హ్యాపీ ఫర్ దిస్ ఆల్సో. అలాగే ఇవాళ స్టాల్స్ విజిట్ చేయడానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు లంకా దినకర్ గారు ఉన్నారు అక్కడ. నిజంగా ఇంకొక ఎవరైనా కూడా ఈ టైంలో మనం ఒక అరగంట ముందు చెప్పి సార్ మీరు గెస్ట్గా రావాలి అంటే ఇంకోళ్ళు ఎవరైనా రారు కూడా. Really, I am very much thankful for Dinkar Garu as a chartered accountant, and also he is the position is a cabinet rank position. I once again thank our Dinkar Garu for accepting this invitation in the last moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my proud privilege to welcome a distinguished member of our own chartered accountancy fraternity who has taken his professional expertise beyond the world of accounts, taxation and finance into the larger area of public policy and governance. C.A. Lanka Dinkar Garu, chairman of the Andhra Pradesh 20-point program implementation committee, brings with him a chartered accountant's analytical perspective and a deep understanding of fiscal and development issues. Today, he is contributing towards translating policy into measurable development and working towards the larger vision of Vikasit Bharat and Swarna Andhra Pradesh. Sir, it gives us a special pride when a fellow chartered accountant takes the knowledge and values of our profession into public service and nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, let us welcome our distinguished professional colleague C.A. Lanka Dinkar Garu and request him to kindly address this august gathering. He is one among us, a chartered accountant, but today his balance sheet is much larger: development, governance, and public service. Sir, please.
Mata Pita Gurubhyo Namaha. Today's the main cause of the person who invited me at the 11th hour when I was in one exhibition stall, stall number 14, Bhopal Subbarao Garu asked me to attend the closing ceremony of today's Southern Indian Regional Council Chartered Accountants Conference. It is always the greatest privilege. The time is not the constraint. When we feel from heart, as a chartered accountant, the God gives the time, appropriate time God gives. I feel that our journey, our destiny defined by the God. When we have the right path on which our journey moves ahead. Today, conference, which was conducted very professionally for 2 days. I had seen that how the organization is going on for these 2 days. I can visualize how much of hard work had been done by our chartered accountants for grand success of this conference. I am giving my sincere thanks to Bhopal Subbarao Garu, Chairman of SIRC, and Vice Chairman Sunil Kumar Garu, Secretary Pramod Garu, Treasurer Deepa Garu, Babu Abraham Garu, Central Council Member, Brahmai Garu, SIRC Member, Jayant Garu, Vijayawada Chapter President, and Bharadwaj Garu, Guntur Chapter, and fellow chartered accountants and other dignitaries. As I said, I feel immense pleasure to attend this function, and this gives a memorable moment in my life, because it is not expected, it is not a planned event which I couldn't know whether I attend this meeting or not when I come to this venue, because my purpose was limited. But God has given opportunity to speak in front of you. As a chartered accountant, I need to give 3 important points which are very much required. At present, how the governance is going on under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. His Sankalpa is Viksit Bharat, to build the nation. I observed that our Chartered Accountant Institute, whenever I saw a magazine between 2002-2005, Chartered Accountants to build the nation. So, our Chartered Accountants and our ICAI recognized that we are the partners in building this nation very long back. Of course, in political system it was delayed, but fortunately, being the Prime Minister, visionary Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who took the right path for Viksit Bharat by 2047, our country should be either number 1, number 2 in the world as far as GDP is concerned and our economy is concerned. Honorable Chief Minister, it is very much important. I need to tell about one more visionary leader, Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu, who is aligning Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's vision Viksit Bharat by focusing Andhra Pradesh to become number 1 by 2047, Swarnandhra with $2.4 trillion economy at 15% growth rate. These are all the targets which fixed by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji at national level and at the state level, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. What is our role? As our institute recognized, ICAI had recognized that to build the nation, our
contribution as a partners to build this nation is very much responsible activities and as a responsible citizens, we are contributing our services, and in a meaningful way, we need to go ahead. But there are so many constraints. As far as the chartered accountants are also concerned, I recently explained few important things regarding to the chartered accountants fraternity to Prasanna Kumar Garu. We need some reforms because Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is expecting at least 4 international firms from our chartered accountant fraternity. Unfortunately, we became much delayed because we are practicing our duties, roles and responsibility as designed by the ICAI rules and regulations and code of conduct and so on, which should be have some relaxations and reforms very much required when we want to work with other professionals in other line of activities so as to render the expert professional services delivery. We need to have some reforms. Let you see that as a chartered accountant, if you want to perform our professional services, if you want to enter a director in a particular company, if you want to become a managing director particular company, which have the ancillary benefit for the chartered accountant firm, but it is not allowed. When you become the director or managing director of a particular company, whether the objectives of the company, which is exactly useful for the chartered accountants' services in their profession, though it has exact requirement, we are not allowing. We need to think over about it. Without making these reforms, how can we compete with the global firms? We need to understand, I am a part and parcel in the government of Andhra Pradesh, I had seen that actually our young chartered accountants and our fellow chartered accountants are much knowledgeable experts and they can deliver their service with the utmost responsible manner. But we are not getting the opportunities because various parameters in which we are losing those opportunities. We need to grab those opportunities. Because international firms, I don't want to mention those names because as a professional dignity, I don't want to mention the names of A, B, C, XYZ firms. But those firms which are rendering services are not, I know honestly, not on par with experts' knowledge or expertise knowledge, whatever which possessed by our young talented chartered accountant. But where is the problem? The problem is the line departments, line activities with different professionals, we are unable to engage together and we can't enter any kind of forming a company, becoming a shareholders and directors together with either legal experts or engineers or any other fraternity, whoever they are rendering service for this country. We need to look into that direction. Definitely it is very much important because this challenge happened to me. This challenge happened to me 1.5 months back. Now, after 22 years, I need to revoke my certificate of practice just because of, for the sake of becoming a director or chairman or MD a particular company which is providing same kind of services as the chartered accountant, whatever we are providing, whether accounting or financial services. So we need to look into such kind of reforms wherever it is required. I humbly requested Honorable ICAI Chairman Prasanna Kumar ji about this issue. And one more thing is, the government always thinks towards delivery of the services for the people. Where the money comes? Money comes from the taxation. How the tax comes, everybody knows that what kind of contribution from chartered accountant and CFOs and how we are contributing our services for this nation. But effective utilization of those funds is the social responsibility, social audit, performance audit are there. But unfortunately, the qualitative guidelines, qualitative mechanism not exist on par with the requirement in the governments. We need to look over in this line of activity and provide some kind of benefit to the fellow professional chartered accountants by allowing them for the performance audits and the social audits with effective mechanism. We need to draft few effective mechanisms as per the present technology. We are driving towards our services through artificial intelligence and quantum techniques also coming forward. Those are all keeping in view of those are all technologies and the services to be delivered. We need to have the effective mechanism. Individually, our chartered accountants are very strong, but together we are unable to get and compete with the international firms. We need to change our attitude also. We need to change our attitude, and institute also look into the wherever the practical constraints exist, we should be removed. And I hope that every chartered accountant attended for these 2 days, and those who have been watching these presentations, I had seen a very, very beautiful session, final session. But I didn't know how much time happened in this session also. With such kind of wonderful speakers we arrange for these conferences. Definitely this value and this contribution will be useful for the Viksit Bharat as per the Sankalpa of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and Swarnandhra as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. And once again, I am thanking you for providing this opportunity by the SIRC Chairman Muppala Subbarao Garu and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence and for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. As a fellow chartered accountant serving in the larger arena of public service, your presence makes us especially proud. We sincerely appreciate your time, your insights, and your dear delegates, sponsors for our session.
Cause I'm reaching for the stars up in the sky. Reaching for the stars up in the sky. I won't be shy. This is my fight. Cause I'm reaching for the stars up in the sky. Welcome to my life, this is my fight, and I won't stop until the day I die. I won't look down, I won't be shy, cause I'm reaching for the stars up in the sky. Reaching for the stars up in the sky. Cause I'm reaching for the stars up in the sky.
Thank you so much, Yula, for being a platinum sponsor for...
Move forward, I would now like to call upon all the chairmen of the Southern India Regional Council of ICAI and ask them to please come forward onto the dais to collect the memento. Firstly, I request Visakhapatnam Branch Chairman CA Patnala Lokesh Garu to please kindly come forward. Next, I request CA Tummalapalli Pavan Kumar, Kakinada Branch Chairman, to please kindly come forward. I call upon CA Manoj Kumar K, Alapuya Branch Chairman, to please come forward. CA Manoj Kumar K. I request CA Arvind Ramadi, Anantpuram Branch Chairman, to please come forward.
And chairmen or anyone on behalf of them, please come onto the dais to take the mementos.
I request CA Purushottam Reddy K, Ballari Branch Chairman, to please come forward and receive the memento. Next upon, I call upon CA Kavita Paramesh, Bangalore Branch Chairman, to please come forward.
Dear delegates, they need a big round of applause for running all the branches successfully.
Next, I call upon CA Madhumita R, Chengalpattu District, to please come forward. May I now call upon CA Suravijit S. Krishnan from Coimbatore Branch to please come forward. I request CA Jobby George, Ernakulam Branch Chairman, to kindly be ready and come onto the dais. I call CA Vijay Kumar M, E-Road Branch Chairman, to please come forward and receive the appreciation. I request CA Rudravarpu Bharadwaj sir from Guntur Branch to kindly come forward.
Hosting 58th Regional Conference of SIRC of ICAI Daksha.
I call upon CA Rishabh Upadhyay, Hubli Branch Chairman. I request CA Toshniwal Girdhari Lal, Chairman Hyderabad Branch, to please come forward. I request CA Kalluru Surjan Kumar Reddy, Kadapa Branch, to kindly come forward. I call upon CA Tummalapalli Pavan Kumar, Kakinada Branch Chairman. I call upon CA Raghavendra Patange, Kalaburagi Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Dinesh K. Kumar, Kannur Branch Chairman, to please come forward. CA V. Shekhar Reddy, Karimnagar Branch Chairman. Please come forward and accept the appreciation. I call upon CA Shivarama Krishna Prasad Kota, Khammam Branch Chairman. Please come forward. I request CA Shridu J. Komalan, Kollam Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Bimal C. Shekhar, Kottayam Branch Chairman. I request CA Alabuya Jyoti M, Kosdike Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA H. Vijay Sarathi, Kumbakonam Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Bhargav Krishna Narahari, Kannur Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Vijay Kumar SS, Madurai Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I call upon CA Daniel Marsh Piera, Mangalore Branch Chairman, to please come forward. Next upon, I call CA Venkatesh Swami L, Mysore Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Uday Teja Gangisetti, Nellore Branch Chairman, to please come forward and receive the appreciation. I call upon CA Fani Chakravarti SS, Nizamabad Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward and receive the appreciation. I request CA Satish Dama, Ongole Branch Chairman, to come forward and receive the appreciation award. Next upon, I call CA Sivadas Chettur, Palakkad Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Mohan Raj Perumal, Puducherry Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward and receive the appreciation. I call upon CA A.L. Narasimha Rao, Rajamahendravaram Chairman. I request CA Nandakumar T.K., Salem Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA.M. Abdul Aziz, Sivakasi Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Julie G. Varghese, Thiruvananthapuram Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Sharon Lizzie J, Tootukudi Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Varghese Paul, Thrissur Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward and accept the appreciation. I request CA Bhaskaran B, Tiruchirappalli Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA R Sudalai Muthu, sir. Tirunelveli Branch Chairman. I request CA Simhadri Mannam, Tirupati Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Vishnu Kumar M, Tirupur Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. Next upon, I call CA M Raghavendra Mogaraya, Udupi Branch Chairman, to please come forward. I request CA Suthir Kumar U, Vellore Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. Next upon, I call CA Upluru Lakshmi Krishna Jayan, Vijayawada Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward.
Thank you, CA Jain, for hosting 58th Regional Conference of SIRC of ICA Daksha.
Next upon, I call CA ER Soma Anjaleyu, Vijayanagaram Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. I request CA Madarupu Sujit, Warangal Branch Chairman, to kindly come forward. Next upon, I call CA M Ramakrishna, West Godavari District Branch Chairman, to please come forward.
I request CA Sridhar Ganesh to take the memento on behalf of Kumbakonam Branch.
SIRC has a tradition of recognizing its branches to motivate them and to appreciate their performance for the year. For the year 2025-2026, the proud branches who have won Southern India Regional Council has a tradition of recognizing its branches. For the year 2025-26, the proud branches who have won awards across different categories are as follows. For the micro category, among 21 branches, Sivakasi branch has won Best Branch Award. I request Chairman Sivakasi branch and the Managing Committee to please come forward and receive the Appreciation Award. I request MC members to please join. MC members, Sivakasi branch. I request Palakkad branch to come forward, Chairman, for receiving the second best branch in micro category. I request the Managing Committee, Palakkad branch, to please come forward. Palakkad branch Chairman. Palakkad branch, second best branch in micro category. For the small category, among 16 branches, Udupi branch has won the Best Branch Award. I request Udupi branch chairman and the managing committee members to please come onto the dais. Best Branch Award in small category. Next upon, I request Kodikola branch for coming forward for receiving the second Best Branch Award in small category. I request the chairman and managing committee members to please come forward. Second Best Branch in small category. Among 7 branches, Coimbatore branch has won the Best Branch Award. I request Coimbatore branch chairman and the managing committee to please kindly come forward. For the second best branch, Guntur branch and Thrissur branch has collectively received the award. I request the chairman and managing committee to please come forward. Guntur branch and Thrissur branch.
Oh, just complete
under the chairmanship of C.A. Raghunandan Garu.
Guntur branch and Thrissur branch, second best branch in the medium category. Moving ahead, in the large category, among 2 branches, Ernakulam branch has won the Best Branch Award. Ernakulam branch has won the Best Branch Award in large category. I request chairman and managing committee members to please join on the dais. In the large category, among 2 branches, Chengalpattu district branch has won the second best branch award. I request chairman and managing committee members to please join us onto the dais. Chengalpattu district branch, second best branch in large category. among 2 branches, Bangalore branch has received the Best Branch Award. I request Chairman Bangalore branch and the Managing Committee members to please come on to the dais. In the mega category, Hyderabad branch has won the 2nd best branch. I request Hyderabad branch chairman and managing committee members present to please come forward. Moving ahead to the Southern India Chartered Accountants Student Association. SIRC also likes to recognize the efforts and hard work of the SICASA chairmen in molding and ensuring the holistic development of future chartered accountants. I call upon, in the small category, among 14 branches, the SICASA chairman of Kottayam branch to please come forward and receive the Best Branch Award in small category. SICASA chairman, Kottayam branch.
I am caught, we ain't pair, it's all joy.
May we have a warm round of applause, please. Next upon, I call Belgavi branch for receiving the 2nd best branch award in SICASA chairman, Belgavi branch, for receiving the 2nd best branch in small category. Moving ahead to the medium category, among 14 branches, I request Tirupur branch of SICASA chairman to please come forward and receive the Best Branch SICASA Award. I request the Managing Committee, Tirupur branch, to please come forward. Managing Committee of SICASA. In the medium category, I request Hubli branch SICASA chairman to receive the 2nd best branch award. I request managing committee members Hubli branch to please join them onto the dais. Moving ahead to the large category, among 10 branches, Thrissur branch and Coimbatore branch SICASA chairman have won the Best Branch Chairman Award. I request Chairman SICASA Thrissur branch and Coimbatore branch to please come forward. Branch SICASA chairman and Coimbatore branch SICASA chairman has won Best Branch for large category. Moving forward to the 2nd best branch in large category, I request Mangaluru branch and Visakhapatnam branch SICASA chairman to kindly step ahead and receive the award. Second best branch in large category, Mangaluru branch and Visakhapatnam branch SICASA chairman, please come forward.
I want you to show me
Among 3 branches, Chengalpattu District Branch, Sikasa Chairman has won the Best Branch Sikasa Award. I request Sikasa Chairman, Chengalpattu Branch to please come forward. I request Managing Committee to please join. Best Branch in Mega category. Next upon, I request Hyderabad Branch Sikasa Chairman to please come forward and receive second Best Branch in Mega category. I request Hyderabad Branch Managing Committee to please join them. The next segment of Appreciation Awards. These branches have been recognized for their esteemed work and glorious journey by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. It is our privilege to honor these branches from Southern region who have achieved such status. I request Best Branch of Regional Council Medium Category First Prize Vijayawada Branch to please come forward and receive appreciation certificate. They have been recognized by the ICAI as the Best Branch in Medium category. Jointly. I request them to please come forward and receive the appreciation certificate. Best Branch in Small Category, Tirupur and Thiruvananthapuram Branch. Best Branch.
Best Branch from the national
I now request Bangalore branch to please come forward and receive the first prize recognition in Mega category. Best Branch Mega category, Bangalore branch. Kindly receive the appreciation certificate. All these branches have been recognized at national level by our Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. They are being appreciated by SIRC of ICAI. I now request Ernakulam and Vijayawada branch to receive first prize in large category. Best branch, large category, Ernakulam branch and Vijayawada branch. They have at national level by ICAI. Recognized as the best branch, large category. category, Best Branch, second prize was recognized by Salem branch at national level by ICI. Vijayawada, I request the Vijayawada Managing Committee to please come forward and receive the first prize, large category. Second prize was received by Salem branch, awarded by the ICI at national level. I request them to please come forward. Second best branch in medium category. I request Chairman Salem branch or any of the managing committee members present here to please come forward. Next in small category, second best branch has been received by Sivakasi branch, recognized at a national level by ICI. In small category, second best branch in small category. We would also like to recognize the branch having highest number of participants attending the 58th Regional Conference, Daksha, against the total number of members of the branch. I request Kumbakonam branch chairman and managing committee to kindly come forward and request the highest number of participants in the 58th Regional Conference, Daksha. Receiving award for the highest number of participants against the total number of members of the branch. Next upon, we recognize the longest distance covered by the branch attending the 58th Regional Conference, Daksha, against the number of participants despite being the longest distance. I request Ernakulam branch chairman and managing committee to kindly come forward. Ernakulam branch, longest distance covered.
For the student volunteers who are backbone of this 58th Regional Conference, without whose efforts this event couldn't have been this great success. Now may I call upon Guntur student volunteers, Omkar, Abbas, Vikram, Ashima, Meghana, Jhansi, Shivani, Venkatesh, Manikanta, Mahesh, Aravind, Nitin Shaurya, Chandu, Satvik, Anant Kumar, Teja, Yashwant, Suraj, Surya, Vignesh. And from Vijayawada branch, Nitin Sriram, Pranita, Prashant, Yoshita, Harini, Dolly, Praneeth, Tagore, Kartikeya, Navadeep, Reshmi, Kirti, Dhanush, Naresh, Baby Sirisha, Mahidhar, Harshini, Priya, Indu, Pavan, Kavya, Sai Teja, Sai Ganesh, Akash, Gautam, Nivas, Karthik, Yashwant, Santosh, Pooja, Saraswati, Faijan Mohammed, Aishani. Thank you all students for your great cooperation.
సిరిగి సీట్లు ఇరిగి సీటి కొట్టాలోయ్ ఏ సీటడు నైజాము ఆంధ్ర సింధు తొక్కాలోయ్ సిటీలేసి వెల్కమ్ చెప్పండోయ్ సిరునవ్వులతో ఆరతి పట్టండోయ్ గ్యాంగు గ్యాంగు లీడర్ పంచారు లెక్కండోయ్ గ్యాంగు గ్యాంగు వర్గం గాలి పట్టండోయ్ గ్యాంగు గ్యాంగు లీడర్ పంచారు లెక్కండోయ్ గ్యాంగు గ్యాంగు వర్గం గాలి పట్టండోయ్ కొట్టాలోయ్ ఏ సీటడు నైజాము ఆంధ్ర సింధు తొక్కాలోయ్ పీపీ
I request the Master of Ceremonies who have made this 58th Regional Conference Daksha a great success with their greatest support, be it anything throughout the day, for both the days. I request CA Bhargavi, CA Nisha and CA Kamini to join, Triveni to join, to come up on the stage and accept SIRC's small token of love and appreciation.
Shall we open this?
The event of this size requires not just one or two people, a huge team. And we appreciate the efforts of the event team, which is Karishma Events. I request Mr. Sandeep to come forward to receive a small token of appreciation from SIRC.
from different corners of the country, leaving behind your professional commitments and families to be a part of this conference. Your presence, enthusiasm, participation, and energy are what made this conference a truly grand success. Speakers can share knowledge, organizers can create a platform, but it is the delegates who bring a conference to life, and you have certainly done that. As you leave Andhra Pradesh, we hope you carry with you not only professional knowledge, but also new friendships, wonderful memories, and a little bit of the warmth and hospitality of our Andhra Pradesh. Thank you for coming, thank you for participating, and above all, thank you for making this conference so memorable. Each one of you a safe and pleasant journey, and ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఆతిథ్యాన్ని మీ హృదయాల్లో మోసుకెళ్తూ మధుర జ్ఞాపకాలతో తిరిగి వెళ్ళాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. బిఫోర్ వి లీవ్, I would like to thank the staff of SIRC for their wonderful job for making this conference a great success, and I request out of thanks by Secretary CA Pramod Rammohan Hedge sir.
They always say that all good things have to come to an end. I think this was the 2 days which is coming to an end, and it's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of the council, my entire council. And this conference is personally a special moment to me as well, because of the chairman. This is my second conference which I'm working with Subbarao sir, because I was the chairman of the Bangalore branch and he was the secretary then of the regional council, and now as secretary I'm ensuring that I'm returning it back to you now. So, and this conference wouldn't have been a great success. Yes, of course, the greatest applaud goes to you, the delegates, and a special thanks to Vijayawada branch dynamic chairman Jayant and Guntur branch chairman Rudrappu. So, of course, a special applaud goes to you. And yes, of course, our resource persons who have taken time to travel, they didn't share their only knowledge, but I think they shared your experiences also, their personal experience, so which you can take it to the office, and with a purpose we can actually serve better. And CK Convention Hall, the venue, we've enjoyed the good, though it was very hot outside. I think the shelter was a great. And Karishma Events sponsor us, without whom we cannot probably would have achieved a great conference. Past chairmen, central council members, and of course our president and vice president who were there here for the entire day yesterday. And of course SIRC office staffs who have taken a lot of efforts behind the scene, who have worked day night. And yes, of course AV team and technical, I didn't want to let out anyone personally. Thank you in case if I missed out. A great thank you from bottom of my heart.
Thank you, sir. With this, we are officially concluding 58th Regional Conference of SIRC of ICA, Daksha. I request all the delegates to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind, Jai ICI.